sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to today's live. Sorry, we're a couple minutes late on this one. Anyways, Deb's in the house and Alexa. um, you know what, Deb? To be honest with you, as the intro was playing, I was getting all emotional because it's been so long since you've been on, and obviously we're missing Aspen for us to kind of like to be
Yeah.
together again. But it's been quite a long time since we've since you've been on a live with us, and I know you're often doing your own thing, which is
Yeah.
wonderful. You've been on there, but anyways, I just want to say, love having you here.
I feel the same
Excited.
way. And I love that theme song. That wasn't our theme song, that new one, but I'm on there singing, if you don't want to tell me now.
Oh, that was good, Deb.
Yeah, 'cause she has a good voice, right?
Oh, I love that song. Great pick.
Oh,
Yeah.
Good catchy.
yeah.
At the beginning, it used to be a little annoying, but then I was like, oh, I'm sitting there like, oh,
Oh,
sometimes I forget. I'm like, okay, wait, I have to go on.
I still like the intro. I would have changed it by now if I didn't, but it always perks me up. Like, I'm perky typically anyway, but it perks me up when I hear it. I'm just like, not gonna sing it like Deb there, but
Oh, here's the comments.
let
Found
me. Oh, did you see them? Okay, so thank you guys all for joining us today, of course, and everyone that's from Deb's channel or whichever, doesn't matter wherever you're from. Thank you guys all for being here. Thank you, mods, of course, and for all that you guys do. And so anyway, so we'll start with Deb. So Deb,
Yeah.
just you know what, you've been plunking away with this Delphi trial case since it started. You've been, just remind everyone how long you've been following the case for.
Since day one. Literally, I heard on the news the girls were missing. We were debating that evening whether we should go out, and help. The next morning, woke up, and of course, within a few short hours, we found out the bad news. So I started following the case at that point, and somehow, I don't know how, but I started watching YouTube and doing some research. And when I'd find things, I would send them to certain YouTubers. Then I started working with a specific YouTuber on research and doing some, working on photos. And then all of a sudden I found this gorgeous woman on YouTube I'd never seen before, Sunny
Alexa.
Justice.
Yeah.
I started watching her and I thought, this is good. This is good stuff. I love this. And I started
But I've
watching
grown.
you. Yeah. Watching you and responded back and forth. Pretty soon we were talking. I remember the day you said, like maybe the 10th time you'd ask if I would come on. And you're like, this
Yeah.
is the last time I'm asking you.
And then
So
yeah,
I came on, and of course then Aspen came on too, and from there it's
Yeah.
just gone. Yeah. Now I
Yeah.
have my own channel, and I miss you guys. I love you guys so much.
Oh,
Got to spend some time with our boy Aspen this week, and that was
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you just went there for one day, correct?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard. The whole time I was there, I had this feeling like I should be making videos because I needed to let people know what was going on. And I think that's my purpose in helping with this, is to stay on top of all the information. And I've got great people feeding me information, that are there, that are researching the other stories, and they're feeding me stuff constantly. And I kind of compare it and write my own version. And I just want to keep people updated. They want to know what's going on, and I want to be factual, and none of the conspiracy stuff. I want to put out
Right.
facts.
Yeah. No, Deb, I was thinking about this today. So when you put out a video, is your information coming from people or from articles that are
Both.
both?
Absolutely
Okay.
both. Absolutely both. I'm getting constant information from people that have taken a break and come out. I'm looking at each TV channel station and what they're saying. I'm picking up tweets, and I'm just combining everything, and I compare it to make sure that one day, this was so funny. One day, one of the news people said there was glitter all over the ground under the leaves. And I'm like, I know that's not true. And so I
Yeah.
started looking, and what it was is that this person had misinterpreted what was setting forth. And it's hard to hear in there. What it was is that they were shining a light on the ground looking for clues, and they saw something sparkle, and it was the bullet. And this person just got confused and thought there was glitter on the ground all over. So
Right. Sparkle, glitter.
make sure it's accurate. Yeah.
And as a
Yeah.
consumer, I have to say, as you know, I every day I'm looking for you. I'm like, where is she? Like, did she update it? And usually I know the time, and I'm like, okay, I haven't today. I didn't get a chance, but
Oh,
I'm so
thank
busy.
you.
But anyways, but that's one of the things I like, is that you give the news, the facts, but you also give the stuff that's happening, because I see that in the news sometimes they don't report the little details that we need to
Right.
know. And the other YouTubers, sometimes they might make up stuff that,
Yeah.
that I don't even know how they come up with that, because when you look at the facts and what you're saying, it's like, okay, how is this possible? So that's what I like. And I
Yeah,
appreciate. I'm very thankful. I sometimes feel so bad because I'm almost like bombing you in your comments. I'm like, okay, shut up. But I'm so
I want
thankful.
to do the same thing, as the defense presents their side. I want to present that side factually too.
Absolutely.
And I feel like people are intelligent. They can listen to the facts, and they can make up their own minds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly it. But I was going to say, whoops. Almost a year. Almost there, Miranda.
Hey,
I love it.
Marie.
Timing shame of Sunny and Aspen. Yeah. Yeah, I know you don't love Debs. I'm just kidding. But yeah, absolutely, Deb, right? I mean, we all have our own opinions. My favorite lives are when our opinions can differ. Because I never walk away ever upset with anyone's other opinions than mine, because I respect the fact that, I might say things like bonehead to some people sometimes if they're kind of loopy and stuff like that. But because some people can get really loopy with their comments sometimes a little bit, and you're like, special medication, or something like that. But in saying that, my best lives that I love are personally the ones where, we might see things differently. In Richard Allen's case, type of thing. Like some people might think that, it's a done deal, and other people might think that it's going to be a hung jury still. But anyways, these are my best lives when, like I said, we all have our own different thoughts about what's going on. So I look forward to this tonight. Thank you.
Right. And I think that's evident, like you have a little private group that a lot of us are in, and there are a lot of different opinions in there, but we all love each other and respect each other, and we'll take little jabs to be funny at each other. But, I love every single one of them in there. And I just want to say hello to Gibbo's True Crime Notebook.
Gibbo's True Crime Notebook. No relation to Deb's True Crime Notebook, right?
He thinks it is.
That was like this one, like Frank Meister person came in, and they had like the Frankenstein. I can't remember. It was something Meister. Like, was it Gibbo Meister actually? I think it was Gibbo Meister.
Oh,
Anyways,
like
and
that.
I watched your video today,
Mhm.
too. So thank you for that. Because too, lots of times I just want to hear it. That's it. I just simply want to hear what happened today. Right.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for like some of the channels, like the bullshit that goes with it. I'm just looking for thank you, for that information, just of what came out in the day. Because that's all I'm looking for when it comes to my own thoughts on the case is just,
Mhm.
and like you said, some of those things, like there's all those little details that the news doesn't say. Um, and that's quite important. So that part is nice for people that are in court or feeding you information and stuff like that. Yeah.
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 Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm like a lot of other people that I have a very busy life and I want to know the information quickly and I don't have time. Well, I am because I'm doing it for them, but nor ordinarily I don't have time to sit and read a bunch of stuff. So if I can read it for them, read those lengthy documents and they can
Yeah.
do their dishes while they're listening
Yeah.
or, drive down the road while they're listening, then I feel like I'm providing a good service for them.
And see, that's the point. I don't have time to sit 3 hours, 4 hours through a live. I would love to,
Mhm.
but I don't have the time. So you give me in 10 minutes what I need to know. What those YouTubers take 3 hours. No ditch to them, but it's just I don't have the time.
Yeah.
I appreciate that very much.
You're my target market there.
And Deb, just quickly, Deb, I think when I looked the other day, you were over to bills to pay.
Oh, Miranda Lee, she's the sweetest lady. I love her.
Oh, one second.
Thank you, Lone
Thanks.
Pony.
Thank you. She's always so sweet.
Sleuths for life. Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, Miranda. And again, you guys, the ones that are regulars of this channel, you guys know how much this channel cares about you guys, like as people. And I just love again the respect that the everyone has. Like there's the odd little troll that might come in now and again, but the respect that like the people in the chat have, and always keeping it classy and stuff like that. But I want to go back to something Deb said. You guys, our group, our private group that we have, honestly, I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. You guys are just all of you guys, and I are just so amazing. We're all good, really good friends in there. Whether we don't talk as much or whether we do, it's just a continuous group of people that, honestly, just such great people, great hearts. Right, Alexa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, just quickly, so for anyone that doesn't know, of course, Alexa is, well, go ahead, Alexa, like, instead of me
I am
telling
a
about you.
crime and intelligence behavioral analyst, body
Mhm.
language expert, and graphologist. So basically, a criminologist. I have done crime scene. I have done data. I have done body language when they bring witnesses or they bring suspects to read body language. I am the person who tells the police, look for this, or he did this, and usually we get to know, a baseline. Because a lot of people are asking me, but Richard Allen was touching his face and was doing this and was that. That doesn't necessarily mean that he was lying. You have to first kind of see a baseline, and then you can start giving. You most of the time, yes, of course, when people are nervous, we start itching. I do it too. I always, when I'm in a professional setting, I try to control myself. Here, no, because I'm myself. I like to be honest and raw, and sometimes I screwed up, and I'm like, "Ugh, I don't like speaking publicly. I never did. But that doesn't mean anything. You have to look at the whole thing. But usually, sometimes when people start touching, their faces, or or they have tics, so we always have to look out for that. So that's basically what I did for 16 years.
I
I was
love
gonna.
what you do, and I love hearing your opinions. And there's so many times when I'm reading stuff that I think, I wonder what Alexa would say about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I yeah. there's times when she's been working and I'm just like, especially when I was covering like Sebastian Rogers' case and stuff
Yeah.
like that. It's
Mhm.
just like, Alexa, come help my brain, please. But exactly. And because I never thought, Deb, just tell me,
Mhm.
did you ever think from the start that this was first and foremost an actual assault? Um, Abbreviating for YouTube, of course. Did
Did I
you think it was
did I think it was what? A what?
an actual,
Essay.
We both talked at once. A what assault?
essay?
Oh, essay. Okay. I did. Yeah. That was my first before I ever came on, that was the first thing I thought of. I did think it was. I pretty much thought it was a lone person because if it was multiple people and they had trouble finding any kind of DNA that was usable at the scene, multiple, and that was one person, multiple people,
Mhm.
that would be almost impossible. They would have a likelier chance that they would leave more DNA. So that didn't make sense. And I just always felt like this is the other thing I've said many times, and then I felt that the girls were the only two people who crossed that bridge and went to the end. And that's what made them the target.
Absolutely, absolutely. Meaning, in hindsight, like from what I've heard for the testimony now, like I had three kind of theories at the start about it.
Mhm.
I didn't know about the essay part as much as I thought perhaps it was a kidnapping, perhaps gone wrong, that they were like, meaning that they were trying to do something like that. But I didn't
Mhm.
necessarily, because there was no, remember we heard that there was no SA per se.
Mhm.
Um, like you trying to wrap your head around those thoughts or whatever. But especially when I've heard the testimony now,
Mhm.
it was like, yeah, like it's because those two girls crossed the bridge.
Right.
That, unfortunately, for them, that's why they were the targets. Because everybody else that would go, if he was stalking or looking at the bridge and seeing some his treats or whatever he was looking at, girls, right? Most of them would just turn and go back and da 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 da. But those two girls that day crossed, and that was his opportunity to me.
Yeah. I think too, a telltale sign for me that it was an essay is because Libby was unclothed.
Mhm.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
you know,
And I mean, for me, I saw exactly. You see, for me, I saw victimology.
mhm.
What did the crime scene? Obviously, I didn't see the crime scene until much later. But at the beginning, from what I heard and from sources that I knew that they had seen it or this, and then I pieced it together. And
Mhm.
I think that was the biggest thing in victimology, that we look for is why is she undressed? Obviously. And that's what a lot of people I remember when I used to say, it's a sexual fantasy that he had in his head. And he, whether he was SA, when he was a child, and but it's still a fantasy that he had for a long time. I know for sure, and I can guarantee you, he had that for a long time. That wasn't something he woke up that day and said, "I'm
Yeah.
just gonna do it." I think he had it for a long time, and he was restraining himself.
Yeah.
But and a lot of people couldn't understand, and they used to fight me and get upset with me. And I said, you know what? Eventually, it's going to come out. Hopefully, is that to have a say doesn't necessarily mean to do the act. And a lot of them is not about the act itself; it's about control. This is about power. And sometimes whether they want to do it and remember that when they're doing their own things at home, or they do it on the side. And by the way, just because they didn't find I think I can say the word semen, that doesn't mean that he didn't masturbate it himself. He could have done it with a condom.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are saying, oh no,
Well,
they use condoms and they don't have to find it. And also the terrain, I think there was some, well, we'll get into the mistakes, but
Yeah.
for now, it's that. So people couldn't understand when I used to say it. People used to get upset at me, and they're like, "How did?" And I always never wanted to be disrespectful to the families and push it so much. But I always believe that, and I think, you know, unfortunately, that's what it's shining to be.
Right. Right.
The only thing is, I always believed that they were targeted. I think he pre-targeted. I didn't think that he just saw them and went for it. I don't believe that he that day when he arrived, he decided to end their lives without premeditation. I think he had premeditation. When he went in that bridge, he already knew.
Yeah. And there was a period of time with everything that was coming out with Kagan Klein and the fact that he had spoken with them, et cetera, that I felt that was a possibility too, that he targeted them because he had seen them or talked with them under a fictitious name. But I don't think that's the case now. I believe wholeheartedly they were just unlucky and the only two people that crossed that bridge. And if you've been there, which I've been there a couple times, once you get to a certain point on that bridge, you are behind like trees and limbs. It's very secluded. So it's a perfect place for someone to stalk. And he has said that he laid in wait for someone.
Yeah, it's basically catch and prey. They're predators. That's what
Mhm.
they do, and
Right.
that's why people have to be always very, aware of the surroundings and who's
Yeah.
looking at them, and what things are in front of you, because you never know who's trying to get you.
Yeah.
Let's
Absolutely.
talk. Let's talk about that white van. Starting with Deb. Deb,
Yeah.
just whatever you feel, the Brad Weber testimony on the white van, or what came out about that,
Right.
about the 3:30 time, 2:30 time. Anyways, just your thoughts on the whole white van part, because that's a huge
Yeah.
thing.
I just want to say hi to Fig since we're talking about the white van.
Oh,
Oh,
He has a
I
lot of
think.
knowledge there about the white van.
yeah, I think.
So, here was the story. We've had confusing stories because the defense is saying, and at some point on record, it's Brad Weber had said he came home at 3:30, is what they're saying. But in all actuality, now he's saying he came home at 2:30-ish, 2:32, something like that, 2:30. And the story that we've been told is that Richard Allen had the girls at the bottom of that hill, which is the private drive comes right along past it.
Right.
And they were at the bottom, and the drive is up as higher up. And that spooked him. So he took the girls across the creek, which makes sense because people are like, why would you cross that freezing cold creek?
Right. Yeah.
He was panicked. He took him to that area. And at that point, in his words, he says that he killed the girls because he wanted his family to have a longer life. Now, everybody was puzzled by that, but I really feel like I had some clarification. I think what he meant was he wanted to get rid of them at that point because at that point he realized they could identify him. If he
Yeah.
just left them, he was going to go to jail and his life with his family
Yeah.
and all that it was would be over.
Yeah.
So,
Good thought.
right,
Mhm.
by unaliving them, then that bought him more time to be with his
Yeah.
family. That's how I took that.
Yeah.
That's just
Then
my.
that would make sense too, as well.
I'm sorry. Say
Um,
it again.
that makes sense as well. Um,
Yeah.
about why, because meaning, I thought I said that yesterday or the other day as well. Maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was the day before, but
Mhm.
same thing. That if he left them alive, they could identify him.
Yeah.
Um, and that scared the shit out of him. So basically, um, he went in there with the intention to SA, but because, like I said, he got spooked by the van.
Mhm.
That yes, he ended up taking their lives because of the fact of no matter what, it's like he was, when somebody's committed to something, and then it's like, oh shit, like I got to take their lives because they could identify me, and yeah, he would have been hooped.
And then today in court, as I understand it, um, and I'm going off of what the information that I was given today in court, they brought in the person who had taken the testimony from Brad Weber about what time he had been there. The defense brought them in,
Oh,
and
really? What
he
did
did
he say?
he did not confirm the 3:30 time, and said he couldn't remember that was ever stated. So that kind of fell through for the defense. Uh,
Oh, okay,
I think that's not what they were expecting.
right.
Yeah, because I was expecting that they were like, "Oh, we're gonna drop this big bomb, and you
Yeah.
guys are gonna see the time doesn't fit." And I was like expecting that this guy was gonna say a, a
Yeah.
crazy line, like a crazy timeline.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're saying that he stopped after work to take care of some ATM machines that might be like a job he has on the side.
Mhm. Yeah.
He says no, that he did that in the morning of that
Mhm.
day. And it could be that he did say 2:30 and the person who wrote it down got it incorrect. I mean, I was a witness in a crime. And
Mhm.
when I looked at all the police reports, they all had something a little bit different. Like they had said something about, that I had referred to something. I couldn't leave my daughter in the house to go identify the person alone, or my son, but it was really my daughter. I mean, they had things confused. So that's kind of common.
Yeah. And you know what? So my thing, like, because my thing is, that even if it was 3:30, let's just say he said that again, you know, maybe then it was said that he looked at his phone and was like, "Oh no, it was more 2:30." So to me, in saying that, that's kind of testimony I was kind of waiting to hear because, I was wondering how that was going to work out with that whole 3:30 thing that we've heard for so long. When he slapped him the subpoena and then so at the end of the day, do I believe that Richard Allen was spooked by a van because he's the one that said it, separate of Brad Weber type of thing? I you guys, I'm not even down myself with this whole Brad Weber conspiracy that he was even involved. I believe legit that Richard Allen is telling the truth when he says that he was spooked by the van, which makes sense to the how it kind of played out, and that he was spooked by the van coming home, and that's exactly the white van that's right there.
Yeah.
But just the test. I'm just looking for things always to the puzzle pieces to fit where they fit, in a sense.
Yeah.
So that one. So
Listen.
thank you for letting me know about that.
Yeah. You have to listen carefully and say, oh, well, that lines up with this,
Hmm.
and kind of take some notes and look at every little detail. But
Hmm.
yeah.
Let me just quickly, Miss Dogliver, thank you for the 199 super chat. Thoughts on why the defense is calling KK? Well, I think we all know why for the most part, but I'll let go ahead, Deb.
Hang on one second. Thoughts on why the defense is calling KK? My opinion is they're going to say that KK felt pressured to also confess because we know that he gave some false confessions along with a lot of other false information. And so my guess is they're going to say law enforcement has a habit of pressuring people into false confessions.
Hmm. So
So we'll
right.
see.
Thank you, Hold My Latte, for subscribing. Yeah. What about you, Alexa? Same kind of idea, gist of it.
Yeah, I mean that was the thing is that people are putting so much pressure on that 2:30, 3:30 line, and I told you when they said it that day I kind of got scared because I think that was one of the things that really linked, and that was I think at the time everybody thought that 3:30, and nobody knew that he actually had said 2:30. So I think that
Hmm.
was one of the things that not the public didn't know, only the killer would know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
when the defense was like, "Oh, we're gonna bring the somebody in," I was like, "Oh my god, please let's not blow this out of the out of the park." But thank God, no. I mean, and it just drives me crazy a little bit that now everybody's saying that, uh, you know, he is, this white band guy is the killer. I mean, are we allowed to say his name? Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So that Brad is the one who unalived them, and I'm like, he was a suspect, and just because they couldn't, I think it goes back to the bullet, and I think that bullet has. I don't want to get into it right now. We'll get into it later. But I think all this time nobody saw him, and now everybody's like, oh, but he is the one who did it. It's like, come on, like no,
Uh,
you know,
Oh,
they
yeah.
checked his alibi. I mean, come on, there's so many people that
Oh,
are
yeah.
so blind and they don't want to see what's in front of them. And
Or
even
they
if
just
they're proven fact, I mean, I know there was a lot of mistakes, and we'll talk about that later. But I mean, 1 plus 1 and false confessions; those are very, very, very common. But I never. I mean, I am not a lawyer, but I mean, I worked around lawyers, cops, and everything. I never heard anybody false confessing 61 times. I heard 5, 6 times, yes. 61 times, never. Not even real confession.
I thought that was interesting that one of the jurors wanted to know,
Somebody said that they asked that question.
yeah,
Is
if
that
there's
true?
someone going through psychosis and they're telling all these things that could or couldn't be true, could truth be laced in there? And they said absolutely. So I talked to my husband tonight, who is a psychologist, losing my voice, and he confirmed that that is absolutely true. Like it could be, it most certainly would have some factual information in there.
Psychosis is almost like, when like being drunk.
Um,
It plays in your brain that it can go either way. You can make up things, but you can also say the truth, or you can, like, I think, like you were saying, that you can lace the truth with a little bit of fantasy.
Yeah.
So, and I think the fantasy is when, I think he also said that he shot his wife and his daughter, I think, and that could be part of that he's telling the truth, but he's also seeing this.
Right.
Or maybe he wanted, you never know.
Yeah.
And there are things that we will never know 100%.
Right.
So,
And I think when you are in psychosis, you go in and out of, you'll say something factual and then something really off the wall. I have no doubt that he was experiencing something.
but not 100%. I think this is my personal thought. I think I mean, it's hard to be isolated. It's hard to be with your thoughts of what you did for so
Mhm.
many, for years, basically 2 years. And I don't
Oh,
think
sorry.
it's okay. I don't think
Sorry.
he's lying. The fact that, that
We're
he was
done.
experiencing
Uh,
mental health issues, but now to say, but I think it was more like a defense, like the defense saying, what,
Uh-huh.
let's play it on that to pull the confessions back,
Yeah.
because they knew that that was going to be damning for them.
Do you think that, your opinion, Alexa, do you think that he is a psychopath, or sociopath?
Oh yeah, I always said it. I think he's a psychopath.
You think he's a psychopath?
He's a psychopath.
Okay. Because I have wondered if he's actually sociopath. I had thoughts about that.
I want to hear this.
Sociopaths will go to any length to convince you of something so that they can get something from it, which reminded me of what they talked about in court, that
Mhm.
a lot of the officers felt like, and Dr. Walla felt like he was possibly faking some of the stuff to get attention or get what he wanted. Like, for instance, when he, smeared feces on himself. It occurred to me when I heard that, oh, I think he's wanting to take a shower. So,
Mhm.
maybe he's not allowed to do that. So he put himself in a position where they had to give him a shower.
I think that eating the feces, to me, I think that's more of him, a way of punishing himself.
Mhm.
Because even if you're faking something or you're going to lengths to get something
Mm-hmm.
physically
Yeah.
in our bodies, our brains, like, that how hard it is to put your own feces in your mouth and eat it,
Uh-huh.
unless you have philia, that you do that. There are people that do that. But I don't think he's one of them. I honestly think that was his way, in my opinion. I'm not a psychologist, but I have a minor in psychology. I
Yeah.
do believe that a little bit of that is him. That was his way of punishing himself for what he had done
Can I ask?
by eating.
Subconsciously, right? Subconsciously. So
Yeah,
that would mean there's a conscious in there somewhere.
yeah, but I mean, they
That's
can
social.
still be aware of what they did for them. Because I mean, is he sorry for what he did, or is he sorry that he got caught and he's not with his family?
Yeah. Is he? I mean, he says he is. Is he? He said he went on to apologize to the families, but did he?
So why not do it? Because I understand the lawyers come in and say things, but if he's really sorry, I would have been like, let's stop the charade. Let's take a plea bargain. I did it. I'm
Mhm.
sorry. I'm sorry. Goodbye. That's it.
Right. Right.
You don't.
Mhm.
He's not showing any remorse.
There's no death penalty on the table. And I
Yeah.
think the reason that Nick McClellan did that, I was wondering why he didn't go for it, but I think it has to do with an appeal, because
Yeah.
if you go for the death penalty, it is an automatic appeal. Uh,
Oh, that I did not know.
yeah, in Indiana.
Mhm.
So I think that maybe that's one of the reasons Nick did not go for that.
Mm. So, Deb, just to ask you, So Alexa said, and you guys in chat as well. So
Mhm.
you're Alexa, you're saying psychopath, right? And Deb, you're saying
Social.
And
I,
let's
Yeah.
remind people that psychopaths are people that are born that that are born physically with their frontal lobe connections missing, that
Mhm.
they cannot feel sympathy for people.
Mhm.
It's not like they don't want to. It's that physically they can't. Sociopaths are more made. It's more like the society makes them into a sociopath.
Mhm.
Circumstances in their lives, whether there's usually childhood traumas, the way they grew up, and they become like that.
Yeah.
They're both manipulators. Sociopaths are more empathetic, that they can feel. That's not true when they say, "Oh, sociopaths don't feel." No, they do. They do feel. They can even love in their own way, but
Mhm.
it's harder to,
Mhm.
you know.
I
yeah,
think he does love his wife. I think he does
I
love his wife.
do.
Absolutely.
But also psychopaths too. They can
Yeah.
also love somebody and love their family.
The
But
difference would be on the psychopath would be that he loves them for what they do for him, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
everything is psychopaths is more me. It's what
Yeah.
I can get from you. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm saying that it's the family, but no, I'm sorry. I got caught.
Mhm.
So that's more.
Well, what did your husband say, Deb? Did he think socio or psycho?
I actually haven't asked him that yet.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. So so you know what?
We talk
I'm
about this a lot less than you think we do.
yeah. Well, I was just because you said you were talking with him, so I thought, well,
Yeah.
has he ever said whether he felt like that's a social path or a
Yeah.
psychopath? But
I will ask him that tonight though, but
Yeah.
yeah,
a lot of times when we start talking about he is interested in the facts and we'll talk about it, the case. But when I start asking him to, psychoanalyze it or whatever, he's like, "Oh, this is what I do all day long."
Doesn't want to talk about it. Yeah, I know. And
Yeah,
he would
uh,
know more. I mean, he that is his thing that he does. So
yeah, yeah.
how this is to me because I've seen somebody else say this in another chat, and it's my thoughts exactly myself, and I want to see what you guys think about this. So for me personally, okay, if the guy has issues and he's had issues prior to, say, Abby and Libby, should you guys deem it as Richard Allen, etc. For me, I don't even actually really think about that stuff so much because why? My personal thing is this. I don't give a shit what you're acting like or being like in there. If the timeline from the start to the finish is consistent with what he said, as for the timeline and talking to his wife somewhat like normally in the conversations, you can see that, like there's normal conversations in there. But, anyways, but the timeline and everything intertwined to the confessions is going to dictate it. So people can sit there and go, you know what, he was inhumanely this and inhumanely that. That's just honestly, they showed a picture of Richard Allen with his dirty shirt on, and the warden had basically said, look, he's not usually dressed like that. That was a picture that was what them portraying like this poor victim.
Mm.
Now, if Richard Allen is a poor victim by his life circumstances, in a sense, and he had multiple issues, I will never justify someone taking the lives of another because that their brain is warped inside, that and that they're just false confessing 61 times. To me, that's ridiculous. That somebody would say all these things, and I just look for those hints of truth versus, and right, because he did start eating his paper after he confessed. What, right? He started acting
After,
all out.
as soon
But
as he got his discovery,
mhm.
as soon as he got his discovery,
he
well,
instantly started doing some strange things. Now, did
well,
it set him off? Did it set him over the brink, or did he say, "Uh-oh, I better do something
well,
there"?
Deb, like when you listen to his wife, right? She's like, like stop talking, stop talking. That wife is like talking
Mhm.
to the lawyers,
Yeah,
and she's like, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, for fuck's sakes, it's like, okay, so that's how I personally feel about it all. But at the end of the day, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, you poor little victim, you Richard Allen, at all. I'm not, like, for me, I just want justice to be served, but meaning life plays out the way it does sometimes, and sometimes fairly and sometimes unfairly. That happens to most people. But I'm not going to sit there. I believe he should have been put in the prison. Well, look what happened when he went into Cass County. He started banging his head, black eyes. But anyways, I agree that they thought that they were doing the right thing, but I don't necessarily agree that it was the right thing to do that. But at the end of the day, I'm here for Abby and Libby, and just the truth and justice of the case, and the facts about it, and whether or not the jury decides if he's going to be guilty and whatever. And for my own self, just listening to that. But what do you guys feel about that whole mental health issue side of, like, as if he made all these confessions because he was like so out of it? I don't know, however you want to put it. Deb,
Isolation is can really play a
yeah.
big problem with your mind. Okay, so I have no doubt that he was going through some things because he's a person who has a tendency to deal with depression as well. So I definitely think that, but he wasn't in complete isolation because he had suicide companions that observed him and talked to him every 15 minutes. He did have a iPad type thing. What are those called?
Yeah, he had a notebook or whatever.
Yeah, like a notebook thing. He did have that where he could, communicate. He could make phone calls and did to his wife and his mom, but not that outside. He had 5 days a week of outside fresh air exercise, so it wasn't complete isolation, but still isolation. And he only had 2 visitations with his wife. One was in December of 2022, and the other was in May of 23. So, that I disagree with. But I understand why it happened because people in that area were not allowed to have visitation with anyone. So that's why it went down like that. I don't think it was specifically directed at him to punish him. But and that brings me to a point psychologically. People who are in psychosis often will present with some things where they think that they're being persecuted. That's one of the 5 things that the doctor talked about today. They'll think they're being persecuted. They'll have feelings of grandiosity. They'll, feel that they're a victim. They'll have a lot of jealousy. I'm trying to remember what the other things were that she mentioned. They'll have hyper religiosity, where not that they just become religious, which he did, but they will think that they are God, or that they'll say things like "I am Jesus." So those kind of things can come as a result of mental health issues and being in there. I don't think it was the best thing for him to be locked away as a person who suffers with depression already. So yeah, I think that could have and should have been done a little bit differently. Alexa.
Yeah, I agree. But at the end of the day, it was because he should have been in jail. He should have been put in a jail, not in a prison. I think that was a big mistake because he hadn't been convicted. And I think
Yeah.
that was one of the things. But when we go back, a lot of the, when people do, this is more for the S case, but also applies to some people that unalive people, the totem phase that I always speak about. Which after they do the deed, they go through phases, and after they realize that it's not what it was hyped to be, or they cannot get the same high, and they start getting into depression. A lot of them, and when you read up a lot, and that's why they go back and they do it again. It's almost like drug addicts, because the first time they try it, they try to achieve that same high, and I think a lot of it had to do. This depression started from that, from him being depressed because of the act. And I think it snowballed all this time. I think he always suffered from mental, and this just aggravated. I think the fact that he was put in solitary, I agree. I don't think maybe that, but I guess the circumstances. But was he as bad as they claim that he is? I don't think so. I think I think the minute, like we were saying before, the minute he saw the discovery, I think he was like, oh boy. And he started acting more erratically.
Yeah.
And I went back and I checked the dates, and it does show that after that he starts
Yeah.
putting those, like he's nuts basically.
One of the questions that I did ask my husband was about Haldol, and I said, could Haldol cause someone to make false confessions? And he said, it's to treat psychosis. It shouldn't, but there are cases where it could cause confusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Laura says, what about, oh, it flipped through quickly. Something about beer. Oh, Sunny, you're muted, babe.
And then I turned off my camera. Sorry about that. Let's sorry, Ms. Dog Lover, we'll come to this question in just a bit here, okay? Sorry, I was on Laura's comment right here. This one.
Yeah. What about the beers in the morning, then 3 more later before the act?
Well, somebody who's an alcoholic, I mean, 3
Yeah.
beers are really not gonna do anything. They
Yeah.
can drive, they can do you wouldn't even know that he drank
Right.
Yeah.
So here
So
was 6 beers altogether.
altogether, yeah.
3 in the morning and then 3 later, but you're right. I mean, however, we don't know how long it had been. He said he had been an alcoholic twice. Now, when once an alcoholic, you're always an alcoholic. I think what he meant is that he'd had some, bad issues of really being in alcoholism 2 different times. So maybe he had not had alcohol in a long time, and that day he just decided, I'm going to fall off the wagon. And when you haven't had something like that in a while, it can affect you in a different way. And we don't know what else he had along with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and let me just ask you, Travis, I feel like you're flip-flopping like a fish because you said that if the confessions, if he literally says that he was there and all that, you said he's toast on this one. So do you still feel that same way on this one? Because it's one of those things, right? Like I said, it's we knew a lot about the case, and then it was filling in those gaps, about it and what makes sense on this. And so, are you still like after hearing those confessions, are you still thinking that he was kind of toast, like you said? Just because I'm reading this comment now, he says there was a couple of more confirmations that there is a psychologist on the jury, right? You can almost pinpoint the questions they are submitting. Some of the questions I don't see as good for the state, you
Yeah.
know. I just want it to be a very well balanced thing, and I'm glad that there's a psychologist. But but even psychologists, right? You'll just like
Mhm.
channels, you'll get the ones that say this and the ones that say that on there. But I want to go to Deb first, and Deb, so far for you, what
Mhm.
is it? What would be that one thing that you would like to discuss about this case that is like kind of like always been in your forethoughts, and anything about this case that
Mhm.
that you want to specifically talk about?
Mhm. I don't know. The thing that really always is in my mind, and it's not really about the facts of the case. I mean, let's face it, it's playing out in court right now. And there's going to be a conclusion. He's either going to be guilty or acquitted, or there's going to be a hung jury. And there might be, if he's guilty, there might be an appeal. I mean, he can certainly try to get an appeal, doesn't mean it'll be approved. But the thing, so we're just kind of riding along with that, right? And trying to report what's happening there. I'm losing my voice from so many videos the last days, but the
Uh,
thing that has stuck with me and that I cannot deal with and that I get frustrated with is the people covering the case and people who are following along, the people who are covering case that are so far off base of what has happened, and they're creating a storyline that doesn't make sense, that's hurtful, harmful to a lot of different people. And I don't understand it. I really don't understand. Even when the defense has said this and this and this happened, and it jives with what the prosecution said, those people are still going in a totally different direction. And I just want to pull them in and say, come on, let's let's
like,
listen and pay attention, and let's have some common sense here. And I'm not saying that everything on the prosecution side is right, nor am I saying everything on the defensive side is right. I'm saying let it play out and just report
the facts.
facts. And you can discuss parts of the facts and be entertaining, and help people out without being over the top wild in your theory. So
But if
that's
it gets some clicks and views, Deb, if it gets some clicks
it's
and views.
yeah, I know it's a situation inside of this case, and it's a situation of its own. And I think that it's got to get under control with social media, or I don't know where it's going. It's kind of scary when you think about it.
See, that's what bothers me about the lawyers, that they claim, and this is something that, if you're gonna claim you do something, you better do it, because they're claiming they're going to be neutral, they're going to report the facts, they're going to report this side and this side, but then they're very pro Alan is innocent, and I'm like, so if you have that, so then don't claim that you're just, and
Right.
you're nitpicking everything that the prosecution does, but nothing of the defense, and there are going to be good days that the prosecution does great, and there's days that you're gonna go, oh God, we're told. And
Yeah.
I think, and that's no, and the same thing for the defense,
Yeah.
you know. But that bothers me that a lot of them go, oh no, I'm neutral, but you can tell they're not.
Yeah. And
So
and we all have some bias. I understand that. I mean, I have a way that I lean based on
yeah,
what I've seen, but I haven't seen everything yet. And I'm going to look at it all and see where it goes.
Yeah. I, you know, I'm pretty sure that Brad Weber didn't confess 61 times or place
no,
himself on the bridge, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. Just
Mhm.
use the facts that are coming out.
Yeah. And there was a
Is
time I looked at him. There was a time I
yeah,
looked
Brad
everybody.
Weber. You know, I didn't know much about him, but I did look into him because right, like I hadn't even really knew too much about Brad Weber. I knew about the Weber, but I just remembered always 330. So I never put, but I did do a deep dive into him myself and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, like I said, now that all the information is putting the puzzle pieces together, so if anyone truly knows this case, like truly with a sane brain that knows this case, the things that we've heard, the things now that are coming out that aren't true,
Mhm.
versus what is coming out, because this is like, to me it's always from the horse's mouths, and the evidence to show things as well, right, is your best information. But anyways, right, so it's just sticking with the facts. But I
Mhm.
but Deb, like I said, I mean, some of the people like that are still accusing the family members, you know what, go bunk your head against a wall or something, seriously, it's just ridiculous. But anyways, but
Ridiculous. They've been through so much, and
you
it
know
breaks my heart. I sat there in court and I saw the pain and the heartache and the desire to know what happened to their loved one, just so that they can try to have something in their mind. I mean, one of the things that really stuck out to me while in the courtroom was how intently um, the family members were just leaned forward and listening, and then Mike Patty, I noticed that he was watching the jurors to see their expressions and trying to read it. I understood that because
Mhm.
you know this is so important to them, and they're trying to see what the end result is going to be ahead of time. And I hope that they can find peace when this is over, because it's a horrible thing what happened to those baby girls,
yeah.
and they
And
were babies, 13, 14 years old.
this is like, some years have passed, and I think they were starting to go on with their lives, even though they always had this, that this was going to happen. And I feel like now everything has been ripped out of them, and that wound has been open. And I mean, for them, I always believe, this is my personal belief, I always believe that the family should never see the crime scene
Mhm.
photos, because I mean, those pictures will stay for the rest of your lives, and you don't want to see that. Some
Yeah.
people decide to see, and to aggravate this for them, everybody's there, everybody's watching. It's not like they're
Mhm.
private, that they're just normal citizens. I mean, we all watching, we're all talking, we're all saying. So
Mhm.
I think it has to be a lot harder for them, you know.
It's
It
just a
breaks my heart. Like
yeah.
that day that somebody told me, like, how it felt the day that when I don't remember the name, but when they said that the tear, that Libby's tear was mixed,
I
and they
know.
said that how they gasped,
Mhm.
that broke my heart. I can
Yeah,
only
that
imagine.
Harry broke down, but
That is, and oh God, I can only
mhm.
imagine.
Mm.
Okay. So Lexa, before I get to Laura's question, so out of the case, this whole thing, what would you say is the one thing that either has bugged you along the way, or just any, like, how there's kind of like maybe a gist to the case, that there's something that always is, sat in your head a bit, and maybe you've heard
Um,
an answer now, or
I mean common sense. I mean, for me, it was people telling me there's no way this little man could have controlled two girls,
Mhm.
and he could have done what he did. And first of all, I mean, a man with a gun and two teenagers. I mean, even myself, I would be afraid too. I would be like, okay, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't unalive me. So I think that has been one, that people not believing that one man can do that, and we know that they can, especially with two young girls. They probably said, "Hey, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't
Mhm.
unalive me."
Yeah.
So I think that was probably one of them, and the other one saying that he couldn't move them, and same thing. When adrenaline kicks in, when they're in that phase of mind, they can do so many things that you couldn't even think it's possible of doing.
Yeah.
So it's like, when we read those cases about mothers, literally lifting a car to save their children or their child
Mhm.
or whatever, because they're adrenaline, and it's the same thing with the SKs or the killers. They do the same thing. Adrenaline does a lot of things for them. And in this case, he can drag somebody maybe 50 pounds that is heavier than him or taller than him. And that doesn't mean that he didn't do it, because a lot of people were like, there's no way this little man could have done that.
Mm.
So I'm like, no, they could. So I think that was the one thing that always bugged me. That
Mm.
that
Yeah.
is
Now,
thing.
yeah, and I agree. I agree. Like, I mean, you have a gun. I don't care if you're five,
Yeah,
5 foot nothing. A gun says a lot,
Yeah.
especially when you're children.
yeah.
That would be scared shitless, especially, let alone an adult. Um, just quickly. So Laura says, Deb and Sunny and Alexa, what does it feel like to have gone through this every year, every season? Well, Deb's done doing it every year, every season. You believed it all, researched it all, no stone unturned. How does it feel? So I've been following the case since 2020. Deb's been following it since day one. Alexa, yourself, what are you
I
at for?
remember when it happened and when they used to call it the Snapchat murders,
Yeah.
but I
Right.
didn't follow it as closely. I think I got like 4 years ago that I got into it, and then like 3 years I found you guys. So
Okay. Okay. So, well, I'll start with Deb. So,
Mhm.
Deb, what does it feel like to have gone through every year, every season? You believed it all, researched it all, no stone unturned. How does it feel?
That's a good question that Laura came up with, because as I was sitting in the courtroom and I looked around, and there was Nick McClellan and there was Rosie and Baldwin. They're, looking their best. And there's this tiny little person, Richard. Well, okay, I'm saying tiny. He's the same height as I am.
We'll call him Little Dinky, Little Ricky,
Yeah,
Little
there he
Dinky,
was. There was Kathy, who, by the way, uh,
Little Dinky.
she looked very nice. She has lost weight and she looked very pretty. And there's Becky and Mike and Kelsey, who's going to have another baby. Uh,
Oh,
wow.
she is. She looked
oh,
so cute. And Anna was there, and Carrie was there, and all the family members were there. Okay. So I'm looking around and I'm seeing all these people that I've known about, talked about, looked into. And then I look behind me, and there are all these people in media that I've watched. And it was a really surreal moment.
I
It was,
bet.
it has come to this. It's come down to one man on a bridge and two innocent little girls. And here we are.
Mhm.
It was just a very surreal feeling.
I bet, Deb. Uh, I, I wish I didn't live in Canada at this point. I wish I was there. So I can absolutely understand. And I think everyone can, what you're saying there, to
Mhm.
follow a case and then to see everyone in real, you know, and like Mike and Becky, and
Yeah.
see Anna and Carrie, and well, just everybody, like you said, the news. So that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Thank
And,
you.
and just to throw in a little bit, you know, and to get to see Aspen again and hug him and,
Yeah.
Somebody that I've talked to about every day of my life since I've, met him through you. And
Yeah.
it would be like if you came here and I would be like attacking you with hugs.
And then she'd throw me in her dungeon for sure.
Yeah, I would
Hooray.
never let you leave.
Hooray. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
know. Like I said, I always put myself in the shoes, and it's like I can feel what you're saying to me from the heart here, because I wish I could have that moment myself.
Mhm.
But thank you, Deb. Okay, Alexa, what about you?
I think I'm a little it's two I think two sides for me. I think professionally, I remember when I still have it somewhere. I always keep notes, especially when we do lives. I always have my notes and I always know which live is what I did, what I said. And
No notes
and
here.
I remember finding the one before we knew who it was, and I did a little bit of a profile. And and when he appeared, I was some things I was wrong, some things I was right. And deep down, I always kept saying, fantasy, essay type of thing. But deep down, I was like, you know what? I hope I'm wrong. I'm hope that, maybe this is just something else. Because I think for the families, that would have been really, it's hard to know why. Because I knew that if it would have been something else, it would have been a little bit easier than essay, even though it's not essay. You know what I mean? So I think professionally, I'm like, okay, fortunately, I was right. Now I still, feel sad because I never really got attached. I never really got attached to cases because I was always, taught like don't get attached.
Uh-oh.
She froze.
She's- She looks good frozen.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can never get attached.
Whenever I freeze, it's always some weird face, but
Oh,
she
she's
like
gonna
froze looking beautiful.
show
Oh,
it for
come
sure.
on, snap out of it,
I
Lexi.
know.
I
Yeah.
hear the end of
Well,
what you're saying.
I was gonna I was gonna say I'll just do mine
Okay.
since she's froze over there.
Yeah.
But for me, I think it's like from the start of the case or whatever, it was just always about Abby and Libby and
Mhm.
getting to this day. Of break like I for a long time was wondering if this day was ever going to come, because there's so many cases that there she goes, that go underneath, like I said, turn cold and whatever.
Yeah.
And then you start thinking, just kind of like the Flora girls. The Flora girls gave me more hope about Abby's and Libby's case. And then look what happened, right? Back to back. All
Yeah.
of a sudden, but anyways, so all I ever wanted out of all this, honestly, doesn't
Mhm.
matter. Oh, there she uh, is just to get to this point, of being at a trial with the girls, for the justice of the girls.
Yeah.
And again, we'll have to see if justice plays out or if it's not, like, you know what I mean? They're not guilty, whatever. At the end of the day, there's kind of two things going on in my brain here. There's the verdict, and then there's my own analysis of it and how I feel about what I'm seeing and whatever, but still
Mhm.
taking it in. But anyways, I just wanted that the family members were able to get to a point that somebody would be charged, at whatever point, and then that they could move on. They could fucking finally move on to a new stage of all this instead of being in such a nightmarish hell, of 7.5 years, and just the
Mhm.
torture that must be on them. But for me, it's just I'm just at a place where this is where I wanted it to get to, and I wasn't sure if it was ever going to get there originally. So now it's just a matter of watching it play out. Um, yeah, and yeah, we definitely put a lot of work into things, and I think there's a lot of people that did, but we don't care about those ones right now. We're talking
Yeah.
about us. We definitely looked at everything as much as we could and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
know, like no matter what. Yeah.
I
Sorry,
laugh sometimes that people are going back and trying to pin it on people that we eliminated a long time ago.
that was, yeah, or doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lexa, sorry. You stopped when you said you don't get attached to.
Yeah, that was the thing that I never, I never got attached to any case, and that was the one thing that they taught me. Like I remember my first time seeing a crime scene and the photos. There was this man that was literally cut in half, and I remember I couldn't stop crying. I went to the bathroom and I came like, and I remember my boss is like, one of the things you have to learn is you don't get attached. This you help the families to do your analysis, and that's it. You don't learn anything. It's better, you know their names, but you don't know the family, nothing. And that's how until this case, I never really got attached to a case like this one. Like I made it personal. So to see all this, it's really hard because sometimes I try to separate. I'm like, wait a second,
Yeah.
you have to be professional here, and not let your emotions lead you. And sometimes my emotions lead me most of the time. So that's it's been
Yeah.
hard. So
It is hard. It's hard not to. I mean, I am totally emotionally invested in it. I mean, because we put so much time into it, but just, being a mom, and you think about what
good.
the family has gone through and that loss, and to sit in the courtroom, the most striking moment to me that will always stand out in this case, in the testimony we've heard so far, is when they testified that there was a tear on Libby's cheek, and I was sitting in the living room, and that came on the news, and it was Russ McQuaid, Fox 59. I spoke with him the day after, and I lost it. And my husband's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No." And to hear that, Becky had gasped and then crying so hard, that just tore me up.
Oh, of course.
And yeah, those are we've heard and seen things that, even as outsiders looking in, not being family, those things will never leave us. They'll be here in our psychological makeup and our minds forever.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mhm.
Frosty.
Yeah. Hey, Frosty, can't see you yet, but because Deb said hi, I
That's
can.
what bothers me. How many like some other people and other YouTubers that have that they were making fun of the girls and saying bad things. I'm like, how dare you? Like, how dare you just to fit your narrative? You
Right.
that that you have to make fun of two girls that were unalive
Yeah.
for stupid reasons because somebody was so cowardly and so selfish. And
Yeah.
on top of it, make fun and then call yourself that you want justice. Like, come on.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that truly bothers me.
Hmm.
Aw, Becky and Mike brought us food. This is so sweet. Yeah.
I heard that. I heard that Derek made banana bread.
Aspen
Yeah.
showed me his.
Yeah.
Mm.
And they brought it and handed out to the people who were standing in line. I'm telling you, it is dedication. And I'm so proud of Aspen and Turbo and all the people that have stood out there. It's freezing cold. It's in the 30s. And they're not getting sleep. They're sitting in a lawn chair or standing up in line all night. And it's a hard situation. And then they're sitting on the hardest seats in the world in that courtroom. I cannot even tell you. I wanted to
Oh, I
so
know, like pew benches, right? Like pew benches type of things, like that hardness.
like
Where you're,
solid wood, the hardest wood.
yeah.
And
You need to bring a butt buddy.
yeah, I needed a cushion. Nobody told me that. Thank you, all of you people. Aspen had a cushion. He needed it. Definitely.
I was going to say, you know what? That was something that went through my head was those darn hard ass wood, benches or chairs or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, imagine not being able to drink, not being able to go pee, sitting on these hard ass benches, And thank you, Gaming and Sleuthing, by the way, for truly helping out. And to anyone that's helped out with someone sitting in their spot, bless your caring hearts for doing that. And I personally sent a message to Becky the other day about the same thing, telling her about the kindness and generosity of the family members providing these little treats of banana breads or food or whatever to help out. And I think same with Tara as well, and Amanda there. But anyways, to go through this, but to recognize all these people that are there for the girls, and and sit there and, honestly, I love Becky and Mike, Patty, myself, like, just meaning, they're just amazing grandparents. And I don't, you know what, for me, if you knock them down, shame on you, because they've taken in those two girls, they've adopted Cody, they're just everything that you would want grandparents to be like, strong and yet loving. And, so I don't know much about Carrie Timmons. I don't know much about Anna. Kelsey, Becky, and Mike have been most prone to me of watching them in the media more so. My heart goes out, of course, to all of them, but just meaning, just to know that they were doing that is just, amazing, because they're going through such torture right now. And as for our boy Aspen there, and gaming and sleuthing, yeah, give him a hug from us. But yes, so Aspen's an emotional person because he's like a cancer like me. I'm emotional, but I've just managed to tune it, in a sense. Aspen is very emotional. So for him to have to witness, especially a case that you've been following for so long. So I get the fact that, he's saying like he's just wiped emotionally and stuff like that, because he has to stare at these people that he's been following and watch their expressions, knowing that those two girls that were on the screen were murdered, and these families are living the nightmare and then have to feel, right? Because again, right, Debbie, you know this, when you're feeling somebody else's pain, because you can relate, like, in a sense, like you can just feel that agony that they must be going through. So give our boy the biggest hugs there for us. And I'm so glad you got to see him again, Deb.
Well, yeah, we're going to see each other again. We had planned to go out to dinner. I think I said that earlier. We'd planned to go out to dinner afterwards, but when we came out of the courthouse, there was already a bunch of people in line, and he was like, "Oh no, what do I do?" I said, "Get in line." So I went on home. But definitely, we're going to get together again. He's going to be there for 3 weeks. So,
Did Tom Webster go home? Someone said Tom was leaving on Saturday.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Someone said that Tom was leaving this Saturday, or is he still there?
He is? Aw.
Oh, no, I just heard somebody. Yeah.
I'll have to find that out. I got to see Tom as well on Tuesday. And I just want to say, he's so handsome.
Isn't he, though?
Yes.
He can be our other boy.
Tall, but he and Aspen were standing next to each other, and they both looked fantastic. And they're both about the same height. Tom was really dressed. I mean, he was looking sharp. But he did a cooking episode with one of my besties, Purdue RN, and I can't wait to see that. And he did one with Chinks. And so it's going to be, both of those ladies are great cooks. So it's going to be really cute to watch his videos on that.
Yeah. Right.
No, I didn't know that. I hope Tom's not leaving.
Is Purdue also going at the court? Is Purdue at the court too?
He's for what?
Is Purdue, is she at the court?
I'm sorry. It is distorting on my end for some reason.
Same.
Purdue, is she at the court?
Purdue RN is a she.
Yeah, I know. Is she at the court?
No. Okay, I could hear you that time. No, she is not. And the reason being is that she said, I'm not going to take up the seat of someone who needs to be there collecting information and reporting. And so she had, that thought going into it, that she wanted people like, me and Aspen and Tom and all of the news people to have spots. And but she's keeping up on it for sure. But yeah. So I'm just glad that, they're making it through. They're finding ways to make it work. I worry about them as the temperatures drop. And I don't know. We may have to buy a great big tent and a big heater from all this.
Right. Like when you see like Nancy Grace.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
sorry. Can I ask you a question since you were there? Sonny, I'm sorry. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but all of a sudden your mic just boomed right in my ear. So
I'm sorry.
Like your volume just got real loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that okay?
That's all I was going to say. Go ahead.
I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what happened. I just moved the settings and it was. So you were there. You were able to see, the jury. Can you describe a little bit what you saw? Like, I guess
Mhm.
body language.
Mhm. Yeah.
What did you perceive? What are they?
There's a man that sits in the second row on the end closest to the uh, crowd, closest to us, and he writes down a lot of notes. I was trying to distinguish who the foreman was, and I don't know that, but I thought maybe he was, or a lady in the front row. So he not only listens and writes notes, but he checks out. He is watching everybody's response. He's watching Richard Allen. He's taking it all in and looking at body language as well. I thought that was interesting from him. And most all of them are taking notes. There's one older man, also on the second row, that takes occasional notes, but just kind of listens very intently. And there's a lady also in the front row that I literally, when one of the guards was giving testimony, was doing this. All of a sudden, she was like vigorously nodding her head yes.
Like agree.
And then I think she caught herself.
Who was that? A jury member?
Yeah. But that was the
Oh.
only time that I saw anyone give a reaction. I don't think she meant to do it or realized she was doing it.
Right.
That's the only time I really saw anything. They're pretty good with keeping their thoughts, their faces expressionless. And I did see one of the guys lean over and whisper something to the other guy but that was it. Most of the time they're sitting there taking notes and very poker faced.
Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting that they're writing notes and they're very engaged. So that's very good.
They're very engaged. I would say that's a way to describe each and every one of them. I checked out all of them and I thought each one of them was very engaged. Yeah.
And is it older, younger? Is it like a mix? Like the ladies, are they younger, older?
Yeah, it looks like a mixture. I mean, there's a couple of them that are silver haired, a couple that I would say that are in their 50s, 40s. There are a couple ladies on the front at the other end that may be in their 30s that look younger. I mean, maybe they just look younger. I don't know. I wasn't there when they gave, out basic information or whatever. So,
Just quickly, just because I want to get this, you know how sometimes I see a comment and I seen the comment again by Laura. And probably I'll ask you, Deb, or even both of you actually. What do you think about all the newcomers that are when newcomers come to the case and they're talking about Ron Logan? I'm gonna answer mine quickly. I just roll my eyes. That's it.
I just get a chuckle out of it because I'm like, guys, Ron Logan was what, 6'2"? And short men have their jeans are too long and they bunch up at the bottom. Okay. And Ron Logan was 6'2". I don't think that his jeans were bunching up at the bottom by his boots or whatever. And I also, from information I've heard, that they've said that he was terrified of that bridge and would never cross it. So there's just no way that I believe that was Ron Logan. And I don't, and some people think that Ron Logan stumbled upon the girls in the evening. I don't think that he did that either. I think that his phone may have pinged because he lives right there. It's his property. At that time, there were only one or two phone towers in the area, two, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it took me a while to forgive Jennifer Coffindoffer for kept insisting that Ron Logan was the BG up until a couple of years ago. It took me a while to get over that. I'm just like, come on now. Come on.
The FBI gets it wrong. Ex-FBI gets it wrong.
That's kind of, there were a couple of YouTubers that were, talking that, but they've kind of gone by the wayside, not talking about him anymore. And then we've gone through phases. Let's face it. It's gone through phases. It's gone through the Garrett Kurtz, Kagan Klein, Ron Logan. It's gone all the way through phases.
And
And
then we recycle. Yeah. I think for me, what did it with him, basically the body that I see on the bridge didn't match him. And number two, there was an interview that he made. And
Mhm.
I'm all about body language and reading people. And I think
Yeah.
I've gotten really good at that.
Yeah.
And they had asked him, and his face, the way he dropped the muscles, and I mean the
Yeah.
muscle, in the face, you cannot fake that.
Yeah.
And he said something about his son playing there when he was little,
Yeah.
and how now those memories. It's almost like what finding the girls. It's almost like, how can this be? My kid used to play there. My son, I believe he said his son, and the glabella and everything, how those muscles drop of sadness that you cannot fake that. And if you fake that, believe me, no, there's no way.
That
Not even actors can fake that.
Mhm. I
That's the
agree. I know what you're talking about. I remember
Yeah.
that moment too.
In that moment, I said, this man had nothing to do with this.
Right.
I did the same thing. Now, Deb, was that Mrs. Effing Wonderful's? There was two girls. Either she
No,
played
it was Honor.
okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
She did
I'll,
that interview. Yeah.
do,
But a
do
lot
you
of people thought it was Miss Effin Wonderful. She did. Miss Effin Wonderful did an interview with Metzger, who owns property in that area. She parked on his property, and he came out and told her, "You can't park here." And then she struck up a conversation, and he started telling her about coming back from Florida or out of town and hearing about it. So the two of them, people got that confused. Daisy has a question that I want to answer.
Yeah, which one is it?
Yeah, she says, "Do you think the defense will need all the time they requested to make their case?"
No, that's not
How
it.
much did they ask, by the way? I don't know.
I mean, they keep getting so many
Deny.
roadblocks thrown in their, direction. Whether they are, I'm not going to make an opinion on whether they needed the roadblocks thrown or they didn't, but that's what's happened. They're not no third party, and people need to understand that in order to talk about a third party, they have to find a connection that connects these people. So there was no nexus there. So they need to find a connection with somebody else if it's not Richard Allen. But I don't know at this time. They got to be asking themselves the same thing. I've heard some people say they expect for it to be all over by next week.
Right. But they got it well, I don't know. Like the guy said yesterday, 160 witnesses. Somebody else said 140 and stuff like that. And I'm just like, okay, so KK, Chadwell, blah, 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 blah. Like they're trying to, they're trying to basically bring people that are like, that either confessed or that the LE was looking at and stuff like, well, obviously Ron Logan, he, maybe Aspen can step in for Ron Logan, since Ron Logan's dead now. But anyways, yeah, like I haven't even, I don't know, Deb, is there a list even out there with all these names on it that they've shown?
Yeah. I mean, there's a witness list. I don't know where it is in this mess that I've got all around me. Stacks of stuff. But there is a witness list. But I found it really interesting because of witnesses and where we've been. I did run across our old list of suspects. Like that's double. That's one page. There's another page. Here's a third page, front and back.
Yeah.
Is Kathy going to be called to? That I would love to go.
No.
I mean,
we need to go to that question from Miss Doglover who super chatted that. The Google searches. Let's go to those Google searches. And Kathy Allen, go ahead. Well, Alexa, you go first.
What was the question about the Google searches? What did I think
about them calling Kathy Allen?
I honestly think that she's not going to be a good witness. I think they're thinking that she's going to save his butt, but she's
going to say that those were her Google searches.
Yeah,
because what she's going to say.
Yeah, she's going to say that to try to save it, but believe me, she's going to sink him more.
Yeah,
I guarantee you. Because she's going to be nervous. She's just not going to know what to do. The pressure, she's going to sink him more.
There was something back in the spring when they had a hearing for Richard Allen, and there was testimony from Kathy Allen. And during that time, and this is confusing to me, she said that when she left for work, he was in bed asleep.
Mhm.
Came home, he was in the same position and hadn't moved.
Mhm.
But now the story has changed. The
Mhm.
story is that he got up, went to his mother's. He didn't have lunch with them. He instead left and bought a 6-pack of beer, drank 3, and then before he went to the bridge, he drank 3 more.
Mhm.
So that doesn't jive with what we've heard earlier in the hearings from Kathy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And went
Right.
back home to get a jacket,
Yeah.
even
I
though it was warm
forgot about
outside.
that. I
Yeah,
forgot about that, Deb.
yeah. He went back home to get a jacket.
The
Yeah.
jacket, even though it was very warm outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've actually forgot about that part about Kathy saying that the testimony there. Forgot about that.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
all those little things, you know.
yeah, I think she's not going to be a good witness. I think she's going to crumble.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, Deb, what do you feel about that? About the whole? I mean, obviously, Deb, Kathy Allen. I'm sure she loves to Google kidnapping people every day and stuff like. But
We all
anyway,
do, right?
well, yeah, it's a daily thing I do, right? How to kidnap Deb instead of Deb kidnapping me.
Well, I mean, if you see my search, oh my God, I would be locked up.
Aspen and I have a deal. Like if something happens to me, he's to hack into my accounts and delete everything.
Yeah, seriously. Bestiality. I mean, come on, the things I have Googled. Oh,
Oh,
Lord.
Yeah,
we
crazy.
answered that, Miss Dog Lover, for you. Actually, we not too long after you asked it. Actually, um,
Yeah,
Deb,
They
Kagan
just want to
Klein,
confuse the jury. That's all. They want to put scenarios in the jury and give them snips and waste time.
yeah,
Because that way, the memory, what they have just heard, is going to be like forget so they can get new information. That's all they're doing. It's tragedy because they don't have anything.
yeah. Kagan Klein is going to be called because I think they want him to testify that law enforcement pressured him into a false confession.
Mhm.
you
That's
know,
my guess.
yeah, a bunch of it pretty much over there, right? Lied to
I would,
him.
I would hate to have to rely on, the testimony of Kagan Klein.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
How desperate you have to be to rely on him.
right? Um,
Yeah, he's not reliable, and I think that would be so easy for the prosecution to just pick to pieces.
yeah. Going back to the Google searches, Deb, though, what's your thoughts on if Kathy Allen testifies that she is the one that was Google searching?
Uh, I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, I don't know.
I think it's going to do them into. I agree with Alexa on this one. I don't think it's good that she goes up there and says it and be like, "Yeah, I'm the one that looked up kidnapping on
Yeah.
his phone." And
Netflix.
If they can, here's the thing: if they know what time, and we're talking about possibly like a fog report, if they know what time she was at work or not
Mhm.
at home, and they know
Mhm.
what time those Google searches were made and on what particular phone or computer they were
Right.
made, that could be just
Yeah.
taken apart.
That's relying on Ali that they did that work, though. That darn it.
Probably not.
Probably not, Deb. That's the sad thing about this. Because
Yeah.
I would love to know Richard Allen's schedule once, like
Oh
say
yeah.
the next day. Did
Mhm.
he call in sick? Was it a day off? Did he there has to be some subtle cues that Kathy must have seen if somebody's committed murder. Like I'm just saying if I believe that Richard Allen did it. Okay, that's just my
Mhm.
opinion. But I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm thinking, is she really just not unaware of things? Because how could somebody not change something, whether it's their work schedule or something,
Did
Mhm.
he
you
get
know?
out of bed? Was he more
Yeah.
cheerful? Was he crying? I mean, there has to be something.
And the
There's
phone,
some-
Deb.
Yeah,
But I
there's
mean,
some
she
people-
didn't recognize him all these years watching the video. I mean,
Yeah. There's some people that actually, after they do something like that, they have moments of
Euphoria.
joy and happiness
Mhm,
and
mhm,
they feel
mhm.
whole. Okay. So, if that happened, she might have just been thankful that he wasn't in that stage of depression anymore.
But there has to be something. There has to be something that changes that on the 13th he was this way, and then the 14th he woke up something different from himself.
Right. I agree.
Either, he was more depressed, or he was cheerful. There has to be
Right.
nobody can stay the same after doing what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But right, but I guess the thing that sticks in my head about all of this is because she had no clue. Like, let's say Richard Allen, her own husband, was possibly the BG. So to even probably recollect that, because he'd self-reported, he had spoken to dumbass Doolin there. Sorry, but he is. And then it's 5.5 years. So to me, for the most part, like I said, that's like me trying to remember an unimportant event because it didn't impact me at that time. So it's almost like maybe then she would be like, "Hey, honey, something wrong?" But probably it would have been wiped from her memory because she's not going, "Well, what was my husband doing exactly on the day that the girls were
But she
murdered?"
did say, like, she said snips about that day. So that makes me wonder what stood up on that day that she actually
Okay.
remembers. Because I mean, if I ask you ladies and I say, "Hey, what did you do November of 2018?"
Mm-hmm.
But if I tell you, where were you when September 11 happened? Then you go, "Oh, I was here, I was there," and everybody
Yeah.
remembers. So that I caught interesting that when she gave a lead her side of the story, there were snips of pieces that she remembered that day. Why
Yeah.
would you remember that day
Like,
out of all the days?
yeah, like my husband was sleeping by me at
It
3 a.m. in
wasn't
the
your
morning.
birthday. It wasn't anything. How would you even remember that he was in bed that day, or he went here, or he went there? How would you remember that?
Yeah.
You wouldn't typically,
5 years later. Yeah. That would be difficult. 5
the
years.
only the only thing I could think of is because Valentine's Day was the next day, and usually people have a memory of the Valentine's Day, and if my husband doesn't do shit all for me, or if he brings me something, typically,
Yeah.
um, or it looks like Scott Reish's shocking testimony in the Delphi homicide trial revealed. Can Deb or somebody, probably Deb, can you answer this question for Travis? What do you think of? I don't know what the question was. What was the question for Mullen today? The jurors question. Do you know?
Uh, I'm trying to remember what a question for Mullen was. I'd have to look at what was it. Travis, help us out here.
Yeah, Travis. Yeah, Travis. Tell us the question. Then maybe Deb can
Yeah.
answer that one for you.
The
And
the
I'll
judge,
be right back.
the
You
jury
guys go
had
ahead.
some amazing questions. I just don't remember what it was for Mullen. So if Travis can refresh our memory, then we'll tell you.
Hmm.
Let's see what other questions we have here. What other questions? Hey, Frank Meister. I feel like I should have come on and done what we used to do where I would go through the chat and say hi to everybody.
Mm.
Oh, um, yeah, let's see. Of course, everybody heard that she ruled that they are not going to let the guy from Texas, the FBI guy, they're not going to let him do a remote testimony. He cannot
Oh, I
do it.
didn't know that. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
she
Okay.
ruled on that, and she ruled once again no Odinism, no um, none of
So
that.
he has to come in person, I guess.
Yeah.
And what was it? I had a question for you. Hold on. What was it?
Travis says, well, first one was about the trail cam, what it caught, view, person on it, and direction of travel. Travis, I don't even remember that, but I know that in talking about trail cams, I know that the Kay Weber had said that there were no working trail cams on her property in that area because a lot of teens like to go to that area and party or hang out and goof around, and they had actually damaged the cameras so they wouldn't be seen. So there weren't any working ones in that particular part of her property that I know of. So I'm not sure. I'm going to have to go back and look at. I don't think I got that in today's report. I was running pretty quickly, and Probably did not find that information. Laura says, did
Yeah.
Kathy remember if Richard did anything for her for Valentine's Day? Good point, Laura.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I would think would maybe trigger the memory is Valentine's Day.
Mhm.
So if you can remember, because typically, like, I mean, you can't ask me what my husband did for me 5 years ago on Valentine's Day. You can't even ask me last year. I'm pretty sure, like,
I
you did
can't
something.
remember what I got last year.
Yeah.
And that's on there. So sorry. Only because I had to go to the washroom, and then my husband was getting me my pop. So the trail. So Deb, did you answer that? The trail cam that he said was on the 14th, and then he was impeached, and admitted it was on the 13th. Oh, so
Missing that.
the trail cam that he said.
Was on the 14th and then was impeached and admitted it was on the 13th. Yeah, Travis, I'm going to have to look into that. It's okay. Mullen testified today there was a working trail cam in direction of bodies, and there is a person on it. Jurors had multiple questions on it. Yeah, that's one I didn't miss. That's part of the problem too, as not being in court is sometimes when it's a Friday or if it's a long session, then people gotta get out. They're not as they're in a hurry to give information, and so that makes it difficult. And I miss little pieces like that. But when I do miss them, I'll go back the next day and revisit that. So that's something that I'll look into and try to revisit on tomorrow's video.
Yeah, because I'm sure, like, I usually like to play like the Delphi debrief every night when it comes out, and they go over the whole day, and then they talk with the reporters, and then talk with that one lady that always does a pretty good job. But I wouldn't doubt if they probably mentioned it in here, but I haven't watched it. I always watch it with.
Are you talking about Lauren, Hidden True Crime?
No, I did. Yeah, no, I'm talking about this WTHR.
Okay.
Yeah, but I did watch Hidden True Crime. What's her name? Laura? Is her name Laura too? Lauren, that's it.
I met her. Super nice, down to earth, real person. I really liked her. Her husband happens to be a psychologist as well. He's a criminal psychologist, Dr. John, and he comes on her show.
Oh, wow.
And,
does he?
Yeah, she asked me if mine did. I said no, because he'd be doing weird things to try to be funny. But yeah, Daisy says that Lawyer Lee, another person that I think is doing a fairly good job of presenting information, that she said the trail cam west of the crime scene, north of the bridge, was posted southwest, so it wouldn't get view of the path they took or of the crime scene.
And by the way, notice that the picture that Daisy is using for her thing, it's that. So that, as far as I remember, because I use that one, it's my favorite one. But if I'm not mistaken, someone painted that, and I believe it was for Anna.
Yes, it was.
And the girl, both the girls, but I think it was Anna's friend. I want to say, if my memory recollects properly, and I remember, I just remember someone saying that it was painted. Anyways, it's always been my favorite picture. Just the softness of the colors, the girls' names, whoever did that, like the person that made that picture, anyways, absolutely love it. It's just a beautiful picture representing the girls in a sense when you can't, especially if you're not wanting to use faces for something, but it's just a beautiful one. But anyways, go ahead. Okay, so Laura Lee was
Laura Lee, she does a good job. I would say you could listen to her as well.
I listened to both of those two that you just said. Andrea Burkhart, I don't listen to. I just really don't. And it's because, Deb, I like listening. Like, it has to be when I'm like watching somebody. Can I stand their voice? Do they bore me to shit? Type of thing.
So many faces.
Yeah, but Laura Lee and Hidden True Crime are the two that I actually do go to, and I know you have your videos out and stuff like that as well.
Mhm.
And trust me, like I watched, like I said, yours today. I haven't watched every single one of yours, but I've watched quite a few of them because
Uh-huh.
I just want to hear, like when I'm laying down in my bed, I just
Right.
simply want to hear about the day's events like that in a
Mhm.
more compact version than 3, 4, or 5 hour live that they're doing. Some of them,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
But anyways, but they're doing pretty good jobs there.
Yeah. And there,
Oh,
boy, there's some of those 3-4 hour lives that are raking in some money, you know.
Oh
oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they're loving it.
And I'm
Trust me.
like, wow.
Now,
They're-
can I ask you a question? So I think, to my understanding, I don't know if I'm wrong because I didn't see anything today. That they're not allowing the jury to see pictures of Richard Allen before.
That's
Uh,
correct. They're not allowing it.
how do you
I
guys
was
feel about
surprised at
that?
that. I don't know
Yeah,
what
right.
the reasoning was, but I was surprised about that.
Yeah, I was surprised too. I mean, people can change their look, so I think it would have been important to them to see what he looked then to what he looks now, right?
Right. Well, and I think too, to see what he looked like then to compare to the picture that they have seen
That's
of the
exactly
bridge
what I'm
guy.
saying.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's so pretty. You had a blanket on your
Yeah,
merch
Mhm.
site at one point. I remember that.
yeah, yeah.
Laura, I'm interested to see what Laura, she said she did look over at Kathy Allen when they read the part about him being a sex addict. I'm anxious to see what her reaction was.
Oh, I want to see that because I always said that, and I remember people gave me so much crap for that. People were like, "Oh my God, you're going into territory you shouldn't go into," and I'm like, "Well, we'll see."
Yeah, it looks like Laura says, I sat behind her and she doesn't give a lot of reaction, but she could have scoffed like, "Oh, please." So maybe that's what she said, Laura. Yeah. Well, I've been in the courtroom multiple days and I listened to them after the takeaways. So I stopped listening. Okay.
I heard a lot of people say that Andrea was more biased towards the defense on there.
She is. She is.
Yeah.
I've heard her, and I believe so. I mean, I respect her, and she's, but I mean, I don't know. To me, she seems
Mhm.
a lot biased towards
Yeah.
Richard Allen.
Yeah.
I
Tom
would,
Webster is first live. You're right, Laura.
yeah, I can't agree. It's who's ever pops up in my thing first
Mhm.
is what I click on. Like meaning if Tom's is there, I'll click
Yeah.
on Tom's. If Laura Lee's is there, I'll click on that. Or if Hidden True Crime is done one like at lunchtime and stuff. So it's just kind of like out of the people that my algorithm pops up in the sense it's
Mhm.
kind of just
Yeah.
like, okay, who am I gonna watch? You know?
Tom's note taking is excellent, and he has so much detail. I appreciate that, and I'll be interested when this is all over. There's going to be a phenomenal recap because Aspen and Turbo have been doing that, and they have been taking incredible notes as well.
Mm.
So I'll be interested to see and listen to all of that in the future. And I know that he'll be coming on here and updating it, but I don't. He has no time whatsoever to do anything now.
No, because well, especially with the confessions, but they're like it's one of those things that if you're not standing in line or having someone, you're like these
Yeah.
are the most those were those most powerful things that people were waiting for, whether you are on the defense side or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
People wanted to. I mean, Deb, in my head though, I was saying, I wonder if Deb's kicking herself that she didn't go the next day when Nancy Grace the chick the van like just
Yes.
that particular day. I
Yes.
was like,
Because my friend Laura sent me a picture of her with Nancy Grace, and I was like, "What? No!" Oh my goodness. Yeah. That was I definitely was like, why didn't I go the next day too? But
yeah. I wasn't sure because I never asked you, but honestly, I'm very lazy when it comes to messaging. Like I
yeah.
just, it's like I think the things, but too late. I'm like, oh, that means I got to go to my messenger. But anyway, so because I wasn't sure, I was thinking, is Deb there for one day? Is she going to go for a couple of days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, seeing some of the people in person. Susan Hendricks is gorgeous, and she's the
Yeah,
tiniest little thing and so
I know.
kind and sweet. And I really like that Lauren from Hidden True Crime. Like I said, she's really pretty. And Nancy Grace is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was like, wow.
Beautiful and smart too, because everybody gets so much crap about it.
You
But
know,
she's
Yeah. Oh, and I'm trying to think of everyone I met. I met Murder Sheet. I met the people from Murder Sheet, and they were very nice, um, very, friendly to me and conversation. And
yeah.
um, yeah, I met them. I met Anthony Greeno.
How was that?
He's a
I
little
have to
guy.
ask.
Yeah, he's a little guy. He was very friendly too. He said,
Yeah.
I'm so glad to meet you. And I think I said, I'm glad to meet you too. And I was trying to give Aspen his snacks. So I bought him a
Aw,
bag of, because, he's vegetarian. So it's not like he can just grab something easily. So
right. Yeah, I know. That's so
I met
sweet of you,
him.
Deb,
Of
on
course,
there.
Barb
Yeah.
was there. Um,
Yeah.
the Andrea person that's an attorney that has some kind of a channel. She was there.
Yeah.
I can't. Bob Mata was there.
Lana.
He opened the
Right.
door for me. I thought that was nice. Yeah. So a lot of nice
Yeah.
people there.
Well,
Definitely
like I said, I'm so glad you got to I mean, like I said, it's just surreal being able to see the YouTubers, yes, Anthony Greeno, including you. Anthony Greeno, to be honest with you, he's jovial by nature. You know, he's kind of got, that uppity up personality regardless and stuff like that. He's been dedicated to this case, even if, he's been a shit throughout it at points and stuff like that, whatever, but
Yeah.
I think it is though, when you see, like, there's probably certain people I would not want to see their faces, to be honest with you. Rick Snay included in that group, or
Yeah.
Heather, or whatever her name was. Like, there's those people I would want to not to even see them. And if I did, I wouldn't even talk to them or give them the time of day. But there's a lot of people out there, whether you agree with their channels or not, or whatever, again, covering the case for Abby and Libby,
Mhm.
even if they have a whole difference of opinion, a lot of these channels have just really cared, and it's beyond monetary value. But I can tell you right now that these new people that are coming in that weren't doing the lives and now are doing the lives, and the people, they're just like, cha-ching, here you
yep.
go, lawyer, here's $100, here you go, lawyer, here's $50,
Or,
$20, $10, $10,
or
$10.
paying for the hotel and giving them
Yeah.
food.
Well,
But
that,
poor people, poor them.
that stuff's like, well, I don't know why, but and this is just a personal thing on me, but it makes me laugh. Like, for some reason, when it's like, yes, that's what we say, the rich get richer. Here you go. They got a lawyer and all this stuff or whatever. And it's just like, you just watch these things, like appreciation, but
I
anyways,
am I am
isn't
praying to God that this case lasts one more week. Because if it lasts one more week, I should be able to go there, even for a day. I just want to go there for one day. I just want to see the jury. I want to see him in person.
Hey, Ted.
So
Mhm.
And thank you, devoted to Mariah. I appreciate that.
Alexa, I'll believe it if I see it, if you make it to Delphi.
If you could have seen me earlier today, you wouldn't say that about my hair.
I know. We're our own
well,
worth.
no, like I said, no, but I mean it's hard. I mean I have kids. I'm doing a treatment, and it's I have
I
to
know.
work. It's hectic. But I said to my husband, and he's like, "You really
It's
want to?"
gonna
And I
be.
said, "Well, if it lasts one more week, I'm like, I can squeeze in
I was gonna
2 days."
say, like, it's probably gonna be over by the time you actually make it. To be honest with
Well,
you.
I
I'm
think that
hoping.
Cindy and Alexa should both come, and you can stay here, and we'll have a girls' party. I'll make Ty leave.
Yeah,
Uh,
if my finances had been different, but most people know that. I mean, I started working
yeah.
about 7 months ago now, and so it was one of those things. Like, I didn't like paying off our like, honestly, it's like when one person's bringing in the income, and I hadn't worked in like 2 years, type
Yeah.
of thing, or 2.5 at that point,
Mhm.
and YouTube money for me, come on. It's very nominal and stuff. And I know Laura, like, is that the same Laura Dune? Is that the same Laura that would come
No,
into our channel?
I don't think Laura was Laura Dune. I'll have to
Uh,
question
no-
her about that, but I don't think so. I think Laura Doone was somebody else.
yeah, okay. I just want to make sure because I get a little
Maybe.
confused on that stuff.
I think
But when
Laura used to be Mrs. Depp.
Mrs. Deb?
Yeah, Mrs. Depp
Mrs. Depp. Oh, really?
back
Okay.
in the day.
I can't keep up with people's names, nor do I try. I just,
Yeah.
if someone's original name is original, and stuff like that, and then they change their name, sometimes internally, those people that you boot from the channel and then they come in with a different name, it always makes me laugh internally when I think to myself, oh, like you think you're getting one by me by coming in a different name? Like I give two shits, really, right? Like it's kind of one of those things. If you act up, you'll get booted. If you want to make a different name and come in and be good and I don't notice you, go right ahead, But it's almost like that little tee hee hee, little does Sunny know that this is me. I'm just like, little do I give two shits. It's you if you are, No, it's not, Laura. Okay. That's why I wasn't sure, but thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah.
Now, Deb, I don't want to keep here, or same with Alexa. So are you guys, is there anything else you want to say? Are you guys good to go and look at some things that people are saying still, or do you guys need to go? Just let me know because I'm going to end up watching that WTHR video. Because I like to watch that each night so I can catch my own self up. So I just want to see where you guys are at right now because it's India 3 hours difference for you guys.
Yeah, I'm good whatever you want to do. I'm good with so.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, can I play a little bit of the WTHR and just kind of stop it and go over like I kind of do each night?
Yeah, let's do that. WTHR, is that it?
Yeah, it's
Channel 6.
This one right here. Yeah, WT.
Channel 6. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll play it, and I like to keep it on.
Let me stop my camera without knocking myself off.
Okay. Is it out? I think it's at 1.25. Oh no, it's at normal. Let's put it at 1.25. I like to watch it a little bit faster. Even though like that one lady, that reporter that sits at the desk thing, blah, 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 she's really good at talking fast. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here. I just gotta hit play.
Thanks for inviting us in. This is the Delphi debrief here on WTHR Plus. Day 13 of the Delphi murders trial brought the first full day of Richard Allen's attorneys presenting their case, but they had to pivot quickly when they weren't able to present key pieces of their defense. In a moment, our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, will be in studio to help us break down the importance of today's developments. But first, we want to get right to Delphi with senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker. So Bob and Emily, this was a busy day for the defense team.
It was, and it was an important day, I think, for the defense to really start strong. They got a couple of witnesses in yesterday. I think it wasn't real clear to them when the state was going to rest its case. Today was really the first full day that we got from the defense. And it was important, I think, for them to start off strong. And I'm not sure necessarily that they did.
Maybe not so much. I mean, you were there in the morning, but I think, didn't you characterize it as a little bit of damage control?
Yes. Yeah. I think today was about damage control for them based on what we heard yesterday. We'll talk about that in a second. First, let me remind you where we are. Right behind us, directly behind us, is the Carroll County Courthouse, where we've been pretty much living for, 2.5 weeks at this point. And we have some wonderful space right across the street from the courthouse where we work throughout the day, kind of our home base during the Delphi murders trial. So that's where we are this evening as we bring you tonight's show. And let's get you started, as we usually do, by running down the list of witnesses that testified in court today. So that list involves Christopher Godey. He is a Hammond police officer who testified about one of the interviews that he did. He was brought in to do some interviews immediately right after the murders took place. He testified about that. We heard from Dr. Deanna Dwenger. She is a behavioral health director for the Indiana Department of Correction. Max Baker, he has been for the last 2 years an intern for the defense team, and he was on the witness stand today. Brad Heath and David McCain, they are local residents, and they testified about what they saw on the day that the murders took place. Daryl Starrett, he's a former Delphi fire chief. Steve Mullen, former Delphi police chief, and Tobe Lesenby, former Carroll County sheriff. Lots of folks who were certainly very involved in the search and in parts of the investigations. Right. We heard from them as well. But we want to start with the Max Baker testimony, because as you were saying, we knew that the defense wanted to get off on a positive foot, and they really needed to when you keep in mind what happened yesterday. And yesterday, you might remember, that's the day that the state closed, and they presented their most damaging evidence of this entire trial involving Richard Allen.
Right. Those confessions.
It was his confessions. And during those confessions, these were jailhouse phone calls that Richard Allen made to his wife and to his mother. And he says over and over again, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby during those phone calls. Really extraordinarily damaging to the defense in this case. So today was a day, kind of some damage control in order to be able to deal with what the jury had heard yesterday. And so they decided to put Max Baker on the stand today because he has put together some videos. And when you think about it, it's kind of a brilliant idea. There was this really damaging audio from yesterday that the jury just heard about Richard Allen talking about, I committed these murders. To try to counteract that today, they put Max Baker on the stand, and he was going to talk about these videos. He talked about one video that is Richard Allen in his prison cell, and it's a compilation of day after day after day after day showing Richard Allen in his prison cell and the extreme conditions that he was under that perhaps could cause some severe mental health problems for him. And then another video that shows how Allen was treated outside of his cell. And the jury was told that they were going to see those videos of Richard Allen inside prison right around the same time of the confessions. And that plan pretty much blew up in the defense's face today. The video that showed him chained and shackled as he moved through the prison and his bizarre behavior during the time frame of his incriminating statements we're going to show, the jury never got to see that video because prosecutor Nick McLeland, he objected because he said the defense couldn't confirm the actual dates when the videos were taken. The judge and the attorneys discussed this for over an hour. Twice the jury was sent out of the courtroom while things were being worked out. Ultimately, the judge said that she will allow the videos to be shown, but only if the defense is able to verify the dates. So that evidence might come on another day, maybe sometime next week. But Emily, for today, what a missed opportunity to very quickly counteract what the jury just saw yesterday with these damaging confessions and the opportunity to kind of flip the switch a little bit to show a Richard Allen potentially who was really suffering
in terrible conditions.
They claim mental health issues.
And as they've claimed before, in terrible conditions, being monitored 24/7. Although they've testified that that's typical, right? When somebody is in state prison, monitored 24/7, inmates sitting outside his door, inmates harassing him, yelling at him, calling him a baby killer. We've all heard testimony on that. So yeah, I mean, all the things that the defense is saying led to him having a serious mental breakdown, a psychotic episode.
So I could see the strategy that the defense team was planning to do today. And I think it seemed like it was a good strategy to be able to kind of switch directions and provide some, what we expect would be some pretty powerful video images of Richard Allen inside prison, the way he was, in his cell. We've heard that, he was rolling around naked in his own feces and banging his head against, the wall of the prison so hard that he got two black eyes. I would think for the jury to be able to switch off of the confessions to seeing that video would have been very helpful for the defense, but that didn't happen today. And it kind of makes you wonder, because obviously these are videos that we believe the defense has had for quite a long time. And not, if the idea is we want to show that at the time of his confessions, he was not mentally stable, that he was suffering from mental illness, and that's why he confessed. If that's what you're trying to convince the jury about, to not know the dates exactly, to be able to pinpoint those dates for the jury and for the judge, and certainly for the state, who you would expect is going to say, wait a second, if you're trying to make this argument, you got to show that these videos are from the same time period that we're talking about here with the amazing confessions. That seemed to be a huge oversight on the part of the defense.
It there to ask you guys what you think about that part. I mean, obviously the dates are very important to have, like he's saying, right? And that they were obviously unprepared for that. They were just trying to, because Frangol didn't allow the audio, so hence why obviously someone's kind of, I guess, speaking to what's going on in a sense. But Alexa?
Yeah, you would think you would have dates, right? Because you want to put it in chronological order and say, hey, on this date, this happened, this, so the jury can get a clearer picture. Right. So that to me is a little interesting that they don't have that. Why wouldn't, it's almost like they're not prepared.
Yeah. Fell flat is what it sounded like happened there.
Yes, especially for something that they're, that is so important for them. Why not do that? That doesn't make any sense.
No, maybe Do you think perhaps is that they were almost trying to get away with it more so about just showing it, and they might have known the dates, but just kind of like was, you know, how it like what I want to call being manipulative to a little bit of the videos that they're showing, but not really trying to say the dates because the dates might not align properly, like so much with the confessions.
Like play around. I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
maybe.
yeah, yeah. Do you think?
Yeah,
Maybe?
maybe.
Yeah,
Because why not put the dates and say, hey, look for yourselves. Because I mean, that's what they need. They need to see it. They weren't there. They don't know like us the case.
Right.
They need to see black and white. This happened. This. So now you make your story in your head. Okay, so this happened here. This happened. You know, they can make their own timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
Juliet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the line cutting. That is so bad. I hear people complaining that they have been
Oh, I
sitting
can only
there
imagine
so
what
so
people
many
do.
hours and people come in and they cut in. That is not right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's like I'm saving 4 spots for people here. Yeah.
No,
Anyways, okay. Is there anything more to say about any of that, or just keep playing?
no, keep playing.
You can just keep going.
I'm just gonna go bathroom, but
Yeah,
I'll
we're ready
take
for
my
that.
mobile.
So
with me.
they were still able to get some of these arguments in about his mental health. And that came from one of the witnesses that came early on this morning. And that is a behavioral health specialist for the Indiana Department of Correction. Her name is Dr. Deanna Dwenger. And she testified that Richard Allen was diagnosed with what's called serious mental illness. That's actually an actual diagnosis. And that he was also determined to be gravely disabled, another diagnosis, and that he was determined to be those things right around the time of his confessions. And Dr. Dwenger also said she was concerned about Allen's complete lack of privacy, that he was being videotaped all the time. She was concerned about the threats that he was getting from other inmates, like Emily had mentioned, calling him baby killer and saying, you should kill yourself or we're going to kill you, things like that. And she said that the amount of time that he spent in solitary confinement was toxic and could have caused his mental health to deteriorate. And you know, those were things again that that's very much part of the argument that the defense is trying to make to counter the confessions, to say that he was not thinking clearly when he made the confessions.
He was in a bad place when he said all of these things to his wife and mother.
And so from that perspective, it seemed like Dr. Dwenger's testimony today was helpful.
All
to
61, right,
it
Deb?
seemed like they made some progress in that regard. I think coupled along with video of actually showing Richard Allen in prison at the time of his confessions, and that could have been even more powerful. Again, missed opportunity, but they were able to get in at least a little bit of that line of thinking, kind of plant some seeds in the jury's mind to have them question about his frame of mind and his mental health at the time that he made confessions. Yeah. So that was a really important part, and that's kind of how the day started. But probably the other big story that came out of today's testimony here on day 13 was what happened at the very end.
Yeah, how the day ended. Judge Gall ruled that the defense cannot enter in this alternate theory and these third-party suspects. And we know that the defense has wanted to enter in the fact that they believe the girls were killed in this ritualistic killing, and enter in and call to the witness stand some people that they believe could possibly be involved in this. And we know that they've tried to do this before and filed motions on it. And Judge Gall had said no from those pretrial hearings that we attended, right?
There, called that one. Didn't you? Did you call it, Deb, too?
Yeah.
I mean, just to ask you quickly, because I was like yesterday, she ain't letting it in. She's just not, you know? Yeah. I saw that coming a mile away. And I know that they keep trying, but yeah, you thought the same thing.
One of the things, too, I mean, they like to try to say, well, that Elvis Field said he spit on one of the girls, but there's no saliva, there's no DNA or spit to prove that. So,
right.
That's
someone was trying to say yesterday, well, what about the male DNA, the unknown male DNA?
Well,
and
it could be, if it's unknown male DNA, it could be, they didn't say it was necessarily unknown. What they said was that they couldn't determine who it belonged to. So it could belong to Richard Allen. He said that he molested him, and they found male DNA that they couldn't pinpoint to anyone on the girl's genitals.
Not only that, but his whole story falls apart. From he doesn't drive, he was somewhere else. Like his whole story just falls apart. And like I said, like just like Brad Holder, it's kind of like come on, people, like get over certain things. Just because the guy has Odinistic stuff like that. Like the whole Odinistic line really pissed me off when it came out because it was such absurdity to me that again, and I told people, if you do your own homework, use your own brain cells, and instead of using somebody else's brain cells to sit there and go from channel to channel. But I knew what was going to happen the minute that was dropped. You know, whether people believed it or not, they were covering it like it was, you know, and they're so full of shit and they're such fake. And I can't stand those channels that literally are writing off of something because of their pocketbook, even if they know that it's not like that, it's not true. But, anyways, but the whole
It's happening.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. Alexa, were you going to say something there?
Yeah, what I don't understand about that is very simple. Why not bring the sticks into the courtroom? Put it as evidence. Let them see what they cut, like they said. So I never understood why were they not put into evidence. Probably they don't even have them, but
Well, because there was, I mean, they have a picture of this actual sticks on the girls' bodies that was put on a big, huge 72-inch screen, and they viewed that. So they did see how they were posed and arranged, etc. But they didn't find any DNA. They said they didn't even, you know, test for DNA on the branches because they've never been able to find DNA on.
which that's a lie, by the way.
I
Because
was
I
going to
spoke to
say,
somebody that works as a DNA forensics, and I had asked, that's how I feel, but I know that they can. And I said, "Is this true?" And they said, "Absolutely not. DNA can be found." So
Yeah,
that's just
I thought that was odd too.
yeah.
like, yeah, right, exactly, because they're lying on their necks. He's literally put it. Now, Libby taking the biggest brunt of having blood everywhere. There's no way not a droplet of blood is going to be on one of those sticks, something. But you know, I mean, they went and got them, so they know that they aired. You know, at the end of the day. But to me, there's no way there's not going to be a droplet of blood on any of those sticks with all the blood on Libby and laying it across their neck. Anyways, whatever. I mean, it is what it is with that and stuff like that. But yeah. What was our original point though? The whole Odin theory. My bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
I mean that had no. I mean, and people. I mean, I wonder if Rosie and Baldwin had ever seen a real ritualistic killing crime scene, because this to me nothing screams ritualistic. I mean, those are as gruesome as they come. And I mean, you can Google it. I mean, sure you can get a better idea what I'm saying, but you will find things in there that they don't make sense. They would have done cuts with the body. I mean, they wouldn't just taken things that are on the floor, because everything has to be sacred, and everything has to be with a purpose, and line even the north, south, whatever. It goes into, it's a science. Those crime scenes are really a science kind of thing. So in this case, I always said this to me. I always said this is a clean cut, regular crime scene, the everyday crime scene. Nothing struck me as, I hate saying that. I don't mean it in a bad way.
I thought it was interesting that, the stick formation on Abby is kind of like an asterisk. And there was a pool of blood which had sticks that were in like a star asterisk shape. And I was looking and researching that, and I saw that there was a chart that showed in the military that showed you how different ways to line up sticks to start a fire. And that was one of the ways. And we know that he was in the military. So, I think that carries as much merit as saying that it was some ritualistic killing. Who knows? I mean, in his mind, if he suffers from mental illness at that point, he might have thought he was doing something weird. I think he was just trying to cover him up.
Well, I think those sticks have something to him, because I mean, the way I think he was trying to maybe put them in a certain way so they wouldn't be seen or whatever in his head. And that's why they look almost similarly, especially like the ones in the neck. And I think that's what he was trying to do. And he thought he was covering. But I mean, if he was trying to cover them, why not put leaves or put things, just pile them up? And he didn't pile them up. He put them.
Well, they're talking about, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No. So that means that for him, and we might never know. I mean, that might be, maybe that's his signature.
Yeah. They were talking about, the reclothing of Abby being considered an undoing. I think that the fact that he put the big branches, over their throats to cover the wound was also
Yeah.
an undoing.
Was also what?
An undoing.
Mm.
Yeah.
He was trying
Mhm.
to, cover up what he did. Didn't want to look at
I
it.
want to see it. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this part for a second, because 232 the movement stops, right?
Mhm.
So doesn't mean that they're dead at this point. It could simply be because, right, like somebody said too, like the phone being in the water stopped the phone, hence why it maybe dried out underneath of Libby's leg or Abby's leg and then turned back on, in a sense. So that could have very well happened, but it was the last movement. Doesn't mean that they were dead at that point, because we don't know. But at the end of the day, right, if we go based upon the timeline that we're hearing about Richard Allen saying that he went up the hill to the 300th there, like to the graveyard or cemetery, and to the 300th, and then he went up there, and that was 357. And I believe that, say, Sarah Carbaugh saw him. So because, again, besides her testimony being whatever, but kind of like because of that confession there about where he went coincides with what Sarah Carbaugh was saying, for a timeline, like for seeing him, because that's exactly where he's saying that he went. But anyways, so 232, the phone stops last. Now she sees him at 357. There's at least a good hour plus that whatever he's doing, right? Like, I'm not sure what he's doing, but obviously at some point putting pickup sticks on the girls, in a sense, covering this. And maybe out of some sort of sense of remorse for having to take their lives, maybe those are symbols to him. Maybe one's meant to look like a cross of some sort. Who knows? Maybe I believe that they mean something to him, but not a definite thing. But what do you think? What do you guys think about that time? Like during that time, so he's spooked because of the van, crosses the creek, brings the girls there. So what do you think about that hour and a bit of time?
I wanted to just say something first.
Sure.
They described the sticks that were on Libby as being in a V shape,
Mhm.
And I thought that was interesting, since he claimed he took the girls' virginities, and then the sticks were shaped in a V shape. That kind of popped in my mind. I
Yeah.
thought about that. As far as the timing, are you saying that you think he was capable of doing everything in that time
Oh
period?
no, I'm not asking that question, because I believe he was. So I'm wondering, in your head during that hour of time.
Mhm.
Okay, I mean, you take somebody's life, doesn't take very long. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Whether he was, jerking off there, spanking the monkey, like, so during that time frame, because there's about an hour's time that he would have spent putting sticks, whatever else sicko things he might have been doing. So what do you think kind of was happening in that hour's worth of time, at least?
Well, I think that Abby's being redressed. I think he may have done something while standing back. I remember Doug Carter saying that while there was no evidence of rape, that he believed that the perpetrator could have stood back and done something to himself.
Right.
So I think that's possible, and I think maybe they know that for some reason. I don't know. Maybe that was just a guess he had. But I think he was, Abby was being reclothed. He was committing the actual crimes, and then he was gathering up sticks, trying to figure out what he was going to do. I just think that it went by quickly, and maybe he was spending time looking at his handiwork. I don't know.
Taking pictures, perhaps, on that missing phone in 2017.
Very possible.
I bet
That's
you any.
interesting. Isn't that interesting? They had 23 phones in their house, but that's the one.
Not that one.
Yeah.
Of course, that's telling in itself, Deb. To be honest, like, meaning to coincide with the totality, that's very telling. That this phone collector that keeps every freaking phone, it seems like, oops, can't find them. One that's most important, because I'll tell you why that one. We all know why it's missing. It's because that one probably had, and it's maybe buried somewhere that he knows exactly where it is. So, but it's going to house probably searches. It's going to house probably pictures that he took of his work. I'm sure like multiple things that are on that phone. And I can't like I just don't like well I don't know what kind of phone it was. What kind of phone did they say that he had? It's like they had the IME, whatever it was, but didn't they? I think they knew what kind of phone he had because, I mean, well,
Samsung? I don't remember.
I mean, Doolin, like meaning, well, he can't remember if I even talking to the guy apparently, but yeah. Deb, okay, I have to ask you both about this one because this is driving me crazy. How does somebody self-report? Doolin makes a phone call, puts the information on his computer as well, and literally forget during all the press conferences, someone can say there's all tips in the world. No, he specifically called Richard Allen because he self-reported and said he was on the bridge. Tell me, just make me understand, Deb, how this could possibly have happened. Give me something to even think that somebody just can forget that they've talked to the person that said that they were on the bridge.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't his, he wasn't an actual policeman.
Correct.
He was a DNR, and so he was coming to fill in the gaps to help people out. And I think that he basically was just talking to people, filling out reports, and then handing it off and expecting everybody else to do that work. But there was also, and I'd have to go back and look at notes, information that someone else took the initial conversation and made all those notes. So the note of cleared, did he make that? Did somebody just assume
That was
somebody else?
Yeah, that was a female. I know that they said about that.
That's
but
where I think the problem happened is.
Yeah, but how does
But
he
he didn't. Yeah. How do you see this, the biggest case on TV, and you don't go, wait a second, didn't I see somebody at the parking lot? This guy that said he was wearing the same clothes. How do you go so many years?
He didn't talk about the clothes then. That was in
No, but he said that he was wearing those clothes.
And that's the thing, Deb. We can definitely say that there was a F up with the paperwork and how it got whatever. But in his own memory, how would he forget?
That wasn't his everyday job. And I think that he thought I turned over this information. He went on with his life and forgot about it.
And even though he was a DNR, they're still officers. They still are trained the same way as regular officers, except that this ones are,
right.
But I think
they actually have a little bit more authority in some respects.
Yeah,
but his job was not that. His job.
How does somebody not?
I think that's what I think. I think that's what happened. But I think for me, I would have went and say, "Wait a second." Especially after not being solved, I would have been like, "Did you guys check that thing that I put in?"
Yeah,
just to my supervisor and just say, "Hey."
But how many did he turn in? That's the other thing. How many did he turn in?
But he was, yeah. But the thing is that
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
He said that it was like, because when people think things are odd and you have red flags that trigger off in your brain, like, wait a second.
This is one of them.
There was somebody that I talked to that said that they were at the bridge that day.
Yeah.
That, and because they said they were looking for one man that hasn't been identified. And, so sorry, I was going to make another point to that.
And a lot of people are saying that, is it because they were friends? I don't think they were friends. I honestly don't believe they.
I honestly don't think so either. Actually,
I think it was just a thing that he did his job, and some people are like that. And let's not forget, some people are like that.
Oh.
They, police, they do their, they're not paid a lot of money, so they're not going to go that extra mile. Some people just do their job as best as they can.
But
I gave my note. This is what it was. That's it.
But Alexa, this was my point I was going to make to you and Deb on that, is that he said it was strange. And so when something is odd, so what he said was odd is that normally they would be at the office or I'd go to their home. But I met him at a Save-A-Lot. So that's what I was talking about. When something is odd or different, it usually will stick out in your brain. And that's why I'm going, dude, like seriously, like, because you just natural memory kind of triggers red flags with certain things. So if you deem something as odd, you're you know what I mean? It just kind of like sticks.
And remember, I told you for years, how does that person that took that note didn't say, wait a second, I spoke to somebody. Did you guys check on that? I
Yeah.
gave it to this person. How do you not bring that to your supervisor?
Especially when he's standing at the podium as they're begging for.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. But
It doesn't.
it's just one of those mistakes that just happen.
Maybe
And
he has a faulty brain. Like, honestly, maybe he has one of those brains. He takes in the information and then kind of just forgets about it. Some people have those brains
Yeah.
where they're just not good memory brains.
or
Yeah.
maybe he saw him. This is a guy that there's no way he can do that. Because you don't some people size it up. I mean, he
Or they're-
went to training and he
Right.
looked at him and said, "Hey, little guy, why would he come?" Because they don't understand the psychology, the behavior. That this is very, this is what they do. They insert themselves back into the crime. They
Exactly.
like talking to the police because they want to know what do they know.
Yeah. Maybe he's thinking this is, a guy that works at CBS. He's a
Mhm.
manager,
Family man, yeah.
pharmacy tech,
Mhm.
and maybe Richard Allen did a good job of convincing him.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, right? That's what it is. There's a self-report of 1:30 to 3:30, and then it's when he's talking to Doolin, he says 1:30 to 3:30. So
Mhm.
it's like two different times he's said it. It's not
Yeah.
just one; it's twice. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're going to try to backtrack. Like,
Mhm.
I know that they're trying to use the timeline for the defense, and I'm not here to sit there and just ride Richard Allen. It's just I'm just talking about sheer facts that are coming out in the case, right?
Right.
If he
Right.
self-reports and he talks to Doolin, that's fact, right? So if he said 2 times and he self-reported that, and then he said that, like, and then they had that in the PCA, and then he talks to Dan Doolin, and then he went back to his notes, like after the fact. He said that he did a search, right, on his computer, and that his after 5.5 years that his memory got jogged. Oh yeah, right.
Mhm.
I spoke to this dude. At,
A lot of people, a lot of people also, are wondering along the lines of things that Dan Doolin didn't do, things that Richard Allen didn't do, why Richard Allen didn't trade off his car and all these things. But that would be suspicious.
Yeah.
They were
to
looking.
the wife.
They
Yeah.
were looking for people who were
Doing that.
doing something different, getting rid of their car, moving, etc.
Those
That-
are all suspicious. That's one of the first things they're going to look at,
Yeah.
in a sense. Those are main things that they're going to look at. Now,
And I also get people that say that, oh my God, like how in their right mind would somebody go and say that they were there if they're innocent? And that proves 100% their innocence.
Hmm.
And
Mhm.
again, we go to that roundabout. That doesn't mean anything. That is just them trying to, because he knew he was seen. And I always said this was a case of let me go and say before they come for me, because it's going to look better if I go that they come.
Hmm.
And I say, hey, I was there. I didn't see anything. That's it. And this is what I wore. And I think what he wore, he was just being honest. He didn't change it because he knew somebody saw him.
he knew that he probably maybe he had thought that he had said it. Like honestly, like he self-reported because he saw himself on the TV.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That would make sense. He
I would be
self-
freaking out too. Mhm.
He
I
was,
would too.
he was getting ahead of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
Deb,
Yep.
my what I said the other day exactly was this. If you're staring at your face and you have a pimple, that's going to be the hugest pimple in the world to you.
Yeah.
And you're going to notice it. And you're going to think everybody else is going to notice it. So
Right.
he sees his face on TV and he can see himself clearly. Other people can't, but he doesn't know that. So,
Mhm.
right. So he self-reports because it's kind of like, oh, shit. Right. Because Delphi's a small town.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to probably think that they know who that is. And they're going to say, hey, yeah, that's Richard Allen. And it didn't turn out that way. And honestly, if he didn't actually say anything, he would never probably be caught. He
Right.
wouldn't.
But is
But-
that because he didn't have any friends? Because I mean, if somebody sees me, I think somebody would see me walking.
Mhm.
A lot my close friends, one that has known me for 30 something years, I think should be like, hey, that's her. Or it looks like her. My husband, I'm sure, so is it because he wasn't like very sociable? And just I guess the people at work sometimes they don't play those
I think
things.
he's just worked with. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he was I don't take him to be very sociable. Do you
No.
guys like? Do you, Deb? I don't see him being like.
No.
They went to the
No.
bar and did stuff, but I don't see him being overly sociable.
I think Kathy is the sociable one, and he's one
definitely.
to keep to himself, quiet guy.
Mhm.
She's
You know,
the
even
bubbly.
good friend from school said that he didn't talk much. He was quiet.
Yeah, I can see him being like that for sure.
Kind of,
Yeah.
would float under the radar.
Yeah, yeah.
The only
You
thing
know,
that's remarkable about his appearance is that he's short. But if I don't know if he's 5'4" or 5'5" or 5'6".
well, we got the picture, Deb. Remember the one in the jail?
Yeah, we've had all those reports, right? I had somebody call, and the first jail he was in said that he was 5'5", and one of them said he was 5'6", and then it came out later they're saying he's 5'4". So let's just say he's 5'5". If
Let's
he
just put him at 5'5".
Yeah,
Yeah.
if he's 5'5" and he had on army boots, that would make him 5'7",
Yeah.
because army boots have a very thick, high sole in them.
Yeah.
To keep him out of the water, and so. But
Yeah.
that's the only remarkable thing to me about his appearance is his height. So he kind of can float under the radar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Little dude couldn't have done it. Nope.
And
Like
also the family, remember, I remember that vividly. I mean, that when I was kind of like going through and I said, you would think about a profile, who would do that? And I always said local and family, because I think that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest hideout is you have a family. You have a family life. You appear to be this person that you in a job, stable. That way nobody knows, the secrets that you do. So I think that fits perfectly. That is perfectly.
Well,
that fits to the T.
yeah. And Doug Carter, honestly, in that one briefing, I mean, we know
Yeah.
that you're basically live in Delphi or in the surrounding area. We know that like you either worked in that was pretty.
They knew that he. Yeah.
Like it was good profiling about him until they unveiled that young 25-year-old sketch. So yeah, I mean, I still laugh. You didn't think we'd switch gears, did you? But we did.
I wonder what he was thinking. He was probably laughing and being like,
He was laughing.
no.
I will tell you, I've seen pictures of Richard Allen where he looks very young.
Mm-hmm.
He can carry it off. I've seen pictures of him where he looks way older.
Yeah.
Back then he was quite thin and very agile. If you recall the video of him dancing in the pool room. So, and he said he always wore that. They asked him what kind of hat he had on. He said he always wore like one of those pullover.
Yeah, which he had. Yeah.
I don't know. So I do believe I did something on my channel where I compared the eyes of the older sketch of Richard Allen's actual photograph and of the sketch, and the eyes are spot on in all three.
And all of them, yeah. I agree.
And
the nose, I think a little bit of the nose.
Yep, a little bit of the nose. He has
not in number one. It's not.
This little thing is called that hangs down there, but
I know, right?
There's a name for it. His actually hangs way down.
Like, yeah,
very distinguishable. Yeah.
Remember when Richard Allen was the thing, and I went back to the video, right? Because at first I'm messaging Keegan Dunker's girlfriend, and I'm like, "Was Keegan Dunker arrested? Do you know?" And she's like, "Nope." And I'm like, "Well, then who the fuck has been arrested?" Anyways, but once we knew it was so once Richard Allen was arrested, all I could see, because I knew I could see the nose and it had that droop down, I was like, it's the nose. That is his nose. Like, that's the nose.
Yeah.
Because that's all I could make out was this droopy nose that came down here and the nostrils up. But it was that droop of the nose, and I was like, that's when I knew. Yeah, that's Richard Allen.
Yeah.
Like,
I remember that. I remember you doing that. And in the picture, in the photo, you've got movement, and so it's a double exposure, so it makes it look like he had a big bulbous nose.
Yeah, in certain parts of those in the video, like when it was broken down, and because like I said, I played that thing forever and a day. But anyways, but one thing that always stood out to me was that the eyes were very close. Now, it's kind of when it double exposed is when it looks, I would always say to myself, how the fuck did it look like that? Because you could tell it was almost like two photos coming into one or two pictures coming into one. But if there's one thing I noticed, that the eyes were close together, But so with Richard Allen after the fact, so the eyes very hard to see, but I could see that they were close together. But again, that video was so like distorting, unfortunately. But like I said, the nose, and when you have hindsight and go back to something, once somebody is arrested and they have that, and then it's just like, damn, that nose is his nose. That little motherfucker that's in front there. But anyways, and it was like I said, I could see it, right? I thought it, and to me, I don't care what anyone says to me. If I put Kagan Dunker's picture beside Richard Allen's, those two could be freaking brothers, literally. They have very, very similar faces to each other. But anyways, but obviously it wasn't, and I was so wrong, and I've learned my lesson
No
about.
tripod either.
But anyways, hey, but
No tripod either.
yeah, right. I know there was like shit all. Well, you know what? Like I said, this whole case has been a lesson learned. I've never followed a case, Suzanne Morphew's, but you know what? I wasn't sitting there looking at this. All I ever wanted to know was just right from the start, was they got 2 sketches. They got all these POIs, and I just remember starting to sift through them, going, does that face kind of look the same? Gone. Okay, take that person out, and then it just, like I said, I happened to the whole thing was about, I think it was what's his name? I can't think of his name now. But anyways, and then he mentioned Garrett Kurtz, and I was like, well, who's Garrett Kurtz? And like I said, it's not like that line was unrealistic. It was absolutely realistic because of the words out of their own mouths, like to the point that what's his name sent me the message saying that the redhead had said she was there when the Palladino men killed those 2 girls, and like that. And then you got Garrett Kurtz and all this shit talking with the open secrets and stuff like that. And so it did make sense that Garrett Kurt, who worked on the land with and knew Ron Logan, that Garrett's Kurt, one of his best friends, could have been helping him out. You know, and honestly, but anyways, it was a learning curve. It's been an absolute learning curve for me. I don't care if people still want to shit on me. Go shit on the other 90 channels that sat there and had their own POIs, but I'll take accountability for, like, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong about
And
everything.
there's nothing to be ashamed. I mean, you know, look at the
it's a
coffin
learning
doctor.
curve.
She said that Ron Logan was the one who did it. And
Oh
then,
yeah, look at those idiots still thinking it's Ron Logan to this day. Go
I
shit on
know.
that.
I think
anybody
when
can make a mistake. Yeah.
Go ahead,
back
go
in
ahead,
the
Deb.
day when we were talking about that, and we came to the realization that that is definitely Rick Allen, that they arrested, and Sonny was kind of upset, and I remember saying to her, "You're not the only one that was wrong. Every single person was wrong.
Felt like an absolute idiot. Yeah,
Everyone was
absolute
wrong.
idiot.
Yeah,
I
but
was mad. Go ahead.
but everybody was wrong, and what I loved is that you owned it, that you move forward, and that's what you have to do, because there are
Because the
people who are
information.
hanging on to people that aren't involved.
Yeah, I pride myself. That's the hardest part, is when you pride yourself in, like, every day, like you guys. Like, I probably had 70,000 pictures of the crime scene area to the BG, and I try to always pride myself in making sure I'm doing my due diligence, because I never want to embarrass myself. Honestly, I felt humiliated to myself, that I could be so wrong, and that's what taught me that pictures can distort so badly, and that and never to sit there and call a person out saying that they're a killer, or that they're I never said he was a killer. I just said he was the BG, because we didn't really know if there was 2 people, 3 people. I was just saying who the BG was, but we all, at this point, I'm thinking like there's Garrett Kurtz probably involved. I'm seeing freaking masks and shit, and whatever. All I know is biggest learning curve ever. And when new information comes out, I'm absolutely, obviously, like, if somebody's stuck on Ron Logan still and stuff like that, like, to me, again, you have no chance to like change a person like that if they're just so focused on Ron Logan. So once Richard Allen was arrested, obviously, right, I had to relook at the BG again and try to understand. Like I spent a ton of time. I could make out the boot that he had on, or shoe, whatever you want to call it. I think it's a boot. I could make out the laces. Couldn't make out the brand, but it was stuff like that. I was just so focused on
Right.
how can I tie, or at least see what the brand is. That perhaps that's why I don't believe it's a Carhartt jacket, because Carhartt has a very distinctive logo on the front,
He said
and
it
there's
was,
not,
the way they described it, I think that he said it was
it's an off-brand.
like an off-brand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a
But
separate-
now you understand why a lot of people, and like a lot of the professionals, they don't like giving their
Sure
opinion,
is.
because
Yeah.
they don't like giving their opinion, because if they're wrong, that looks bad against them.
right. Right.
And that's why sometimes I don't like, when they go in the news, and like the profilers or the criminologists, that they go around and they never answer anything, because they don't like being wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you have to own it, and you have to say, hey, I was right, I was wrong, here, I was right. And that's okay. That doesn't make you any less. Even if you're FBI, even if you're police, even wherever you work, it's okay.
Well, all I can say is that don't go around to other places and channels accusing people of being a murderer. Always, right? Like I said, right? But always say your opinion, right? I think. But so many people, like I said, and I never, like I said, I'm not going to claim here I said that Kagan Dunker was a murderer. I never said that. I said he was the BG. There's a difference. But in saying that, it taught me not to sit there. It's okay to look at people that have been mentioned and stuff like that, or to have that, but to literally go around accusing, people, and no basis or nothing to even back it up. Besides, you're just walking around speaking. Like, honestly, look at all these people now that are standing up against being attacked and are coming after YouTubers for defaming them and stuff like that. See that coming now, Deb?
And they're
Right?
winning lawsuits, hundreds of thousands of dollars against
Yeah.
YouTubers for false. Yeah. So people who have accused and are on YouTube accusing families, be aware that that will most likely happen.
Because people are getting tired of
Mhm.
this community just attacking people
Yeah.
with nothing. Like, look at in the Idaho case, the teacher. That's kind of one of the ones that I remember that started it,
Mhm.
was watching that YouTube, the TikToker, but it's happening a lot more now. And, and it's because people can just be very careless. But it's one thing to say it, like I said, I think, in my opinion, but to sit there and go around and say, like, Kelsey German had something to do with her sister's death, and she did, and you literally have no basis at all to back up. Anyways, all I'm going to say,
And it's only logical that, okay, let's just say, what if Kelsey had bought that sweatshirt that day, and it hadn't even gone to her home? It was still handled by her in her car.
Yeah.
And we don't know. I mean, maybe Abby was staying at their house. Maybe Abby had one of Kelsey's hairs on her to begin with, from laying on, on their sofa or whatever,
sitting in the car.
Ridiculous. And if it was somebody else's hair that they hadn't been in her car or whatever, then maybe. But there's no proof or anything that points to that. And if there were, the defense would be pushing that like crazy right now.
Oh, absolutely, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, somebody made a comment earlier, and they said, well, I mean, if Brad Weber clocked out and they got the specific time, how could Brad Weber be on the bridge at 2:13 if he didn't even clock out from work to 2:00? Right. Because some people are trying to portray him like he's the BG, but he wouldn't even have been home. So
yeah, that's exactly right. And how could a whole group of people tromp through the woods and not leave any DNA or evidence?
Right.
And
well, apparently Elvis knows, apparently.
Well, I personally believe that there was DNA. I think the DNA was corrupted, and I always said it from day one, and it wasn't handled properly. And the one thing that we can prove that is, imagine the embarrassment that one of their own, the DNA ended up being one of their own officers.
One of their own.
So
Yeah.
that means that it was corrupted. And I always said that day
Yeah.
one. I think they didn't do it properly.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this would have done differently. If they would have done it properly, would we be here? I'm
Right.
sure they would have had DNA. I mean, the terrain was hard because you have two places. I mean, it's not like just one crime scene. But I think there was DNA. I just think it was corrupted
Mhm.
and it wasn't handled properly because
Yeah,
they
I
never
agree.
seen that and they never did that. And I always said that from day one.
Mhm.
That's
Uh,
what
True Crime Housewife. Well, we did talk somewhat about the Google searches, but nothing in depth on it really and stuff like that. And so, just quickly, Deb, do you have anything more to
Mm.
say about?
I think that they
Google?
might be, what they actually might be referring to is what people were talking about, called a fog report. Do you think is that what they're talking about? Or are you talking about the Google searches that they found that were done in their home and that Kathy Allen's more than likely going to testify was her making the searches? Which one?
Yeah, I'm thinking the latter myself,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. No
Anyway,
one said it was wrapped around her finger either. It was
what
on,
that what was?
it was on her hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, where did this wrapped around, like, the finger thing come from?
It's kind of like this. It's kind of like when the defense first brought out that there was a hair that wasn't Richard Allen's and that was
Right. I
completely
know.
female, and they said it was red.
Mm.
And trying to make it sound, everyone went, "Oh," and then like a couple days later, they're having to say, "Okay, well, it wasn't red, it was blonde, and it was Kelsey's," and then they never talked about it again.
Honestly, I knew that was one of the most embarrassing things that they did for themselves because we knew that they were playing this game like, oh, shock, horror, the horror of it all.
And that's their job. I mean,
I
that's
know.
their
That's
job.
their job. Yep. And then because they did, that's like giving a tease to a trailer of a movie in a sense, like da 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 da, and then you go, oh, that just fell flat, didn't it?
Yeah.
Right. And you knew that was going to happen with that hair, really. But anyways, it was just to put that shock out there, and of course the news stations are all saying it, and then it's going to be like, oh, there was a big nothing burger now, wasn't it? On there.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think that's where the wrapped around the finger came from. I think that they just emphasized that and made it sound more dramatic because they needed to do something, and that was their job. So
same thing when they said about the timeline with Brad Weber that they were going to like blow it out, that they prove that he didn't come.
Right.
And nothing happened.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, just for anyone that's coming in now, with Brad Weber. So, who was on the stand? Well, Brad Weber was on yesterday, and what they corroborated that. What was it about the 2:30 time again, Deb? That there was no 3:30 time ever said, really.
The FBI person that interviewed Brad Weber was on the stand, and I can't imagine an attorney putting someone on the stand and questioning them for the defense, not knowing what they were going to say.
Right.
And what they said was they don't remember him saying that it was 3:30. So,
especially on witness.
Yeah, on witness. How did you put them on the stand and not know what they were going to testify to?
I would have been like,
that's why I thought they had. I thought that they had it on paper, him saying it, that they were going to be like, in your face, this is what you said.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it wasn't?
Yeah.
I think they maybe thought they had it on paper and they said it, and when they went back, they realized, oops, nope, he can't lie.
Brad Weber, here's your subpoena. Oh, shit. Wait.
Yeah. Now it's like, oops.
Backfired.
Yeah, because that was like that subpoena thing they did the day before was like a Perry Mason kind of moment,
Yeah, right.
Everybody's like, dun, dun, dun.
You don't know how badly I just would internally, you guys know, just like you guys, I just want to sit there and watch it and be like, you just want to see the lawyers, they're doing their thing, and you just want to be that fly on the wall, wishing that we could see
Yeah.
this play out, because it has been such a huge case for us, you know. And I know that that's selfish in thinking that, but I'm not gonna lie. I don't care. I'm calling it selfish. I would love to see this trial. I want to see every little droplet of it. And
Mhm.
so our next best thing is the people that are in the courtrooms, that are reporting on it, at least with a nice
Describing, yeah.
balanced view of it, and hear those little tidbits that we're not hearing in the news and stuff like that. Deb's reporting. Deb, let's just go. I'm just going to quickly go there. And hi, KCL. I said hi to her when I was in watching Hidden True Crime earlier, and I caught Ivy in there too. Ivy's always, she's like stalks me. I swear to God. It's like, hi, Ivy. She makes a post, and I'm just like, oh, here, Ivy, I see you. I said, Deb, you've been relentless on putting out. How many videos do you typically put out a day?
I don't
Is it
even know
just
how many I put out, but it ranges from 3 to 5 per day.
per day, right?
Yeah, and the days, it never fails. The days that I went to court and the next day I had to I thought I'm going to get up and make up yesterday's videos and then I'll be ready to do, today's videos. No, that day they put out documents. And my whole slogan is, I read the documents for you so you don't
Yeah.
have to.
You don't have
Yeah.
to.
Right?
You had us reading documents that day.
So I put out quite a few videos that day. But yeah, I try to put out one right after the morning session, and then I put out one right after the evening. And if there's a document or anything extra that happens, I'll put something out about it. So it ranges anywhere from usually around 3 to 5.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
And I was gonna say, and Deb, because like I said, as you grow as a person with creating videos and stuff like that, and it's a lot of work to do. You know,
And I'm
like
not even doing the beautiful, incredible video work that you do.
I
I'm
haven't done
literally
that in a long time.
slapping the stuff on the
Yeah,
and then reading it because I just don't have time.
exactly.
At the beginning, I was trying to make them all pretty, and my thumbnails, I think I'm doing okay with, but the rest of them, it's the basics, just the
Honestly, in this particular case, to be honest, like in this particular thing of reporting on it each day, it's just best to slapstick it up there, in that type of format anyway, because it's a lot of work to sit there and keep thinking, oh, let me apply this or that. Just here's the information, because that's, truly no one's going to usually walk away, like in a sense going, oh, well, let me just, commend Sunny for all the 2 hours of work on this she did. But really, all they really cared about was just reading about the day's events, when it comes to certain things, right? I mean, we're just talking about information. So I think you're doing a great job. Just simply, here's the information, reading it. That's all I want to hear. Thank you.
Yep, that's
no butterflies, no little this. Just,
I want my purpose is to leave a factual trail of what happened in this trial and in this case that people can read now and look back on. And I want to do that to honor Libby and Abby and all the donations that I'm getting, the profits from those, because people have donated to my channel and I appreciate that so much. And I want everyone to know the profits from those are going to go to a charity. I'm either going to donate again to the Abby Libby Park, or I've just found out that Anna does something every year in honor of Abby, and that is the little shoebox with toys and things that they send off to other countries.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
I might, either take part of the money and do that, or all the money, or do the park. I might split it. So I'll let you know what we do, and we'll be real transparent about it. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, Deb, so good on you for that. So again, help support Deb. Again, her money is going to the girls, directly to the girls, right? So if anyone can help support Deb, I just posted her channel again. I think most people know about it, but if you don't, there's her channel there. And
I don't do lives, but there's a little, if you go across on there, there's a little thing that says thanks, and that's where you can donate. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Anyways, okay. So, I was gonna play some more. Deb does an awesome job. Yes, she does. Peter, like I said, I love my friends dearly. They got amazing hearts. You know, me and Alexa connected quite a while back now. I'm a subscriber, Deb. Deb and I, like I said, Aspen and Deb. Like I said, it used to be all three of us here.
Yeah.
And so, but mind you, I'm still so proud of you. Like just doing your own thing. That way, you're in control. You get to do what you want, however you want, in a sense. And like I said, donate the money to the cause of Abby and Libby in whatever which way and stuff like that, whether it's to the diamond or, like I said, Anna's thing like that.
Yeah.
It's a rewarding feeling. And like I said, and Alexa too, you know, just like I said, me and her connected. She always tries to help me out when she can. I know she's been a lot busier, just like Deb has been, especially with this stuff going on now. But Alexa's always been really busy with her dad's business and her kids and her family as well. So I always know that I do always, even if I don't say it all the time, you guys always know that you guys are so much appreciated as people and as friends.
Yeah.
'Cause you guys just have beautiful heart. I love people with just a beautiful, unlike support with Steffa. She's like such a cranky thing. God, where did she go? Just
Is that my Steffa?
Oh, Steffa. That's the one that believes that the tree is on the south side of the thing. And, yeah, no, just kidding. Hi, Steffa. Okay, so again, time-wise, do you guys need to get going?
No,
Are you good?
Yeah, probably pretty soon because I'm pretty
Okay.
tired. But
Who's tired? You are? Did you say you're tired now, Deb?
I said I'm pretty tired. It's been a long day, but I'll hang in a little longer.
Okay, well, let's just play a little bit more of
Okay.
this. And
right.
hopefully, maybe, what was it we were talking about earlier? And you said I'll have to go back. And Travis was talking about the whole trail cam thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully that can come up. So let's see here.
All right.
So we'll go back to playing this. Get that Steffa person off my screen. Oh, Steffa. No, love you, Steffa.
Right, over the summer. But then they filed 2 more motions since the trial has started on this. And the defense's argument was this, that the testimony that we've heard over the past 2 weeks has opened the door for them to now be able to present this alternate theory. And they've pointed to a couple things. They pointed to, first, those photos of the girls' bodies with the sticks on them. We know that Jerry Holman testified that he thought that those sticks on the bodies were likely about concealment. But then he also said that they could possibly have to do with an undoing. And we talked about what an undoing is in law enforcement speak, when someone has killed someone, to undo the act, basically to try and seemingly undo it in some way and give some kind of respect to the victims, right?
Yeah.
So they're saying that because Jerry Holman talked about those things, they want to be able to present an alternate theory about what those sticks were about. And they have also pointed out that Jerry Holman had said, he believed that one person was involved in this, because if more than one person would be involved, it's been his experience in investigations that people talk, they say things. And the defense has said, look, we have some people, and they've put this out there in their Frank's memo and in several court documents, the names and lists of people who we've decided not to name quite yet here, but the names of people that they say have been talking, have been talking and said possibly that they might have something to do about this. So again, they filed these 2 motions to be able to enter that in, to address that in court. And Judge Gall said today, no way, you haven't drawn the nexus, you haven't drawn the connection, you haven't shown me the direct connection. So that is a big no on Odinism and these third-party suspects. So that was right at the end of the day. And Andrew Baldwin said, okay, Judge, and that was it.
And that's huge. And not only is that a setback for the defense, because we know
so.
that is an element that they really wanted to discuss
Right.
and present to the jury, but we also were planning on having as many as 120 witnesses on their witness list, that presumably witnesses and time that they were going to spend talking to the jury about this alternate perpetrator theory that now the judge has said is off the table, which will impact, I believe, the length of this trial, because a lot of those witnesses that they were planning to bring now would not be coming to testify,
Right.
wouldn't be allowed to testify.
Witnesses that they've already deposed, and witnesses we know from testimony that law enforcement also talked to in the course of this investigation.
Yes.
So, And
That's a big development
it's a
today.
huge
Really big development. So
Yeah.
Scott, we're going to send it back to you because I'm sure Katie has a few things to say about that development here today. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you in a moment. Katie Jackson Lindsay is a former deputy prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, and she's been with us every night breaking down what she is hearing Bob and Emily talk about when they are listening to the testimony inside the Delphi courthouse. So let's talk about the judge's ruling today that the defense cannot bring in this alternate suspects theory and therefore can't talk about what they believe was a ritualistic killing, perhaps some sort of Odinism killing. How big a blow is this to the defense?
It's a major blow. Throughout the state's case, we have, you and I have talked about this instruction that the jury receives that says, if this evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, the jury has to choose the interpretation consistent with Richard Allen's innocence. And so in essence, Judge Gold's ruling prohibits the defense from even introducing another reasonable interpretation for the state's evidence because they're not allowed to develop that theory or that possibility at all for the jury to consider.
Let's talk about the other perhaps setback for the defense, this idea that they wanted to go ahead and introduce some videos that would show Richard Allen's state of mind and what he was going through when he was being incarcerated, that he was being held and shackled and, under suicide watch. And the fact that the defense was unable to get those videos in because the judge said, hey, you can put them in so long as you can verify the dates that these videos were taken. Is that a setback or is that a temporary setback until they can somehow verify the dates of these videos?
Well, I would assume it's a setback for sure, but I would assume that it's a temporary setback. I don't know the format in which they received these videos, if they were received from the state as discovery or if they were received based on a third-party request directly to the Department of Correction. But I would assume someone this weekend is working really, really hard to be able to confirm those dates and present that evidence to the jury in a way that they can confirm those dates. It's not easy to tell the reason for Judge Gold's ruling on that. However, I know that a lot of these arguments were made at sidebar. And so our reporters are not privy to the exact arguments that were made. But in terms of admitting evidence like this, there has to be a foundation that it is what it purports to be. And then there has to be relevance. It has to be relevant to the issues that are before the jury. And so I would think they would be able to establish relevance without those dates, because what we heard at the end of the state's case is that allegedly Richard Allen's confessions began as early as that November 14th phone call when he originally said to his wife, if you're getting tired of this, I'll tell them whatever they want to know. And so the state suggested that was the beginning of the confessions. So we know that Richard Allen went into these conditions in that jail very early on, as early as November 3rd, when the safekeeping motion was granted. And so it would seem to me that it shouldn't matter at what point these conditions are being shown to the jury, because the conditions that he was under from the time he got there through the time of these confessions should be relevant. So it's a little bit confusing as to why she deemed that would have been a requirement. But either way, I think the defense will end up working that out.
Let's get your insight on Dr. Dwenger's testimony. Dr. Dwenger was the one who said that Richard Allen was diagnosed with serious mental illness and was gravely disabled at the time, around the time that he was making these confessions while he was being incarcerated. What kind of impact does that testimony have on the jury and the defense's case?
Well, it should have a significant impact, because now they know that what the defense is trying to build is that he was mentally impaired at the time. That's been confirmed by a defense witness conclusively. Serious mental illness, grave disability. I'm not a doctor, but it doesn't take a doctor to understand that is impacting someone's mental health, it's impacting their mental state, and therefore it's impacting the things that come out of their mouth. And so I think that was powerful. And I think that we can tell how the jury is processing that based on their questions for that witness. We know that they asked her questions about whether or not she could determine if he was faking. They also asked her questions about what sort of things to look for if a person is faking a mental illness. And she gave them a pretty comprehensive list. So the great thing about that is that now they can apply their own reasoning to that and determine, based on what she told them, did they notice any of those things to suggest that he was faking. And so they're doing what we want jurors to do. They're keeping an open mind. They're asking questions, and they're trying to apply the evidence to what they're hearing.
Okay, so we'll get some more analysis from Katie in a moment. But Bob and Emily, I want to bring you back in because the former police chief and the sheriff took the witness stand today. Fill us in on how that went.
Yeah, former Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby took the witness stand today, Bob, and he testified that at this point he believes that Richard Allen is the only person that committed these murders now, but he says that that was not always the case. And he said initially when this happened, again, he was the sheriff here in Carroll County. He characterized his role at the time as an administrative role, not necessarily boots on the ground. But he testified when this first happened, it was initially unknown how many people were involved. But when the defense questioned him, they asked him about a deposition he gave to the defense in August of 2023. And at that time, Lesenby said under oath that he thought multiple people were involved in this crime, at least 2. Now, keep in mind, Richard Allen had been arrested 10 months before. Lesenby is saying this in this deposition. He was also asked on the stand today who else in the investigation, in that central command, thought that more than one person could be involved. And he said, lead investigator Tony Liggett. So he was letting, the jury was able to hear that law enforcement on this case at one point thought that more than one person was involved. But at this point now, they believe that it's just Richard Allen involved. So
yeah, they seem to have changed. I mean, even when you go back and think about the original press conference that they had when they announced that they had arrested Richard Allen for this, there was discussion about the fact that we still have the tip line open.
Right.
We are still looking for information.
That's right.
And we are looking for information about other suspects. And we heard over the summer during testimony from some of the law enforcement officers that they said that all along they were told that they were looking for possibly 2, 3, 4, 5 different people who could be involved in this. So interesting. It seems like their perception has changed over time.
Changed, or at least, I mean, that's how they characterized it today. We also heard from Steve Mullen. He
about that one quickly is that, well, duh, because Kagan Klein was texting Libby that morning. So duh on that one for 2 people. So meaning, right, there were so many things with Kagan Klein. Regardless, there was so many things with Kagan Klein. I'm sure that you could tell by the interview that they thought he had something to do with it.
Right.
For sure, because there were so many things. He was searching, he was Googling about DNA, he was changing his, like I said, Facebook timeline, he was lying consistently and stuff like that. And he had texted Libby that morning. So either, there was that's just kind of a given. You almost think that he definitely had a possibility in there. And then they come to realize, in a sense, that Kagan Klein actually wasn't part of it. And that, and so, and then that's when they really believe that, okay, you know what? It is just the one person that we have. That makes sense, right? That happened. Like, and at the start, right? 2 to 5, because they didn't know, right? Like I said, there's no DNA to say there's still multiple people. They didn't know. And they were looking. So, I mean, I get that because we all did. No one almost all, there's a very little, let me just put it this way, that believed in that there was a one person did all this, and because we just didn't know. They didn't know. Obviously they didn't know. But when Kagan Klein stuff came out, that was definitely, we all thought that at some point that he had something to do with it somewhere, perhaps, because what's the chances of somebody messaging Libby that morning? We heard for a long time that Libby was supposed to be meeting some guy at the bridge, even though that didn't coincide with the other things that Becky had said. And it was just like a sporadic thing and asking Kelsey to go shopping and to the bridge and stuff like that. But so I just wanted to comment on that because, why wouldn't they think that another person was involved? It looked like Kagan Klein was involved until they realized it was a nothing burger.
It truly did look like it was, but I think it's because it was such a small area where everyone knows everyone, especially teens. And I think that, Libby was in a group of girls that happened to be talking to this fake Anthony Schatz, and she just got drawn into it.
Right.
And it's just a coincidence. And then I think he used it to accuse his dad and other people to try to get out of it, of being arrested.
Well,
and he tells lie after lie.
I mean, they connected Kagan Klein because of Libby's friend, that someone showed up at the home, and then when she came, there was a number, and that's when they connected it to the Anthony Schatz, so it was all legitimate to think that this was a good lead, that's this person's involved, to be honest with you. And then it just, everything seemed that way, didn't it?
Right.
Until it
Mhm.
was nothing, like, and it's one of those things, like, when we hear any sort of change to the Delphi case, when they were putting out this video, remember that guy standing there talking, reading the prompter, if anybody knows anything about the Anthony Shots account, and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. But like I said, all you had to do was hear just a droplet of new information, and it was just like on it on there.
A good thing that happened as a result of that bad thing that Kagan was doing is that hundreds of predators
Absolutely.
have been arrested as a result of it. So that's a good thing that happened.
And Deb, even with this case, had the trial have gone back in May or March or whatever the heck it was when it was scheduled, they didn't know about Dr. Walla's notes up until August. So I always call that divine intervention there, right there, for meaning that, to have that van, about the white van, to have these confession, like, well, I mean, they had confessions, but but they didn't know about like those notes up until recently. Now, had that trial have happened, that would have never have come out. And, Richard Allen could have been freed if he's in fact guilty, because again, strong case. But I call that divine intervention from Libby and Abby.
So now, can I ask you a question? So now that we're talking about Dr. Wall, like, what do you guys think about a lot of people are saying that she probably put like words in his mouth? She kind of like
Told him about
told
stuff.
him like a puppet to say things and force him into confessions because she followed the case.
Well, where's the proof of that? Is what I say.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, people also like to, criticize her for getting rid of her handwritten notes. But in talking with my husband and with Ivy has also enforced that is what you're supposed to do. You take your notes and you enter them into the system, and then you destroy the handwritten notes so that those aren't floating around somewhere in the system. They're protected. So that's what she was supposed to do. And as far as she had gone to the Monon and researched all of that. That was before she had Richard Allen as a. There's like some.
And she never knew she was going to have him. It's not like she knew. She asked for him.
Right. So it's not 100% ethical to research Kagan Klein, from the company's work. I agree with that, but it's not illegal, and it's not something to lose your job over.
Sorry, I was going to type it, but I'll say it. Truth, I'm Liquid. I'm sorry, but you do have your facts wrong on this. He never said he was going to meet her that day. He just said to that girl that he was, I was going to meet up with her. He didn't say that day. A lot of people twisted that.
Right.
To be that day, but that's not how it was put. So that's why that is incorrect, an incorrect statement on that.
And I think that's a good point to bring out, because that's what's happened in this case is that, YouTubers have picked that up, and then somebody's added the word that day. And it just went on. And that's what's happened with a lot of information that we've looked at. Folklore becomes reality to some people.
Yeah.
That's what I always thought, that Kagan was involved, because I always heard that he texted, her, and they said that they were supposed to meet that day. And I'm like, what are the chances of him, texting and then this happening?
Yeah.
Right. And that's how a lot of people took that. Even I was questioning that, because, and that was kind of a huge one to me, because it was like, but if you actually went back and read the transcript, it wasn't that he said he was going to meet her that day. He just said he was supposed to meet up with her. But a lot of people wanted to think that it was meaning that day, and it could have came off that like that was just more perception or interpretation of it. But so that was like adding words that weren't truly said to make it seem, and so a lot of people ran with that when it's not what happened. It's not, or he didn't say that.
Right.
Yeah, and you could have heard it by a lot of YouTubers that thought that. Because I can see where people would take that and run with it, because it did come across like, well, yeah, I was going to meet up with her. I was going to meet up with her that day, because you're thinking in your head, well, you messaged her that day. So, and you're going to meet up with her, but that's where it stopped. It didn't continue to say he said that day.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Did you guys, I'm giving you that out again because do you need that out now yet, Deb or Alexa?
Well, what are you thinking on time? What do you think? How much longer?
Well, let me take a look here. The time I'm thinking is we're at 21, and I have it on 1.25 speed at 48 minutes. So I'm thinking another 25 minutes, pretty much.
Um,
Hey, if you need to bail, go right ahead.
I'll probably go in a little bit, but I'll still stay
Okay.
for a little bit. Okay.
Alexa?
I'll probably go in a little bit, but I'll stick around for a few more minutes.
Yeah. Thanks, Deb. What
All
about
right.
you, Alexa?
Yeah,
good?
I'll stay a little bit.
A little bit longer? Okay, guys.
Is the former police chief of the Delphi Police Department. He's now a lead investigator for the state for the prosecution. The defense really attacked the investigation here, and the two sets of missing videos that have come up. They interviewed dozens and dozens, hundreds and hundreds of people in those early days after the crime and throughout that first year. And many of those videos are missing. Videos from February 14th to March 21st, 2017. Dozens and dozens of interviews are missing from some kind of glitch, some kind of recording problem. Nothing there. There's also videos missing from April 28th to June 2nd of 2017. They've been able to recover some of the video, but not the audio. So Andrew Baldwin started out by asking about that and asked Steve Mullen, why is missing evidence important? And Mullen said, because of the integrity of the case. And he also testified that, look, dozens and dozens of these video interviews are missing for both of us. We can't look at them anymore. You can't look at them anymore. And Baldwin asked him, did you write up a report each time that this happened, that you realized these videos were missing? And Steve Mullen said, yes, he wrote reports, but he did not put dates on these reports, right? And so I think Baldwin is trying to get at the fact, the defense had taken exception to the fact that it was several months before they even knew that there had been these videos that existed, and now these videos no longer were there. And so he wanted to know of Steve Mullen, did you put a date on these reports when you realized the videos were missing? And Steve Mullen said, no, I didn't. And Baldwin really hammered him on this, asked him, if you could do it again and put dates on these reports, would you do it? And Mullen replied, if I knew you were going to do this to me now, yes. And then he kind of scoffed. He went like this and scoffed. And Baldwin said, do you think this is funny? And he said, I do not. And it was at that point that I looked over at the jury to kind of see their reaction. And two jurors, 5 and 6, they were just kind of shaking their head like this. So the defense also asked Mullen about Brad Weber. We know Brad Weber, we heard his testimony the other day. There's some inconsistencies about whether when he left that Subaru plant, I think 202, if he went right home. It's a 25-minute drive home. He testified the other day on the stand for the state that, yes, he went right home. But we heard about some inconsistencies that, no, wait a minute, you in the beginning of this, when this first happened, you told some investigators that you had gone to work on some ATM machines, right? So,
and just to reiterate, he lives like
right there at the end of the private drive
to the crime scene,
right,
where the girls'
across the
bodies
creek,
were found.
across the creek from where the girls' bodies were found, right? So apparently we learned today through Steve Mullen's testimony that Steve Mullen and Jerry Holman called up Weber in August. And it was after they saw that Dr. Monica Waller report where Richard Allen is talking about the van, talking about he got scared, right? Yes. He got scared because he saw a van and he took the girls across the creek and he murdered them, right? So they have this thing about this van. So then they call up Mr. Weber in August and they tell him, we want to talk to you. And they go and talk to him. And Mullen testified today that he told them, yes, I drove my white van and yes, I drove it right home. And Baldwin seemed to suggest in his line of questioning, he wanted to know, basically, did you prep Brad Weber about what you were going to talk about that next day when you came to visit him? And Mullen said, no, we didn't tell him anything at all. We just came and talked to him. And Baldwin said, well, how did he know that? How was he able to recall white van and that he went right home, all these years ago? And Mullen said, well, he checked his text. He told us he was able to tell exactly what it was because he went back and he looked at his text. And Baldwin said, well, so why was he checking his text? Like, why would he have known to do that, to check his text and look back? And Mullen said, I can't answer that. I don't know. So that was an interesting moment. But Mullen did admit that, yes, there is a conflict between what Brad Weber said in those early days, right after the murders, and what he's saying now.
And Monday will be an interesting day because our understanding is Brad Weber is going to be called back to the stand to testify on Monday. last time we saw him, he left the courtroom very angry,
angry.
really, raised his voice while he was being questioned by the defense team. That should be very interesting testimony that we are eager to see on Monday.
Another interesting moment in this, when Mullen was testifying about, discussing Brad Weber, Andrew Baldwin asked him, what kind of gun does Brad Weber have that you tested? And he said a Sig Sauer. And then he said, but those tests determined that Brad Weber's gun was not involved. And we know that from the testimony that we listened to, I can't even remember the day now, that Brad Weber's gun, the forensic, the gun expert testified, his gun was not excluded.
Correct.
Not necessarily not involved, right? But Mullen made a point of saying our tests show that, right, exactly. Our tests show that this is Richard Allen's gun. So a couple more things came up. I mean, they had Steve Mullen on the stand for a long time.
And we should point out, this is, I believe, his 4th time that he has taken the witness stand. And I suppose maybe that's not that unusual based on the fact that not only was he the former police chief, or he was the police chief at the time that the murders took place, but he has since moved on to the role of lead investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. So he's been instrumentally involved in the investigation and the questioning and compiling evidence. And he's been a really key witness who's taken the stand.
A lot. And a few more things came out. Baldwin asked him how many tips have come in about Richard Allen being on the trail that day, and he said only one. And then Baldwin asked him, did law enforcement get numerous tips saying that they recognized the voice on that video, the down the hill video? And Mullen testified that over the years, we've gotten hundreds of people who said they knew the voice on that video. That's what he said, but he didn't elaborate on that. And then of course, Baldwin asked him, before Richard Allen was arrested, how many times did he confess? And Mullen said none. So those were some other key moments that came out. He was, on the stand for quite a long time. So
he was. And again, the jurors have been listening very, very closely. They've continued to ask a lot of questions. One of the questions that I want to point out here that they asked actually elicited some of the most interesting testimony of the day. I think some of the most helpful testimony of the day for jurors. And Katie had mentioned that just a little bit ago. While Dr. Dwenger was testifying, she was basically done with her testimony. And one of the jurors asked a question about, when faking mental health concerns, could a person kind of slip in truths into a confession? And that brought up a discussion by Dr. Dwenger about how to tell if someone is faking mental illness versus genuine psychosis. And her answer here was really interesting. She said, if it's a brief psychotic episode, the person would be detached from the story that they are telling. So if a story is organized, and if it makes sense and it's chronological, chances are that as a person's talking, that their story is probably they're faking it, because someone who is genuinely experiencing psychosis, their story would be disorganized, not easily followed, not chronological. Those would be signs of someone perhaps being delusional or psychotic. So the jury today, again, continuing to ask really important questions, Scott, and showing that they continue to be really engaged in the testimony that's being given.
All right, Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you. Let's bring Katie back in and find out her analysis of what we've been hearing from day 13 of the testimony. So we've heard a little bit more about the former Carroll County Sheriff and the former Delphi Police Chief. What were some of the things that caught your attention?
Well, the first thing that sticks out to me as a trial attorney, having worked on both sides, is that it's just not a good look for the state, for the defense to be calling state's witnesses or state actors. As a prosecutor, you have to show all of your scars. You have to show all the facts of your case, right, wrong, or indifferent. And so when you have defense attorneys calling people like the former fire chief, the former police chief, the former sheriff, that's just not a good look, because it's telling the jury, especially the witnesses that had already testified, it's telling the juries, hey, wait a minute. These guys had something to say that you didn't want us to hear. And so the feedback that I've gotten from jurors over the years is that they felt lied to, or they felt that the prosecution was hiding evidence. So that's just not a good strategy for the state. And we talked about this before. Each time the state objected to the defense's questions going beyond the scope of their questions, meaning you can't talk about it because we didn't bring it up, it puts the onus on the defense to recall these witnesses. And they're doing just that. And the jury must have some questions about that. And it causes distrust. So it's just really bad strategy on the part of the state to allow that to happen. But in terms of what we're hearing from them, so you take that idea that it already doesn't look good, that these are state actors being called by the defense, they're also providing just that evidence that was left out by the state. They are pointing out inconsistencies. They are talking about things that happened that we didn't hear in the state's case in chief, like dozens of interviews missing. That's really powerful strategy on the part of the defense to actually call those witnesses and tell what they're telling the jury is, listen to what the state didn't tell you. And the jury has been advised through those instructions that a reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence or a lack of evidence. And now they're hearing about that lack of evidence.
And that was what came up from the former Carroll County sheriff, who was testifying that some of these recorded interviews have disappeared.
Exactly. And also from Mullen, who was the police chief at the time, who now works for the prosecutor's office.
Right. Lead prosecutor, right?
That's just double bad, right? Because not only is he the former police chief, he currently works for the prosecutor's office.
Right, as the lead investigator for the prosecutor's office.
So now the defense is calling as a witness someone who works for the prosecutor's office to make their points. The prosecution should have never allowed that to happen. That's just really bad strategy. And so for the defense, I think that this is really good strategy. And even though their case may seem a little discombobulated right now, we have to remember that the state's case is always put on in chronological order, and it should be meant to tell a story. The defense is on defense. And so each witness will feel like they are dropping these disconnected nuggets, but that's exactly what you should expect from the defense's case. And you should expect these defense attorneys to put it all together for the jury in closing.
We've got one more question for you before we get it back to Bob and Emily. What do you make about this line of questioning to the former Delphi police chief about Brad Weber, who's this man that lives across the creek, not far from where the girls' bodies were found? Questions about the white van that Richard Allen said he got scared and saw a white van and left. Questions about his gun. What do you make about that line of questioning?
Well, it's huge. First of all, Brad Weber's credibility is a big issue here because we now understand the exchange between Brad Weber and Rosie and why Rosie's cross was so important. We understand the detail that he was trying to develop was that you can't say only the killer would have known about this white van because in fact, that information is not true. We now understand that by asking Brad Weber, didn't you go out to service the ATMs? He's essentially saying your white van would not have been on that road in that time frame. So if Richard Allen said this, it's because he was going through a mental breakdown and he was making things up. And so we saw him confront Brad Weber about this, and Brad Weber got really defensive, which is curious because he's a witness that shouldn't have a dog in this fight, right? And so now his credibility is at issue in terms of whether we should even believe what he's saying about being on that road at the time. And it's also showing that what he said before was inconsistent with what he said on the stand, which highlights that that's not a smoking gun for the state, that Richard Allen knew this mysterious information about this van that only the killer would have known, because in fact, we can't even trust that that's a real fact that actually occurred.
Right. Remember, there was a line of questioning about the bullet, the magic bullet, as they called, that was found in between the girls' bodies. And they were saying that testing on Brad Weber's gun was inconclusive on that bullet.
Exactly.
So
exactly. And that's huge also, just like Bob and Emily were saying.
Right.
For Mullen to say, no, his gun was excluded, that's just false. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence, and it's inappropriate for a witness of his caliber to make that sort of assertion that's not consistent with what the expert said. Inconclusive means just that, inconclusive. You can't decide one way or the other. So it's completely inconsistent with the evidence for him to say that Brad Weber's gun was excluded. It wasn't. So now you have this person whose credibility is at issue, who has proximity to the crime scene, and who's getting all aggressive with defense counsel. It's starting to make him seem a little bit questionable about, his relation to this entire scenario.
And this is going to be interesting for all of us to watch on Monday, because as Bob mentions, Brad Weber is due to be called back as a defense witness on Monday. So it'll be interesting to see what the line of questioning is there. Let's get back to Bob and Emily about the other witnesses that were called today.
Yeah, so one of the witnesses, and I guess we should say up front, no real bombshells from the other four witnesses, but we do want to mention them. One of them had specifically to do with Brad Weber. Christopher Godey, he was one of the many officers that flooded into the Delphi area right after these murders took place to try and help with the investigation. He works in Northwest Indiana, but he came down as part of an FBI task force. He interviewed Brad Weber along with an FBI agent, and the defense asked Godey what Weber said during the interview, and he said he couldn't remember. He showed him the report of the interview that he and the FBI agent put together and worked on after they had done the interview with Weber, and the defense showed him that report to try to refresh his memory. And then the defense asked him again, after he looked at that report, what did Weber say in 2017 in the interview that was conducted with him? And interestingly enough, at that point, he still couldn't remember, even after reading the report. It was pretty obvious that Christopher Godey did not want to be in court today. He had no interest in, it really seemed like he had no interest in trying to remember. Again, even when he was given a report to read, he read that report, he's like, nope, I still don't remember anything. And at that point, there was no more questioning. There was no cross-examination. He was just let go.
And of course, we found out at the end of the day that the defense is trying to bring that FBI agent back who was with him that day and interviewed Brad Weber, who wrote the report. And the defense has asked, apparently, this FBI agent, and we learned this in court today, right at the end, the defense had filed a motion for him to appear remotely because of apparently some kind of health issue. And Judge Gall denied that. So there it is. And basically the argument from the state was, if you want to impeach Brad Weber, talk to Brad Weber. Like let's hear from Brad Weber on Monday. So you don't need to do this remote interview with this FBI agent. That's an aside. But
again, Monday's going to be super interesting.
Wild.
So we heard from Brad Heath and David McCain. They are two.
Deb, I don't know that they're going to be talking about the cameras in this particular. It doesn't seem like they are anyway, because I mean we're getting towards the end of it.
Right.
Now, but is there anything that you guys wanted to say about the white? Go ahead.
Well, there was something I wanted to bring out, and that's that when they were talking earlier in this video about R.A. Richard Allen, and whether he was faking it or really having psychological issues. And they said that if he was faking it, then you want to look for structure in his comment, organization. And I noted the other day when he was confessing and talking on the phone with his wife or mother, he was very coherent. Every time he was talking on the phone with them, he was coherent. He wasn't having any crazy things, but every time he confessed, and one of the guards who was a suicide companion, every time one of them talked about his testimony, he would say that he did it and then make some odd, weird comment after it. At one point he said, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. Run, Kathy, run. Like he said that all the clear blue. So I just thought it was, inconsistent. Like if he was not faking it, then why was he so together psychologically and organized rather in his thought process when he was on the phone with his wife and his mom, but not when he was in the cell?
Or just self-report. Yeah, absolutely. I thank you for bringing that up, Deb, because that makes total sense about that. Never thought about that.
It's just odd.
Yeah. Was there more that you wanted to add to that, Deb? Or because I'll go to Alexa on that as well.
No, you can let Alexa talk about that too.
Before I speak about that, can I ask a question just to clarify? Because this is my view. My view, I haven't seen your video today because like I said, I was busy. But my view was that today, the FBI agent, they weren't able to determine that Brad Weber had changed his story. That he had actually come at 2:30. That he didn't lie. There's nowhere that says that he lied.
Right.
I think based on what we saw in the news, it almost seems like that they're making Brad Weber, that he changed his story and that there's proof that he changed his story. So this is why people don't know what to believe. It's like, okay, do I believe the people that were in the courtroom? Do I believe the news? Do I believe, like, my head is hurting.
Well, this guy here, I can't think of his name. Both of them were in the court when I was there. He was at the little mini protest they had in downtown Indianapolis called Groundswell. So he leans very strongly into the defense.
Yeah.
So you gotta know who you're listening to, and each side is going to spin it one way or the other.
But see, that's what I don't like, because the truth should be the truth. Doesn't matter whether we like it or not.
Right.
That it's wrong, because people that are not following this case closely, like we are, like we have people inside there.
Yeah.
If I look at the news, I go, oh my God, okay, so he lied. And then when I speak to people in the courtroom, they're like, no, they never said that. They were never able to prove to him that he came home at a different time.
Well, there was a very lovely couple that was in line behind me to go in the afternoon session on Tuesday. And we struck up a conversation with them, and little by little, he was revealing all the stuff, and Thomas Frost was there, and we were like, no, here, let me show you what actually happened. And we're pulling up evidence and showing him that we had on our phone, documents that have been posted, etc. and he had been listening only to a very strong defense side person. Okay. So I think that you have to listen to both sides and draw your conclusion from there. Like use
Yeah.
discernment based on facts and hearing a little bit from, both sides.
Yeah. I want to hear like this testimony from Brad Weber on Monday, and see what comes out of all of that right now, because we know that according to people that have said that they've talked to what's her name, Kate Weber,
Mhm.
whatever, the mom,
Yeah.
what's her name again?
Kay Weber.
Kay, that's it, Kay Weber. I've only heard people say that they have said 3:30. That's not me literally hearing someone say it. Now, just quickly, Ivy, did Brad Weber put that on a text, on a post that he put himself about the fact of the ATMs? Just curious about that, or what you had kind of said. So, but anyways, all I've ever heard is about someone saying that Brad Weber got home at 3:30. I couldn't tell you where I heard it from. I just know that was always
That was just a rumor because I remember hearing that was always my timeline with him.
Yeah.
3:30. He got home at 3:30,
Mm-hmm.
which is still in my head. It still would work in the timeline,
Mm-hmm.
and he would be scared, and still can work in the timeline.
Yeah.
Well, it could work if it so did Richard Allen, according to the confessions, did Richard Allen say that he was spooked by the van and then crossed the creek?
And then he crossed the creek.
Yes.
But it could be that maybe that part is not true. Like,
Mhm.
shooting his family. I mean, he still did it, but maybe he was spooked when he was actually doing it. You know what I mean? So the timeline still 3:30 could work,
Mhm. Okay.
but the 2:30 sounds more credible, I guess.
Deb, if they're going to talk about the four people, that must be probably in this clipping, perhaps, about those cameras. So I'm just going to play that out.
Talking about the four girls.
No, I'm talking about Barrett. Whatchamacallit, Ben said that, Barrett testified today. So if they're going to talk about those four people, which they were just bringing up, let's talk about the other people.
Camera, the trail.
One of them's going to be about the camera. So I'll just keep playing this out then.
Okay.
Individuals who live very close. They live just outside of Delphi. Brad Heath, he's retired, but on the day of the murders, he reported back at the time that he saw a blue car parked close to the Monon Trails. He first saw that vehicle at 8:45 in the morning, and then he was in Delphi doing some work that day. And when he left at 2:06, he saw that same vehicle. He reported it to police, and that's what he reported. And again, there was no additional questioning. There was no cross-exam. That was it for Brad Heath.
I was going to say one thing that stuck out to me about that when they were asking him about the car. He said a few years later he was watching the movie The Fugitive, the old version, and he spotted a car in that movie, and that was actually in the exhibits today that we looked at. It was a picture of a vehicle from The Fugitive. So this is what Brad Heath had connected it to, and that's how he recalled it. Yeah.
David McCain, his testimony was actually fascinating today. He knows so much about the bridge.
Yeah.
He was on the trails, and he said he was on the bridge on the day that the girls were murdered. And in his testimony, I'm trying to pull up a little bit. He's worked a lot as far as like preservation and creating the trail. So he knows a lot about the bridge. He knows that it's 852 feet long. He testified that it's 65 feet above Deer Creek that's below. His testimony was really interesting, but the gist of it was that he was on the trail and he was on the bridge in the vicinity. He said it was sometime between 2 and 4 o'clock on the day of the murders. He took pictures. He went there to take photographs. He ended up giving his SIM card to the FBI for them to check over that, which he said he never got back. He said that he saw a couple walking on the trails. He wasn't exactly sure if it was before or after he was on the bridge. And he described, as he was going back to his car, hearing someone yell, "Hey, have you seen two girls?" And from the description he gave, it seemed as if it was probably Libby's father, who had testified earlier that he was out there and was kind of yelling to people, "Hey, have you seen anyone?" And the description he gave made it seem like it was Derek Sherman that had yelled that. There was some questioning about his timing on the trail during cross-exam. But again, all three of these witnesses, Godey, Heath, McCain, it seemed to be trying to give the jury, again, the impression that these are questions about someone else who might have been out on the trail that day, on the bridge that day, and putting the idea that maybe it was not necessarily Richard Allen who was the only person who was out there who could have done this.
Did you catch a moment where I think it was Baldwin asked him about a picture he took of a fence? Because he said when he came off the bridge, he kind of went down this one little area. Everyone kind of got a chuckle out of it because he said, "Oh, I'm interested in taking pictures of this tree or a fence. I key in on stuff like that." And that when he was taking a picture, I think of the fence. When he's seen that picture later, there's a car in the background. Did you catch that moment? And Baldwin asked, "Hey, did the police ever ask you about that car or any of noticing that?" Do you remember that moment?
Well, he didn't recall. If I remember
there
correctly,
was a lot of
he didn't
not
recall
recalling.
the information. And actually, I wrote down, there were some of the witnesses today that struggled because their memory now, compared to 7.5 years ago, is what it used to be.
Of course, I blame
but the interesting things with David McCain is they asked, did you hear any screaming or anything when you were out on the bridge? Did you hear anything unusual? And he said he did not. So that was the testimony today. And then we had one other, Daryl Starrett.
Yeah, the fire chief, the former fire chief of Delphi. And what's interesting, we're talking about memory. He struggled a little bit when he was testifying, and it left both of us, it left us with the impression, oh, okay, he must be trying to recall things from 7 years ago. And it turns out he was just deposed 3 weeks ago. I think he testified. But Daryl Starrett talked about the fact that he was at the fire station that night. They were doing some kind of training. So he was there with the firefighters. He is the chief. They were doing some CPR training, and a call came in at dispatch at about 7 o'clock of that night, letting them know that they had 2 missing girls, 2 missing teens. And he said initially what they did is search the town. Some people went and looked in at the basketball game and different things that were going on around Delphi that night to see, okay, maybe could they be there? And eventually they went to the bridge. He testified at 9:30. He took his personal car, but some other firemen and fire trucks apparatuses went with him. And he said, when he got there, he figured, he said, it was important. We had 2 girls exposed to the elements, even though we know it had been an unseasonably warm day that day. But he said, my thought was when he got there, they were hunkered down, cold and scared, and waiting for us to find them. So that's, kind of the idea that he had in his head as they set out. And he described walking through the brush, all of the firemen also being able to see some citizens there in the search. It was very dark. He says they searched the west side of the bridge. They did a general search of the area, the north and south sides of the creek, east and west. There was some lights from the apparatuses. He struggled to kind of remember that, but when he looked at his deposition, okay, he remembered some bigger lights. And then he said that they all had flashlights. Each of the firemen, they all had flashlights, and they were searching around, and they saw nothing. They saw no clothing. They saw nothing that stood out to them. No clothing in the creek, nothing.
And it seemed that the reason that they asked Mr. Starrett to testify was, again, this idea that they've floated earlier in the trial that maybe the girls were not there all night. They asked, were there lights shining? Did you have light shining out of this area? Did you see any clothes in the creek? Did you search this area? Seeming to kind of get to the idea that, hey, you guys were out in these areas and you didn't see anything. Were the victims perhaps, were they killed somewhere else at some other time, and then their bodies were brought here? So seeming to insinuate that, we believe there's a theory that Abby and Libby were not there all night lying dead, that maybe the crime took place somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, insinuating that you didn't see anything because there was nothing to see at that point.
8 witnesses today. Again, we know that there were over 120 that the defense put on their potential list. We know a lot of those now are not going to be testifying during this trial because the Odinism theory has been tossed out by Judge Gall. So we have another day of a short day of testimony tomorrow from 9 to 12, and then a much deserved break for the jury. I believe today was day 17 since they have been sworn in. They've been working hard, and they will get a day off on Sunday. And
So, Deb, I guess they're not going to be talking about that in this whole clip. I was like, wait, Deb, it's going to be right at the end. Of course, it's going to be right at the end. And then nothing. So what Steph is saying, Sonny, so Steffa, do tell. So Sonny, that's the first time it was ever brought up in trial. They had footage from 100 to 200 yards above the girls on the hill. Had footage on the 2nd and 13th and the 2nd and February 13th and 14th. Now, we did hear bits and pieces, right, Deb, about there being a camera that was near that hill. Like I remember hearing about camera, but that it wasn't, say, working. But that's only hearing that.
Working, right.
Because I remember, so what do you remember about that? Because I just vaguely remember about that being brought up. Like
I think I mentioned that earlier, that that the Webbers said that it wasn't working, that kids had destroyed some of those
Yeah,
trail
right.
cams so that they wouldn't be seen on the trail cam while they were there partying or hanging out.
Yeah, so do tell, please support with Steph on that one, because Travis was asking a question. So you're saying that both the cameras were working, so where's the footage?
Yeah.
What is oh, something just popped in my head. I'm very surprised that the prosecution didn't have the other witnesses from the car on the stand. Wouldn't they want them to refute Betsy Blair's comment citing?
Betsy
Yeah.
Blair was there twice, by the way.
Was she there twice?
She
Oh,
made,
okay.
yeah, she goes there to walk. She has a pattern. She walks every day. She went there. She saw BG or that person on the bridge and kind of, she was a little bit leery. So she decided to leave. She went somewhere back to her car and went somewhere to the restroom and then came back later and finished her walk. So, it's perhaps she saw that car at a different time, or maybe she was
Right.
mistaken. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Daisy says we discussed that earlier that the camera was pointing southwest, camera
Yeah.
was placed straight, and okay, so southwest, never.
It wasn't on the path. It wasn't picking up on the path. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
the
also,
only
they were talking about lights being, floodlights and stuff at night.
Yeah.
Why the girls' clothing wasn't. When Derek testified, he testified that he stayed out there practically all night and may have been all night. And he never once saw any lights on that other side. They weren't thinking to look over there because they never
Nope.
dreamed the girls would go over there.
Right.
Because of the ice cold water. So, and the other thing I just want to say too is that there were a lot of people that said ugly comments that Derek didn't walk the trails. Derek's too big. He didn't walk the trails. He set his butt in the car, probably, blah, blah, blah. But that is not true. He did walk the trails. There's proof of it because he ran into
Well, that's
FST. He saw the girls. He's Cheyenne. They saw him. He walked the trails and then he looked all night long for his daughter.
Mm-hmm. Those are just a waste of space, those people.
Yeah.
Honestly, just a waste of space.
And as far as the clothing not being seen,
why would they see it? They're not even on that side.
Yeah, it was dark. The fire department and police did not get there until 7. Okay. So it was dark when they were looking, and those clothes were floated up into, if you have seen the picture, they were up in brush. So it was just overlooked.
Deb, let me ask you this. If the crime scene is straight above, where were the clothes, like looking at it as if you're in the water looking and the crime scene is above you, where were those clothes in relation to the crime scene? Were they to the left? Like how far would you say that they were in the creek?
I would have to look at the pictures again to see where they were exactly, but
okay.
I don't think it was that far off. It was, I'd have to look and see which direction they were. I mean, I've seen them in separate. I've seen the pictures separately and then the location. And also, I don't think that that they went up, and Laura and I have talked about this a million times. I don't think that they went up an incline. There's a sandbar. I think they walked that sandbar, which was more shallow, and there was a flatter area up that way towards the bridge.
Right.
Before you go around the bend there.
Yeah.
Where they actually walked up.
You mean when they're crossing the creek? Is that what you mean?
Well, there has to be a 20-foot elevation.
I'm sorry, what?
There still has to be a 20-foot elevation.
There's parts of the bank, if you are there, that are flatter or lower down. It's not it's this is down here and then it goes up and it comes down. So I think they walked that sandbar and went up a shorter location. What?
Well, no, but my point being is that the phone footage shows that there was a 20-foot elevation. So
in one area.
Pardon?
in
Like-
one area of the bank.
Right. Well, meaning that the phone shows that it went an elevation of 20 feet up
Mm.
or down. But
Yeah, they couldn't say if it was up or down. Yeah.
Yeah, huh, I haven't seen that.
yeah, oh really? Oh, okay. Because that was one of the important things is that the phone is basically at that 2:32 time,
Mhm.
just before her phone stopped, Libby's phone. There was a 20-foot elevation, and it didn't make sense coming down. But anyways, people that have the health app said that it doesn't do elevation down, only up. But anyways, and
Yeah, but they could have just could have been like an inclined area. I don't know.
could have been.
If you have
It could have
that info, if you have the info, I'd love
Where
to
did-
look at that.
That was in that was in the Ben, where did we see that all? Because it was in the articles. I mean, I've seen it everywhere. I'm actually amazed that you never
Weird.
heard
I've
that.
not seen anything about that.
Yeah, I was just looking at it again the other day about
I
like
wonder-
it was on the news channel, and then they as well, like probably WTHR, and then they show like at this time is the like phone movement. Where's the ease? Is it in the writ, Steffa? Whoever can does anyone have that?
Who was the one who
yeah,
said it? Yeah, that
gonna send you a pic.
they couldn't determine if it was up or down. Who was the one who said it?
I know.
Was it
I'm
the
doing it
not the DNA. It was the other
Okay,
one.
so it's in the writ of mandamus that Andrea wrote. Is that right? No? Is that what you're saying? Oh, what's
20.
that saying then?
No, this was on the stand. The guy who was the? It was a man. I think it was the
What is-
man.
Yeah, it was
Why-
the phone person.
Yeah. Who was what was
Oh.
his name?
Um,
It was like Monday, I think.
super,
Monday or
wow. I always get Cecil and
was it Cecil?
it starts with a
Oh.
C. I don't know.
It was one of them, but he's the one that said it. Like they couldn't tell if the incline was up.
Okay, I probably have it then. I'll look and see. But I want to go over that.
It was Monday or Tuesday. One of those.
Somehow
days.
I missed all of that. Okay.
The breakfast, yeah.
All right. Ivy, did you just send that to me? Oh, yeah. Cecil's testimony.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ivy. Okay. I'm going to go over that.
Yeah, okay. It was Cecil's testimony then. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. On there. So yeah, Steffa, if you want to come up for a few minutes, but hey, Deb and Alexa. Again, I just
Yeah, I'm going to
you know-
hop off here in a second. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I am whipped. I am so tired
I
from
know.
the week.
Steffa, she's an attention seeker too. There you go. There's that link for you,
Steffa
Steffa.
loves the
She loves it.
Limelight.
wild.
Yeah, I know. She's just so fabulous. But anyways, yeah, if you guys, like I said, need to get going, because I'm just gonna stay on a little bit longer if Steph is coming up here, because she can tell about the cameras more again. But it's coming back to me about that though, about the cameras, about hearing that it was turned a different way or whatever. It wasn't even that long ago. I want to say within the last year and a half, something like that. I remember it. But so Deb, I'll let you get going. I want to say I love you. I want to say thank you.
Thank you so
Again,
much.
for anyone that's watching Deb's videos, possibly to support everything to do with Abby and Libby, Deb donates her YouTube money. She's gonna be getting her, I think, first check this month coming up. So go and do a what do they call them on the not super chats?
It's thanks.
It's
you
the
scroll
thanks, the
over,
super thanks.
Oh,
The super thanks on the video.
all of that. If you scroll over, there's a little thing that says thanks.
Little heart that with the $sign on videos and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Anyways, love you. Thank you so much
thank you.
for
Honor and pleasure to see you. And
I
be
love
with
you guys. Yeah. Come see me.
Yep. Deb's gonna do a live one day, and then we're gonna be on hers. Yeah.
I have to figure out how to do a live.
Oh, well, you know what?
Technical part.
StreamYard's just got greedy, by the way, so don't use StreamYard.
Yeah,
Use somebody
I
else.
had it pulled up today looking at it. So soon.
Yeah. They got very greedy with their pricing all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, love
Thanks
you.
so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
Deb.
love you.
Bye.
Mhm. Alexa, do you need to bail with her?
I'm okay. I'll wait for Stefa.
We'll pop Steph in the middle. Come on, let's go, Stepha. Chop chop. Come on. I can send you the link. She's probably beautifying herself to not be on camera. Oh, there she's looking at it. She looked at the link. Anyways, again, thank you guys for all hitting the like. If you haven't hit the like, thank you guys. If you could hit the like, thank you guys for coming to the live today. Again, you know, we've been following the case for many years, Deb being from the start of it, and same with like Ivy Rose and Who Dis. Some, like I said, it's just been a case that when I think about the time and of following a case for like 7.5 years, like I said, for me, I can't even believe that 4.5 years has gone by, and it's just crazy. 2020, yeah.
And also how much things have
That's
changed.
fine.
Let me just go 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll just move you here. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Can probably delete that one. Oh no, delete. 1 second here. Delete. Where? Hold on. Is somebody incoming? I hear my phone going off. 1 second. Update layout. Yeah, good night to anyone that's leaving and whatever. And again, hello. Only 6 people from Twitter tonight. But my phone's going off, so let me just take a look. 1 sec. Okay, thanks, Ivy. You're the one that's sending me it. I was waiting for you on this one. Come on, Steffa, chop chop. Get your buttocks up here. Deb said this was right.
Sorry, I just have to go get my pillow because my butt is starting to hurt.
Oh, okay.
And my back is
see.
starting to hurt. So,
Yeah.
that feels good.
Is your butt better?
Yeah. Oh, my back, my lord. That feels good. Okay.
I was wondering if that was it. That was the first thing that I actually. Sorry, I'll show you guys in just a second. Hold on. Oh, there she is. Hey, baby. Hey, girl.
Hey, the princess has arrived.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'm not a princess. I got my hair up. I'm looking rough.
Oh, come
I was going
on.
to say, new picture.
You're naturally beautiful. You know that.
I'm getting
Hi,
my
Alexa.
shit together. I'm trying to get better. I had my brother got married, so I had to get my hair all done up, and
Oh, that's right. How was the wedding?
it's fantastic. It was really fun. It was my first Jewish wedding because my brother's wife is Jewish, and I'd never been to a Jewish wedding, and they do it all up. This wedding was off the chain. But anyway, I came up here to tell you about
yeah.
So a couple things. First thing was that we might be able to get court records because right now we're blocked from getting anything.
Right.
But we might be able to get the tape. The court reporter, they're doing a tape, it's audio, but it's something.
Right.
So Andrea Burkhart, which whether you like her or not, she does great notes. So she went to Judge Gall first to ask for public records.
I saw that, yeah.
So it was denied. Today it was approved with the Supreme Court, the writ. So she'll have,
okay.
Yeah, so we might get it. We might be able to get that and the exhibit. So that's really great news. And then with the trail cams, it wasn't too, they have a man, it sounds like on the 13th and the 14th, but it wasn't too clear of what was there. So I was just surprised that we didn't come up in trial before this. And why no footage of the car they think is Ari's car? Why didn't they ever show that? Why the prosecution was doing their thing? I any thoughts?
On.
Both.
Go ahead, Alex. I would have to be of listening. I fucking zoned out because I was too busy reading something. I know. You. I know. Wait. Okay. So. Okay. My God. I'm so split. Sefa.
I see a tree.
I see a tree. I was. Honestly, I was reading Banter Lion's comment, and then I was going, "What the fuck is Ivy talking about? R and no R?" And I'm like, "What?" And then all of a sudden you're like, "So thoughts?" And I'm like, "Oh shit."
She's also talking about a vasectomy. Oh yeah, the vasectomy.
The
thing.
seminal, yeah, she was. Ivy Rose was asking the seminal fluid. Seminal fluid. That's not my forte, by the way, but I know that is basically semen. And in some ways, I think people that have vasectomies, don't quote me. I am like 99% that people that have vasectomies might not leave a full DNA, and also there are people with some conditions that might not have.
Yeah, they're sterile.
And also, if
Oh.
you use a condom, it might be diluted. And that's why they cannot do a full profile because it had been, with the lubricant from inside. So
Well,
it's mixed. And they cannot isolate it because it's very, very expensive to isolate DNA.
So with that seminal fluid, why was it only on? Well, it was on the outside. There was nothing near the cervix. It was all like on the outside. So I was thinking,
Maybe he did it on top. I mean, I don't want to get graphic.
I mean, I was
I don't
trying.
think he went in. I think he was just on top.
That was the visual.
Okay, so can you draw pictures for me? So this is where on the vagina area?
At the area where you would enter the vagina.
Okay, and there was this what do they call it? Seminal fluid?
Seminal
Seminal
fluid.
but no semen.
Which it means that there was no semen. There was no sperm.
And what's seminal fluid exactly?
It's basically semen, but it doesn't have DNA. It doesn't have like sperm. I think.
So what causes that then?
What was that?
Like what would cause that? Like I mean, if
a vasectomy. A vasectomy. I know a couple diseases don't have, and also using a condom because a condom.
Oh, okay. The using of the condom. Oh,
you could have it if you were had testicular cancer too.
Yeah, it could have anything. I mean, some. I know some. I don't know. Like I don't know exactly. I'm not a doctor, and this is not my thing. But I reading in a couple places before. In another case, I remember that.
Hold on, I'm gonna get my notes. I have great notes from that day. Hold on.
Oh, you were there?
No.
Oh,
hold on. You're right.
So you guys,
I want to hear about that.
Just quickly. So the picture on this one is the one Ivy Rose sent in. Deb is saying is right there. I have looked at that stump with that markings. I couldn't make out shit though. Besides, I could see some white. Now, so I just want to say, so I remember the search was in the water, and so I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do though? Where's Google Earth? Launch repair tool. Oh, shut up, Google Earth. Really? Continue. Okay. 1 second. Oh, hey, where am I? Hello. It's too big. Hold on. Get down there. What the heck?
Just look for a tree. Just look.
It's not. 1 second. It's not minimizing them. 1 second. Yeah, just look for your tree.
Yeah, look for my tree.
Hold on.
Still be there.
Present. Share screen. Oh, hey, where did I go? Wait. Window. Whoops. Oh my goodness. It's like right in front of my face. Close. Let's go to whatever. We'll just click on the north end of the bridge.
I have so many questions for Alexa.
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Okay. So can I see it here? Or I think I was looking at pictures. Darn it, I don't think I can see it here. Yeah, no, I was looking at it from the helicopter footage. The girls, so Oh, can we see it or no?
Are you
Just
looking for
no.
the crime scene?
Not the crime scene as much as I was that piece. It was from that's a waste of time right there. Okay, so no, I was because I had taken a bunch of the helicopter footage and I was trying to look like where these clothes could have been on that day.
Oh yeah.
So that yeah, so that's where I was taking pictures, right? And I could see, whoops, I'll just go back to it actually. And I could see the that log in particular that I just showed from RTV6, right? 1 second here, but I could see that log, and I was like that was the only thing, but it didn't make sense in my head because it was further down. I think it was, but I just couldn't make it out. But it was the only thing that, well, this is the reason why I couldn't make sense of it is because now that I'm looking at it now again, it's because the view is if you're looking like the picture of that was we were shown of Libby's shirt and stuff. So you would have to be looking at it from the east, east to west. The picture would have been taken. And so I could make out this coloring, but I just wasn't sure if it was like the wood color. And I was thinking, yeah, it's not making sense to me because I was looking, because the picture was taken, I was looking for this grassy area. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's because it was taken from east to west. So if you look at it, for instance, it's like this would be the shirt and the shoe over here and stuff because the picture would be taken this way.
See, I thought it seemed to me when we got to it, it seemed like more clothing and it was on the other side. Then when I found out that it sounded like he started to assault them on the Weber side of the property, like that side of the creek, then I thought, oh, maybe that's where we were actually seeing the clothing. And it seemed like there was more, or some went downstream, like there was more clothing than the bunch we saw that Fish guy, I can't think of his name, Gavin Fish. Like
Gavin. That's Chris Todd gave him those pictures. Sold him those pictures.
So maybe there were two sets that, because it looked like on at least one area, it seemed like it was on the Weber side.
Well, I believe that somebody, family member, told me that it was the north side. I remember we were having this big whole discussion this one day about the clothing, north side, south side, or whatever, and that's what prompted me to ask. But anyways, and now that I see this, the clothes, like the clothes are going down the water because I couldn't get out of my head how the clothes looked very placed in those pictures. It looked like
they were thrown.
Yeah, but now that I see this and it's east to west, the clothes kind of were thrown and kind of certain articles kind of floated into that grassy area. And that's why it kind of seemed, like that it was placed because they've obviously those clothes were kind of thrown obviously near from there, like wherever, somewhere. And you can kind of see that obviously there's the incline there. So the clothes were thrown from, I wish I had the full picture in front of me. I'll do that on a next live or whatever. But anyways, so yeah, that's very interesting to me now. Now that makes sense about why those clothes. So they obviously kind of certain clothes, probably the other ones, maybe they just missed them, like that sock and panty that's missing. Maybe they just literally kept going down the stream and nobody really came across them. We know that there was a sock or whatever that pink thing was in the water that looked like a sock, but maybe it could have been an undershirt. But anyway, so that makes sense to me now about how those landed like in that thing. Whereas before I thought we were doing like more of a north to south view of that picture, not east to west. Okay, so that makes sense. So
find a picture where I saw that picture that I'm thinking of, that it looked like it was on the other side. And when I was reading, or when the trial started, and the thing is, we're getting information from other people. I try to keep it only with the professional. Like, I don't use the news, but I do use the lawyers, except I don't use defense diaries. But like Lawyerly, and I use Andrea just from the notes, and I keep the opinions to the side. I just want facts, just like the DNA spatter, that stuff, because I feel like I don't want opinions. I don't care what your opinion is. Just give me the facts. And so I feel like when it came out, and I don't know if Ivy has been following as well, or anybody in chat, but correct me if I'm wrong, that it sounded like when he got him down the hills, both hills, it sounded like he was going to assault them on the flat part on the Weber side.
Right.
And he was interrupted at that point. And it sounded like then he said, okay, we got to get out of here and go across. And that made me think he already had Abby undressed, and some clothes went downstream at that point when they, maybe when they were crossing, or maybe he had already gotten some of it already downstream. And then when they got to the other side, there was clothing left over there, or he cleaned it up, or whatever. Whoever did this, whether it's RA or someone else, they sure are amazing that they didn't find any DNA, or I don't know. It was crazy that the only DNA was an unknown female,
No, I think the DNA, it happened because there were mistakes. I think the mistakes, they didn't know how to collect it. I think he got lucky. I think he just got lucky. I think if he wouldn't had opened his mouth that he was there, I don't think they would have found him.
Nope.
It would have been the perfect crime.
Yeah.
I would like them to test those 30 fibers, though, that's what I was going to ask Alexa. What did you hear about these? I'm sorry, 80 hairs without the root, and they sent to the FBI lab.
And
so
they couldn't.
The FBI found it was not consistent with the victims and were somebody else. They were not RA. And FBI said they were able to test the hair, but ISP decided not to test at this time. So the defense said, well, right now is the time to test it because RA's on trial.
Right. Absolutely.
Right.
Right.
And ISP said, we don't want to take the chance of losing them, losing DNA, in case there's advancements, coming, in the future.
Yeah.
Right. Well, FBI said, we're not going to be extracting DNA. This is microscopic testing.
Right.
So it would not destroy the hairs. And ISP still said no. Why would that be?
See, those are the things that make you shake your head and makes you think. And that's what gives people like the conspiracy thing, that they go, now, did they have to pay for it? That's another thing. Was the FBI saying that they were going to pay for it, or are they responsible? Because that's a big thing. Because I know, for example, isolation in Iowa, it's very expensive. That you're talking 20,000, 30,000. It's very expensive.
I do know that the governor said, and this was, well, it's probably,
I'm sure they would have said yes.
Yeah, they would have.
Yeah, of course.
Whatever it takes. But I mean, come on. Gosh, not having to extract it. It was going to be done microscopically.
Just the fact that they had that hair and they didn't test it until 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Come on, give me a break.
I know.
Imagine if that wouldn't been, her hair, and it would have been somebody else's hair.
It was wrapped in a hand. I mean, it makes you think, did the defense say, excuse me, are you going to test that? You know what I mean? Like what else is in there in the discovery that
they didn't go?
Yes. And okay, remember how when we were the other day, 2 days ago, they said, oh, well, Richard Allen would be the only one. Oh, the big boom that I've been waiting for. That, oh, he would be the only one because they said the white van, and nobody knew about it until August of 2024.
Oh, I'm blurry. One sec.
Oh no, that was not what happened. That is not what happened. In 2024 is when the guy that listens to the calls, that officer, I think it's Harshman, he was listening. So this is how the whole thing with Brad Weber started over. He said, "Oh, I heard that. I'm going to go because it was being Brad Weber. Oh, they're saying he has a white van. I'm going to go and look. Does he have a white van? Oh, he does." So he decides to go with Mullen, apparently, to do this interview. And that's where August 2024 comes in. It wasn't a discovery. And that threw me for a whole freaking loop. I was like, what?
Oh,
Yep. August 2024 was already in the discovery so that means Richard Allen had the information when he brought up the white van. So, because I thought the white van, he would be the only one to know. And so they said August 2024 that was when a law enforcement knew about the white van.
Yeah.
And it wasn't true. And that
Wait.
took me off. Well,
Right.
the white van was already in discovery because they knew about the white van back 4 days after, or either 4 or 5 days after the girls were murdered, because they had interviewed Brad back then. And that's when he had told them, and this is what's on that FBI paper. Is it called a 303 form? 303, something like that.
Oh, the F 302. 302.
Hold on. Go ahead, actually, and because I was saying I'm confused. How was the van in the discovery?
Okay, so 4 or 5 days after the murders, they went to interview Brad officially, and with an FBI agent. And there was 2 officers. There was the agent, and then the guy. I think it was yesterday that would not say that he interviewed Brad. Well, he would say he interviewed Brad, but he would not say what Brad said. That's why they have to bring the FBI guy in, and they had to go get that special thing, whatever that's called. Okay, so on the 302 form, it says 302. Okay, well, on the form, the FBI agent's the one that did the writing. That's why it's on the form, and it said. It was either 4 or 5 days after the murders. Brad told them that after work, he did not go straight home. He went to his second job. I guess he worked on ATM machines. So he didn't come home directly after work. He went to his second job. So that's why the defense is bringing in the FBI guy, because the other officer that was I believe he was ISP, would not go on the stand. He would not say that that's what he just kept saying. I don't remember him saying that. I don't remember him saying that.
But the thing is, go ahead. No, finish up.
No, I was just saying, so that's when they had to get, because you have to go through a special process to get an FBI agent to testify in state court. So they had to go through this process to get it approved for the federal government to allow him to testify in state court. So they got it approved. But to do it, because of his health condition, he's in another state, it has to be done in front of a judge where he is in his state, and it's got to be done virtually. So they got a judge wherever state he lives in, and they got it approved to do it. This judge said he would do it. And then today Gall said, no.
No, sorry, what was this guy going to testify about?
That Brad Weber said 4 or 5 days after, and the one that's in the document, that Brad did not go home right after he went to.
Wait. Okay, before we move on to that, Alexa, Alexa, keep your thought. But the bottom line is probably Richard Allen would have not seen that, or they wouldn't even have thought about a white van. And he probably never saw that document for him to even know that, right? Like
He got
this
the
whole,
document. I believe he got the
pardon?
document April 3rd. Is that the day that it all started? He got the discovery April
Yeah,
3rd,
but
and then he went. But that's when he started losing his shit.
Yeah, but they want to prove that he had already had it in this. That's the whole thing. That's what I was going to say. That the whole thing is that he already had it in discovery. That white van. I'm sure that it didn't mean anything. But what they want to prove is that
right,
that was already there when he
Right,
had the discovery. So it
right.
wasn't like only the killer would know.
right.
Mm.
That's the thing. Prosecution.
That's the
made-
big thing.
Yeah,
And the timeline that they want to.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even have probably, like Richard Allen probably would have never seen that in all the paperwork, let alone did probably his attorneys even think about the white van. The only probably reason why that even comes into play now is because Richard Allen brought up the white van. But you're trying to say, well, yeah, it's in the discovery, so it's possible that Richard Allen or the attorneys, could have seen this and could have went into that whole confession. Gonna call bullshit, to be honest, on that one. Like, meaning, I get what you're saying with that, absolutely, Steffa. But it's something that probably the defense attorneys didn't put no weight on. Richard Allen probably never even saw it with his own eyes himself during the whole thing at all. But so I'm just trying to use the common sense there about all these files of paperwork, and
I
that.
would've. I mean,
But-
because he had 6 weeks to look at it by then, because he got it April 3rd, and he didn't tell Walla till May. I think
No,
it was middle of May. I'd be all. Remember they got.
You might read it, but
worried because his discovery was all in pictures were all thrown all over his cell, and they were afraid that other inmates were going to see it.
Yeah, he didn't get all the discovery. The entire discovery is unbelievable big. Right. So, so if I was to use common sense with this, nobody thought anything about this white van, even if it was in the discovery somewhere that it said about the white van, that Richard Allen would somehow confess about the white van and use that. That to me is like trying to pull things out of somebody's ass and trying to apply it, which is the way I feel about that. Not to say, Steffa, to take away from the fact it being in the discovery, but I don't think that Richard Allen's ass saw anything about the white van, because again, it just, to me, that just sounds like I can see that they're trying to play off of that. Of course they will. Of course they will. It's because it's going to fit into their whole thing that, well, all this stuff was known, by the killer. So he would have saw this white van in the discovery. So he could have applied that to the whole, delusional shit going on like that. I would actually have to buy his shit, and I just don't.
So
Whatever. Go ahead.
So you have to be able to prove it in court, right? So
Right.
we would have to find out for sure when he got that information. So the defense just started, so we'll have to find that out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But a big bombshell happened today when Mullen got on the stand and lied, and the jury was.
What did he lie? Go. Explain that to me.
Okay, so what happened was.
Sorry, Alexa.
On.
Wait, one sec. Alexa was going to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I was no. I'm writing. No. I had
No. Go ahead, Alexa.
No. I said something, but I had it on mute. No, go ahead. I want to hear this.
So today on the stand, Mullen, they asked Mullen if he, they were questioning him, the defense brought him back and said, when you went to interview Brad Weber just recently, did he say anything about going to do his second business, this ATM business, or did he say he went straight home? And he said he went straight home, and that Mullen said he didn't know anything about this ATM. And he goes, well, what if I give you your deposition from 3 weeks ago where you talk about it? And he said, so here, this is your deposition from 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks, yeah.
That says that on whatever date it was, on the 4th or 5th day after the murders, where he says that Brad told agents that he did not come home straight after work. He went to his ATM job. So when Baldwin tried to hand it to him that said,
The deposition, yeah.
yes, it's deposition, he refused to take it.
Really?
He refused to take it, which made him look like
Suspect.
yeah,
Yeah.
it makes him look terrible. I mean, he was the chief of police.
Interesting.
So that's what, putting all that together is just like, every day is something. Like what I was like, wow, man, if he knew about the van, then to me, that's a big deal. And then this happens today. Well, what's going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow or be another bombshell. Every day it's a split.
See, this is what I mean. I mean, before you came on, we just spoke about this. And the way we had it was that this person had said that, there was no time in the Brad Weber didn't change his timeline, that it was correct. He probably came home at 2:30 and he didn't go anywhere. So we were satisfied. We were like, okay, there's no bomb, there's nothing, nobody lied, nothing. And now you're saying this. It's basically what the news was basically saying. So this is what I mean. It's like you don't know where to believe. It's like oh my God. Like
that's why you have to watch the lawyers that are writing these detailed notes.
Yes.
I can't. I don't have to believe
exactly.
It was 5 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
It was 5 hours. Well, and tomorrow I'll watch Lawyer Lee's to see if I missed anything from her.
Right. And that's just it, Alexa, is that when I was listening to Hidden True Crime today, for instance, I was hearing details from today that I hadn't heard. And I was like more into the conversations than just what the news is reporting. I was hearing more about the conversations, how they kind of more fully went in a sense and stuff like that. And it's kind of one of those things like and I'll say this again. Myself, this is my own opinion. Kind of like what Deb said there. He's having a rational conversation, really, with his wife. And I truly believe this. Okay, you got the wife who absolutely thinks he had no fucking part of this crime. She's like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because obviously, it's like me telling my husband did something. No way. Absolutely no way. No, you didn't do it. And then, but he was doing, it's almost like he was testing the waters to me going, at least I think I did. At least, it's almost like someone that's saying it because from what it seems like, he just still wants, like he feels like his family's going to disown him, that his wife's whatever. So it's like, yes, I did. At least I think I did. And it's almost like someone that's kind of just to me testing the water going, so at least I think I did it. Do you still love me? Do you still love me? Do you still love me? That's how it kind of came across to me with this whole, at least I think I did. That's how I saw that myself. But anyways, there was a bunch of more details in that. And I was like, dude, you were like, and you might feel differently, Steffa, but I'm like, dude, you were absolutely freaking when I say of sound mind, I'm talking of sound mind, that you are very much aware of, you're trying to portray. You self-reported yourself. You think that was just a fucking delusional thing you did too? You admit, like, that in itself to me. But anyways, so that's kind of my stance on it all. He can have whatever freaking mental health issues going on. I don't believe for 1 second that he confessed to a crime that he didn't commit because he was in such a toxic environment that his mental capacity was so over the loop. You would have to erase the timeline of him saying that he was there and all that and act like he was crazy, insane, or whatever, psychosis, to go, you know what? I was there. I self-reported myself a couple of days after. And go to work every day, and nobody can tell that you're some sort of, freak case and stuff like that. I don't know. You might disagree. But that's my thing. Like, I know you and Ivy are into the whole mental health issues and stuff like that. My thing is, I don't give two shits about that when it comes to Richard Allen, because this is about Abby and Libby. And if the information is correct about what he stated about him being there, wearing the same clothes, the timeline, the gun, all that stuff. I don't give a fuck if he sits there and tries to claim this whole psychosis shit to me and whatever. He might very absolutely. Do I agree? He's fucked up here with some mental health issues. Obviously, would anybody in it's put in prison and your lights on all the time? Would you kind of freaking probably, go a little bit loony into your head? But do I believe that he literally, like 61 confessions later, just making it all up and stuff? No, I don't buy that.
It takes my daughter 48 hours to go into psychosis when she hasn't slept.
And and also another thing is, like, most of us here think that Richard Allen is guilty. So I think we also have that bias. But I mean, like, when you hear stuff like this, it makes you wonder, what is the jury thinking?
Yes.
Because I mean, are they going to see it through our eyes, and we're gonna do the connections, like, and ignore? Okay, we can say, okay, they fucked up. They didn't have the DNA. They screwed up. Okay, let's get past this.
And they have to write.
But now all this thing, are they gonna get past this? Or are they gonna be like, no way, I can't send this man to jail, to prison?
There are certain rules they have to follow.
Yes,
to keep a citizen out of our community. You have to follow certain rules, and rightfully so. Because if I went over to Alexa's house and said, "Yep, she killed her neighbor because he was at home that night," and he said he was there and he had a beef with her, he had a sexual problem, and she was the only one home, and she said she was there, her door was unlocked, his door was unlocked, and we took her out of the community, and that was and then she lost her SHIT, her shit, while she was in locked up with lights on, and then we threw some Haldol on her, and we put her in prison forever. Then we put people in prison where there's DNA, like the woman that, her son was, all the DNA was on his blood, her DNA on a knife that was from their house, no signs of forced entry. It wasn't until 9 years later when a man that was a child molester admitted that he had done it, and he had come through the screen door, or the screen out of the boy's window. So, I mean, the evidence can be there, and it's still taking somebody out that shouldn't be. And but I'm just saying that we have to follow rules, and everybody's like, "Oh, that one thing, he confessed, he's out." You can't do that, and that's just not how our society's set up. And thank God it's not, because I don't want Alexa to go to prison because her neighbor is dead. Sorry, Alexa.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alexa, your neighbor dead?
I'm my neighbor.
Oh yeah. I do want to talk about this as well. Sorry, because it just dawned on me. It was something I wanted to bring up. Well, the thing is that people are acting like that he racked his gun on the south side, but he might have.
He said
don't know.
He must have lost it when
he was fumbling with
bridge.
it.
Yeah.
So he noticed it, probably put it in his pocket, right? He probably put it in his pocket, and then during the whole putting the trees on, is probably when it fell out, and hence why he didn't notice it. Because trust me, if he would have noticed that bullet fell out of his gun, he would have been
on his knees.
He would have been on his knees looking for that. And hi, Andrew Bass. Nice to see you, buddy. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. Like, so that's how I see that myself when I hear it. So yeah, up at the top, sees it, obviously has to pick it up because it's, he knows. And then it probably fell out because he would have not left that crime scene without finding that freaking evidence of a bullet, because he doesn't know. Like he has no clue. He's just So it ended up being, he probably ended up stomping on it, pushing it into the ground as he was around the crime scene there. That's my take on it. Just saying.
And
Anybody?
here it was all over the news about that bullet. And he did his Google searches were about Delphi. He had some weird ass.
Yeah, tell me what the Google searches were about exactly. I've heard a few.
Delphi movies that included like kidnapping, weird shit.
Mhm.
It was weird shit. I was like,
Definitely Kathy Allen then. Definitely.
could be, but you got to prove it in court that it wasn't Brittany, it wasn't Kathy. You don't know. That's the thing. You got to be able to prove it in court. And
well, it goes with the totality to me of it all, right? Again, it just goes with from the timeline to like it's like the missing phone. Well, they can't find the phone, but it doesn't exist. And of course, you think Richard Allen's gonna fess up to where that phone is, probably buried somewhere or destroyed somewhere, right? But it's kind of like the phone. What are the chances? And that's when it becomes like all that stuff, either the probable of it happening and it was this person that did it, or that of course the jury's not going to feel like there wasn't enough probable. But when a phone is missing out of a bunch of phones that you always keep, and that phone that you need, that would be during the girls missing. That's going to, so that, you know what I mean? Because the jurors aren't stupid. Like we're not stupid, right? We understand that when a phone is missing, with the totality of the information from him confessing to blah, 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 that's all going to be part of the whole process, of course. And whether or not the jury agrees that it all happens that way, they might not, right? It could be a hung jury. They might, he might be said innocent. Like there's not enough here. There's too many fuck ups that there's just not, or not.
the jury's, I guess, brilliantly, like really smart. They're asking great questions. This is the first trial I've ever heard that a jury can ask questions. The phone thing, I get what you're saying, but I have two phones. I have my one that I've had for 4 years, and then there's a break in my phone from like 3 years, and then I have one from that. But that's just how it is at my house. They had a lot of different stuff, and I didn't know they couldn't get that much stuff out of his IMX number he gave him or whatever.
IME.
Yeah, that thing. But I wanted to say about the jury is they're asking really good questions. And one thing they asked today, which was interesting, is when Mullen was done, they're allowed to ask questions. And one of the guys asked, how many murders, to go to Mullen, how many murders have you investigated?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, none.
Mm-hmm. Very good. That's what I've been saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they and then they ask questions like, okay, they're just thinking. They're thinking like the bridge. Can you get over to the other side where Abby and Livy were by not going over the bridge? They're thinking. They're
And
thinking.
that comment can go either way, because it can go either, okay, he's never done any murders. Okay, so it explains all the F-ups that they did.
Yep.
Okay, what I've been saying, I believe that this was a small town and they never seen this. I told you, this is a Tuesday afternoon for us here in New York. Or are they going to say, well, he didn't have experience. He didn't know how to do things.
Yep.
So he probably has their own guy. I want to cry. I mean,
I do too. This is one case that sucks most people in.
I know. My husband is like, you gotta relax, because you have, like, when I'm watching the videos and I'm like, oh my god, like I'm confident. I'm like, hopefully they'll see it, but I know part of me has to be logical. That I know the jury has to follow logic and it has to follow, and I'm getting scared that they might not see what I think I see. And my husband's like, you gotta relax. You're gonna get like a stroke. But I'm like, I think I already have a stroke with all this. Like, oh god. Imagine if he walks free. Like, well, I'll make you a prediction about that if he walks free. But I won't make it today. I'll make it another day.
What do you think that that when they filed the charges and they put him in prison and that, and then, you know, being secluded, one thing, because when I learned in nursing school is we didn't want to keep our patients in isolation more than 24 hours unless absolutely medically necessary because of psychosis. And he was there for 13 months like that. Do you think that they did that? They never believed that they were going to end up in trial. They thought they would just have he'd plead out.
I don't.
You don't think that?
No, I don't think so. I think they had him there because that was what they thought it was the safest thing to do. They couldn't put him in population because obviously high profile, you know. And also don't forget that he wasn't convicted. He was there. He never should have been there. He should have been out of jail. He never should have been in a prison. That's why he couldn't have many of the perks that the other people had because they had already been convicted. So they were allowed to have phones. They were allowed to have this. That he wasn't allowed because he wasn't convicted. They never should have put him here.
At Wabash, I didn't know this.
Everywhere.
They have a mental facility at Wabash, and they did not put him over there. Like, because like if you're mentally ill, like instead of going to the state hospital, they have it right there on site at Wabash, and they didn't put him there. They just let him suffer. And I am not, let me make it clear, I am being a devil's advocate for him and thinking both sides. I am not saying Richard Allen is not guilty. I'm thinking both sides because I just want to be, when the trial started, I said, I would be ignorant if I said guilty or not guilty. I need all of the evidence to make that decision. And so that's why I just want to make sure I know I'm saying it. Oh, this happened.
But you know what? Even with the evidence, because I mean, don't forget, I mean, the main thing about this case, and I wish they would have done it in the opening. Hopefully they'll do it at the closing. That they have to make clear is that this was an arrest made 5 years later. That means that any DNA that would have been in his car, it would have anything that would have been, you know, first of all, he could have disposed of many things. He could have cleaned 100 times and you get, you know, things get diluted. It's not like they caught him 5 days after that. There's no way, even if he washed it 10 times, they still would have been blood present. There still could have been, you know, fluids and everything. So that's something that they have to make sure that when he gets arrested, this is 5 years later.
I know.
So the DNA, you know, some DNA, depending how it gets preserved. But if somebody's trying to destroy DNA, they can destroy it. And all the fuck ups that I'm sorry for my language, but
I know
all the fuck ups that they did. So, I mean, so even if he is, I always believe he was guilty, but now it's coming to black and white. Are the jurors going to be able to see? I don't know.
Yeah, because they don't get to see everything we know.
That we know, exactly. You know, and I mean, they might be thinking, okay, we can excuse, but how many things can they excuse?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I am getting scared. I was very confident. And Sonny and I were talking, and I was like, I'm very confident. But then I have my husband, devil's advocate, like he's like, I'm like, shut up. I don't want to hear it. But it's true. It's true.
I was going to say, for me personally, I'm absolutely 100%, you know, convinced, 1,000% convinced that Richard Allen is guilty. Why? Because the facts have really shown that to me. I don't like, meaning that the defense is going to portray their stuff, and I'm always definitely willing to listen. But I'm definitely going to say that I'm 1,000% convinced Richard Allen did it. Why? Because he put himself there. He said it twice. He meaning those are things that he said. I'm not going to try to give him this whole thing of, well, he was so freaking out of psychosis and all this shit that he didn't do it. You know, he literally said this stuff. I'm not going to meaning to me, and no offense to you on this with mental health issues, because don't get me wrong, I get that people have it. I get being in the solitary confinement. I don't believe he should have been in there like he was. Of course, it's going to play tricks in your head when you're alone with your own thoughts. So don't get me wrong on that part of it. But as for what the evidence has shown and what all this so far, I would absolutely now say, where I wasn't going to say that 3 days ago, I would absolutely now say thank you, Richard Allen, for clearing up then basically what we wanted to know about it. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, yeah, he knew about this van from in some sort of discovery that he probably never even seen. And it's only came out, like, meaning for me, I know that we all try to do this critical thinking, but because you and Ivy are more on the mental health side, but like, so yes, I'm sure he said some twisted shit and probably to me on purpose. And probably he was having some freaking breakdown shit in there going on. Absolutely. He was obviously demented. How do I say that? Before the crime scene. Yeah. Meaning he's talking about how he was abused and blah, blah, actually abused. So trust me, this guy got issues long before these crimes happened. But I look at the actual stuff that's been said. Now, defense, right? Their whole Odinist stuff, you know what? Fuck you on that one. The fuck you. Because you know why? They couldn't connect anybody. They could make up shit. They could tell you the shit, but they couldn't even tell you at the crime scene. They made the F. They made people believe that stood for Odin, but any person that went and looked that up knew that it had nothing to do with the word Odin for the F. So meaning they tried to paint a picture that there's some freaking fucking antlers on Abby's head. And we saw the crime scene photos. We know that there's no antlers on top of Abby's head. So they were twisting shit. And their job is simply to get Richard Allen off. And I'm just not like, meaning I'm willing to listen to it, but I've heard way more than I need to now with the fact that I personally, and again, I'm just not nothing towards you. I just, this case
But I
is very
think it
passionate, but
takes a certain personality. I think maybe, we are a little bit more like that we don't need a lot of, well, I shouldn't say, for
I know.
this facts. But I mean, when they said the Odinism, you know how many people jump on the Odinism, and they drink the Kool-Aid, and everybody's saying
Oh,
Odinism.
I did
Odinism,
for like
Odinism.
2 weeks.
Yes, and some
Say
of
that
them still believe it.
about what? Sorry, about they
The
believe what?
Odinism that
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, but if you're a Fruit Loop, go ahead and believe it. That's my thinking on that. Because honestly, they could not put anything, whether it was Elvis's spit, whether it was Brad Holder. The judge is right in doing what she did. They have not shown. Richard Allen is the only person that has said, I was at the bridge from 1:30 to 3:30. He's the one that has literally in confessions told 61 of them. He's the one that said, like I said, or like meaning everything's just going to tie in together, but he's the one that said he was wearing the same clothes. Okay, life isn't full of 20 coincidences. It's just not. Like Kagan Klein, even he didn't have that many. But so to me, it's kind of one of those things. If the shoe fits, then or the glove fits, then you don't acquit. Unlike OJ Simpson on there, but you can't place Elvis there. You can't place Brad Holder there. There's no tie-in. Richard tied himself to the crime scene at the time of the crime. There's no take-backs on self-reporting, and then there's no take-backs on meeting up with Mullen. So two times. What do you think about that part, Stefan?
I think that would be like me saying, I totally get what you're saying, but I think people forget, like, there were other men there. Like we couldn't say, okay, Dave or Dan, I forget which one. You were there, and we know you were there because we saw your pictures that you took, or you know what I'm saying? Like that would be something that somebody could say.
There's only one person on the bridge at 2:13. There's only one person on the bridge at 2:13. Yeah.
But how do you prove that? He didn't say he was on there at 2:13.
No, he didn't. He said he wore the darn same clothes, and he put himself there between 1:30 and 3:30.
At the beginning, he said that timeline, and then he changed. They tried changing it.
Yeah.
But didn't they see his car
okay.
or a similar car on video?
Oh, so you guys were both talking there.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Alexa, what did you just say?
No, I said, but wasn't his car seen on video? And the brand was very particular.
They haven't. That's the other thing. Why hasn't the prosecution shown that video? if it's
Yeah, why
real.
didn't they?
It doesn't
Did they
make
show
sense.
a picture? Did they show a picture, I wonder? Did they show the picture?
We got nothing.
No pictures either? Oh.
Nothing. And
But-
that's why I'm like, is it just not look like his car or what? Like, why wouldn't you show that for evidence if it was in your favor? Or is the defense gonna show something that is not in his favor? I don't know.
So Betsy Blair is on the trail. She says, I seen one man. She says that person in the video is that man, right? Now, in saying that again, Richard, like, just like the vehicle, I think, Steffa, is that the vehicle, they don't have a license plate, but what are the chances that a Ford Focus is on, like let's not make bullshit up, okay?
Yeah.
Just meaning a 2017 phone disappears, somebody puts himself on the bridge, somebody puts him in the same clothes, a Ford Focus just happens to drive by at the exact same time that he said he arrived. Like, do you know what I mean? So even if they can't prove, that's what's going to be, that's the part where the jury's going to come in and they're going to use common sense with it all.
Hopefully.
And right, hopefully. And so that's just it. If he put himself there at 1:30 and said that he arrived at around 1:30 and there's a Ford Focus, right? Meaning even if they can't show the license plate.
Oh yeah.
Right.
If you
So
show that car, I mean, like, buddy, you've just been caught. I mean, that's a big deal. Like, that's one that you're going to have to add up to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Why? That's a big deal. Why aren't you adding that?
Well, tell me this from your perspective. He says to the mom, why would he say to his mom, well, why would I tell you this if I didn't? I mean, that's something that a normal person would kind of say. Like, if nobody's believing you, they're going to say, well, why would I tell you it if I didn't do it? That's the same statement right there.
He also thought his guards were God. He thought his Bible was going to do something. He thought that he's so glad he got to the prison because they were going to heal him. I mean, there's so many things.
No.
You should hear the shit that I've heard with my patients with middlemen. Now my daughter, we're on a whole different level. And Alexa, that's why we haven't talked, is because of her.
Yeah. Okay, but these are phone calls, though.
That psychosis, they will say crazy ass shit, and if he hears that, and then Dr. Walla, I think she had amazing notes for who she was, and I've never understood why they didn't get him help during those awful things that I saw.
Yeah.
But she was telling him during his pre-trial what was being said about him.
Yeah, that was no.
Stefan, I want to bring up this point quickly. Okay, when we've listened to the confessions on the phone, audio to his wife and his mom, okay?
Yeah.
These are normal. This is a normal kind of conversation. It's kind of like, yes, I did. Why are you saying that? No, you didn't do it. A normal conversation, right? Those are coming across as very normal conversations versus in front of the guards, acting like you're all crazy and shit and saying shit out of your mouth. So that's what I mean. So there's a difference there. When you listen to the phone calls, it's just a flow of words. It's not, oh, here, let me just throw into my wife. Hey, wife, by the way, did you put your diapers on today? Hey, did you feed the dog? Did you feed the cat that we don't have that's dead? You know what I'm saying? So how do you go from having conversations that are literally on audio where they keep saying that he sounded cold and whatever, but it's a fluent conversation versus, guards in front of him going, yeah, run, Kathy, run. I shot the girls in the back and blah, blah. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
They should have been able to put video to those because when he's acting crazy, he's on video. And why they should have been allowed to show the video, which I think was a big mistake by the prosecution. They should have been able to show his demeanor and behavior on the phone with them. I think that would have been really good for them. And they should have been able to show how he was before April or whenever. Actually, they should have been able to show how he was when he walked in the door as a man, a normal man, and then watch him decreptate, just go down as time goes on so people could see. That would be, but they weren't allowed to. That was told, they were told no. Why? Why were they told no? Why can't they get the story out there? You know, that's the kind of stuff that makes people doubt. Just why is the secrecy? Let people know. And that's we, you know, even if we get access to discovery, I mean, access to the record, we won't really know where, you know, that's the thing. There's so much that is held from us. Even if we get access to the public record, we won't know everything. And that's what is so hard. I think that's a big problem. I mean, I think that's a big issue for people, I think, is the secrecy of us. Only 24 people are allowed there, and you got to stay there all night to get a seat. That is illegal. We are supposed to be able to have everybody in the public. And she said no. She said no. And then we're going to give you 5 people, and it's got to be media. But if they're going to be different people every day. So you got to go by whatever they say, whatever their opinion is. That's what you're going to get from me. And it's like, that's not America. So I don't know.
Well, I think it's ridiculous. Like, there should have been something in place for that whole freaking
Nobody did anything.
Like, I mean, we know this whole time this case has been about secrecy and bullshit stuff like that. This whole time I get that, absolutely, you know. And I want to say again, I respect your opinion, Ivy's opinion, because I know we might see things differently, right? But it doesn't make my thoughts more valuable than yours. It's just saying how I feel, just like Alexa as well, right? And I get it. I don't have any inkling or shit besides my own self that I've dealt with, say, you know, like since the divorce back with my ex and stuff of depression, never understood it. But the one thing I did do when I met this, we'll call him a narcissistic guy online, it was with a person that I played gaming. Anyways, he was the most fucked up person I ever met. That's what made me kind of dive deep into all this shit, and knowing that there's all these different freaking disorders and shit, and right, that people suffer from and stuff like that. And so I get that. Like, so I don't want to take away from that fact that Richard Allen, I'm sure before, even if you feel like he didn't, but or if you did, but they got to prove it, no problem. You know, I'm sure he was fucked up in his brain. Anyone that would have SA or anything like that involved, but he just comes across that way to me. He just comes across like somebody that had issues, probably spanks the monkey to porn, not probably self-loving of himself. And like that's the way he comes across to me. So I don't want to take away from any sort of, you know, shit going on up here, you know, and stuff like that. My thing is about this. If I just simply feel, do I feel like Richard Allen basically confessed to this whole crime and looked at all the stuff and started just confessing because he wanted to? In the interview, they heard he's not going to confess to anything he didn't do. Then he tells his mom, well, why would I tell you it if I didn't? And I look for that. So anyways, so it's more about, do I believe he has issues? But it's more about the fact of, do I believe that he falsely confessed to killing these girls because of some sort of psychotic episodes going on? That I do not believe. Do I believe that he has probably psychotic moments and stuff? Absolutely. But do I believe about the confessions, like about him? Do I believe that those are true or false? I believe that he made up shit, like you said. But I believe that the truth is right there between the lines when you're listening to everything. And that's how I feel about it, right? I just don't feel like he confessed to make the shit up about it and started, going all Looney Tunes and stuff like that. I believe there's moments like the wedding paper. Was it an act or was he just fucking self-hatred? Who knows? Who knows?
When he
I
was what? I'm sorry. What was the part about self-hatred? What was?
Well, just meaning like, so if he's reading the discovery and he knows that he did it, for instance, let's say he knows that he did it and he's reading the discovery, regardless, this is probably a man that doesn't like himself too much, and maybe whatever he went child. That's just my point of view. Like maybe he was wetting the paper and eating it because he's reading it, and he's like I said, self-hatred in a sense, knowing what he did. That could be exactly the reason why he was doing that. Maybe he was doing it for an act in front of the guards. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was truly just having a fucking breakdown, But I try to look for the sensibility. I'm not saying that you don't, but I'm just trying to look at the sensibility of what makes sense. And if he's talking normal to, and I know Ivy said, well, or you even said about not see the videotapes. Still doesn't matter. He could tell his wife all he wants that he's not right in the head, but he's not speaking that way, to her. He's having a conversation. Now, what did they say in that video? They said somebody that usually is faking it. They said, was it that they have it in chronological order, Alexa?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right?
they wouldn't have, yeah.
So,
and he did, and that he seemed to be, know who she is, and was talking, in chronological order. So,
what do you
and there
think
was
about
something else. There was something else that she said, but I think there was like 5 things. Too tired to think right now, but but according to her, it wasn't. But now, when I guess her Dr. Waller's boss, I guess what's her name, the one that was for the defense,
Walla?
no,
Oh,
not Waller, her boss.
Winger, Dinger,
Yeah.
Dinger.
I mean, she's trying to kind of like shift things and make it, that Walla basically didn't know what she was talking about. I don't know. Steph,
Yeah,
you really played devil's advocate today with me because I thought, things were going one way and you came and you shook my.
well, and please know that I feel what you're saying is true too. I'm just trying to see two
Right.
sides of
Yeah.
weighing it. Well, I'm a Libra too,
Because
but I'm going back and forth. But I want people to know that mental illness isn't just psychosis.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. And
But
Alexa, remember how we were supposed to have a talk? Like,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
tell you what happened.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, I can't believe I'm gonna say this online, but I think this will make.
Are you okay with saying it? I mean, you don't have to say it.
Yeah, I am okay. I am okay to voice it now.
Okay, good.
Okay. Got a call. Stephanie, I need to come. My mother, come over. Your daughter just threw wood at my head. Okay. What the hell? And we know she's mentally ill, and the day before, she's cool. She can go to the mall, no problem. When she gets here, I'm not going to play what was said, but I did tape it. But
right.
because I thought it was necessary, because I didn't know what was going. I thought there was that legally that we were going to have to do something. And then immediately she hangs up and sends a video. And those of you that don't know, she's diabetic, and she took 124 units of insulin. She's alone at my mother's house. That will kill you probably in 30 minutes. And on it, she goes, see, this is what you wanted. And, took it. Now, she was not in psychosis, but the rational side of the brain over that hour period was slowly breaking down, and only the irrational side of the brain was then functioning. So at her, I'm not gonna, well, y'all, most of you know her name, but that was not psychosis. Okay. Then obviously I had to call 911 so they could get into my mother's house where she was, because no one was home. and she's alive, she's okay, she was admitted, yada, yada, yada. But I'm just trying to say that people that are at, that I think he came in with anxiety and depression, which a lot of us have, but she went to a different level because she had a moment, and she wasn't locked up in a room with lighting, and that's really important to your body to have that at least 8 hours of rest in the dark if possible. But he wasn't getting any time like that. He was basically in a cage. So it went on. I mean, I can't believe he went that long without losing his shit and saying things like I did it. And I think the man was probably just like, let me out of this room. I'll say whatever you want me to say.
But I think it can go both ways, because I mean, it can go. I hear what you're saying, and I think I understand, and obviously I understand a little bit of, like psychosis and mental illness
Right.
and depression and everything. But we can play also devil's advocate, and we can say you can be there all that long and you cannot say that you did it. You know what I mean? So it can go both ways. I mean, did he say it because he wanted to get out?
I
Or
think
did he say it just to be like, okay,
at that point, he probably believed he did.
Now,
delusional.
You said that you believed RA was guilty.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, but you did. You did say that before on the live.
so now you don't believe that he's guilty, or do you think you're still on the fence?
Do you know how many times I have gone back and forth on this issue?
I know you're a flip-flopping fish on it. I know, sweetheart. I know, because it's a struggle sometimes.
And that's okay.
That's with Judge Fouts and Derek Kurtz, okay? So that's how jacked up my thinking is.
Yeah.
But I'm in this case, and when I came in on day one, I said, I have an open mind, and I want to
look at everything.
Yes, exactly. I want to do it the way it should be done in court. Now, we have a little more information than the jurors have, but
a lot more.
Yeah, a lot more. But I just really, I'm all over. Like yesterday when I heard, or the day before when we heard that confession, was it yesterday or the day before?
Which
the day before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday I find out, and you guys can tell me if it's true because I've heard nothing since, that now the bullet that the lady that the lady that said the bullet matched his gun is having to come back to retract her statement. Have you heard this?
No, say that one more time. The lady who what?
Now, this is what I've heard, and I want to know if anybody has heard this in chat, that she's going to have to go back and retract her statement because whatever she said about how that it was his gun, that she has to retract her statement. And I don't know why, what was said. I don't know if this is true, but I was like, are you kidding me? Every day it's something new. So 2 days ago, I'm like, yep, that's it. They really had it going there. And
but didn't she say that it could have been his gun, and it could have been, I mean, she did say the markings were similar, but they couldn't come to 100% conclusion.
Well, I remember hearing that she wasn't allowed to specifically talk about, say, Richard Allen, but she could talk about that. Did this bullet come from this gun? Not that you, Richard Allen, it's your gun, you did it, but it was that she couldn't say that. Like that's not what
they probably said it was implied.
Allowed to say that it was. Yeah, so I'll be curious on that. But it was supposed to be that she could talk about the gun and say that yes, I tested it, and it's like from all our tests, and the paper of the lines and blah blah blah, and that we couldn't see the lines, so we had to fire the gun. But she couldn't kind of say like, well, yes, that's Richard Allen's gun. It's just that she's just talking about the object of the gun and the testing of it and how the conclusion came about. But she was not there to say anything about Richard Allen.
So what happened yesterday that this was said? Have you guys heard this?
No.
All right.
No.
Well, maybe it's not true. I'm hoping it's not true because I
I mean,
thought
he could have made a slip up and said something.
I do
Maybe.
know Holman lied to the public and said
Yeah.
that it was just um, as reliable as paternity DNA, and that was absolutely.
True.
So that's the thing that the law enforcement has done in this case is made themselves look unreliable, and they're doing that kind of stuff. I don't know if the jury knows that, but you can't do that. It's like that's the kind of stuff that you're losing the public's. They don't think you're honest,
And especially in small towns where the police is revered so much, where people have faith in them, that they believe, because they know them, they see them as like, oh yeah, that's the chief. I see him at the school, whatever. So it's more relatable than here that we don't even know who it is. You don't see them every day. So I think they have more. And by hearing all this, I think I'm wondering, like, are they losing respect for them and thinking like, how can they say those things? And the arrogance. I heard this. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that when they were playing that video, it was a Holman doing and screaming in the screaming match with
Yeah.
Richard Allen.
Yeah.
And I know, most of us know that that's a technique. That's what they use. So I've seen it. I even seen detectives. I shouldn't even be saying that, like smacking people. And then they play and they get away with it because power. And when they said that a lot of the jurors didn't like that. They were like shaking, like that was like one of the ways that they were like shaking their heads, like they were like against it.
yes,
They
I
didn't
heard
like
that
that at
too.
all.
That the jury was, and I heard today the same with Mullen that there was some eye rolling.
And usually they said that they have very good poker face, that they don't make any movements. But they said that yesterday, their faces, you can tell they were disgusted, and they were just like no, like what are we watching? So
Mhm. I wonder if he brought his gun back and drank intending to take his.
nah, he's a coward.
Yeah, he's a coward. To me, he's a coward. He's
How
absolutely.
How to get over that damn bridge? I made it 7 feet. This man supposedly had
Because he's done it before.
He's done it many
7
times.
years, and you know that he had more than that. Men always downplay their beers, so I'm going.
Yeah.
How the heck did he?
They do.
Yeah, but he is probably an alcoholic. He's used to it.
Yeah.
People that drink. I mean, my father used to be an alcoholic. So, and he used to drink, and
Well,
you would never know he was drunk. I mean,
if
not
it-
he's drunk in 20 years, but
I mean, at the end of the day, depending on whether or not someone believes RA is guilty or innocent. Again, yeah, you're definitely going to downplay your probably drinks, but something obviously triggered him that particular day. Like there was something going on in his head. I don't know if it was Valentine's Day and the thought of Valentine's Day coming up, if something triggered in his head.
was it going to the parents and that
know?
because he said he was abused? Was it that?
Like was there something that triggered? And I'm just going
What
based on
that
that. All right.
Hmm.
That would have triggered him to go, I'm going to go home. You know what? I'm going to drink some beer. And he's having some whatever thoughts going through his head. And he's like, yep, I'm just going to get dressed, load up myself, and I'm going to go down to that bridge. Like it's almost like something was a trigger. So, and this is me deeming, of course, I'm just going to say RA because I believe it's him. So I'm just going to, because he's the only person on trial right now. So I think that there's had to be a trigger of something that happened for him to go home from his parents and decide that he was going to go out to the trails. Is it because, and take things with him that would say commit the crime?
And that's the thing that I go, because the fact that he goes back home to get a jacket, that is intention, that he knew that he was going to do.
He was going to get some girls and girl. And what I didn't understand, if the story is right, that he went out to the to see the fish first, I would think he would have grabbed Betsy Blair first.
Yes, because the only one.
No. But that's just the thing, is that she saw him 50 yards. He was already on the bridge. She wasn't his opportunity because she
didn't cross because she felt
she didn't cross.
Him and she just walked away.
The girls crossed. That to me was exactly
But
the
you know what?
opportunity.
The fact that the girls took the video, to me, it always seemed like, did he approach them? Did he cross first and approach them and said something to them? He walked back, and then the girl started filming, saying, "Look at that
No,
weird
I
guy."
don't think
The
so.
video, I
Because
feel like
why do a video of somebody that?
they weren't doing a video of him. That after we got to court, or not me, but in the court hearing, I've listened to so many people. A few of them said they could see something that could have been him. You
Mhm.
couldn't see anything about him, but some people said you couldn't see him at all.
That's what I
because-
heard.
Yeah,
That's what
because she had her phone and it was just kind of going in different places. It wasn't like
Yeah.
she was filming something specifically.
Aspen Connor said that.
Yeah,
And
was he in there?
I'm glad you said that,
Yeah.
because a lot of people said that to me, and then
And I. Mhm,
somebody said that nope, that they filmed him.
mhm.
So I didn't know what to believe. I'm like,
You know, I think this is just simple deduction on this one. To the people that don't follow the case that said that typically is the ones that typically said that. To the people that know the bridge guy, yeah, okay. It might okay, remember the little piece of video that we got is just like a few, like a second and a half long. And he was like a little morsel.
it's looping.
Like in the thing, they literally had to fucking enhance that thing beyond belief.
Manipulate it.
And loop it too.
Yeah, and loop it. Exactly. So I think it depended on the positioning of where you were sitting in the courtroom. And it was probably so fast because they'd only played it the one time. I think then they played the enhanced version after. But they only played that one time, I remember them saying. But anyway, so I can see someone blinking and then they missed it.
I wish I could see that. video.
Or their positioning. But it, you know, but to me, there's no making up about the BG. He's on the bridge, you know, that whatever. But I didn't realize that it was like he was like a little blurb in the
Mhm.
back that you could barely make out, like a little peanut. And
That's
then,
what he said.
yeah,
And some people couldn't see it all.
that's what
Mhm.
I'm saying.
That's what
And
that's what the friend that was there, she said. She said if you blink, you wouldn't even see him.
You'd, yeah.
Yeah, it was so small. And that's what I felt lied to when
And
I
then they played
heard
it
that.
once.
Me too, because I always believed that she filmed, and that's what I said. Why would a 13, 14-year-old film a guy? Did he say something?
Yeah.
And that's why they felt fear, and they said,
Fear.
"Hey, let's do this creep." But now we know that it's just he just happens to be there. Maybe God or lucky or whatever.
Yep. And I feel like they had to manipulate a lot, and I don't like that because I don't want something that's you know what I mean? Like I wanted like true as it could be, and all that time that we've been looking for this person that I hate to say didn't exist because something existed, but just maybe not what we thought. And that was one that really got to me. I was like shocked.
With what? You were shocked with what? Hearing
That
people say that they didn't see somebody?
no, that the person that we've been looking for, the bridge guy, he
Mhm.
was manipulated. He may have looked nothing like that because they had to build him basically.
And maybe that's why nobody saw the way he's walking. Maybe nobody recognized because that's in a loop.
Yep. And we don't even know if that was
Yeah.
how he really did walk because they
He didn't walk like that. Yeah, and they said that too. But I mean, pay attention to his gait. I mean, come on now. Like honestly, that was a joke. You're giving us a freaking second and a half of somebody that's on a rickety bridge with freaking holes that has to look
But that's
down.
all they had. That's
Right, it's all that they had. But I would never say pay attention to his gait. I would say, you know, like look at every, like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't specifically be saying look at the gate. Of course the gate's going to be not what the normal person would be walking on a road or something like that. That was just stupid to me. Man, that caused a lot of shit because everyone thought Bridge Guy had a limp.
Mhm.
Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We looked for his face. That
Mhm.
was manipulated. We really don't even know what his real face looked like. We didn't, I mean, just so many things that it took me 2 days that I was to get over that because I was like, I feel lied to for 7 years.
Yeah, but I mean, I still believe he's the
I
one.
was going to say.
Somebody's there. I just feel like they had to build this person. You know what I mean? That's how I feel.
Yeah. And I get that. I totally don't think that way at all about building. I was just amazed that it was that when I heard that it was so small, I just thought that it was a close up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like if I see your picture and it's far away and I just kind of bring it in for a close up
That's
because
what
you're
I
not really
thought too.
that far away. I just
Mhm.
thought it was that they were trying to take out Abby out of it and kind of cut in there, but just almost like touching your screen and zooming in, but just a little bit to make it closer. Not that he was way back off in the distance and
Mhm.
that they really had to, use whatever programs to bring it forward to us. Do I feel like that they had to manipulate the jacket and that? No. I think that they probably got some awesome, amazing programs out there that did a shitty, like a real good job of being able to pull it closer. But does it get distorted? Of course. Are you taking away from it? Of course. If it's this little guy back here and you gotta bring us like this kind of thing, yeah. But I'm not even. But that to me, I'm just going back. Like I said, I'm just trying to look at the like Richard Allen placed himself there. He's twice. He said he wore clothes like that
Yeah.
twice, like meaning saying so.
I get it. I feel that way too. I get that. I feel that same way. I just keep seeing on both sides of what a jury would be like
Well,
saying in a
right.
jury room.
And to be honest with you, so correct, right? Because at the end of the day, we don't know what the jury is thinking of those 12 people. We could
No.
be like, right? Like I would never sit here and say that Richard Allen is going to be found guilty for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope, I'm gonna pray. I would think that with all that evidence that has come forward, that I was not I had to even question if I even thought it was RA for a brief half a day, if that. Um, and then until the confessions came out. And then I was like, okay, now I can see the full picture pretty much, at least 90% of it. Now I can equate why this happened to Van, this, that, this. I'm not going to be sitting there trying to, like the defense, they're going to try to rip everything from the vehicle to the confession, to him being on the bridge. They're going to rip every single angle that they can to take away from the prosecution of what has been said, and of course to the confessions and stuff like that. But no way would I sit here and go, you know what, jury's finding him guilty. Absolutely not. Because we don't know if they're like, yes, we've got the hindsight of this case for all these years, and to know that, hey, this piece fits right here and da 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 da.
Mhm.
We don't know what they're thinking because again, they're just kind of taking it like some of them have, some of them know about the Delphi case, but it's kind of like they're taking the information, looking at the both sides. They might simply find him innocent. They might find that there isn't enough probable cause to convict someone. That would be undue justice to them. They might find it's a hung jury. You might have 7-4, you might have 11, 12, to 1 type of thing. So but based on what I feel is different, and I feel that from everything I've seen, that yes, you know, I just needed to fill in some blanks about Richard Allen because, like I said, so whereas, like I'm not flip flopping or whatever. It's kind of like, no, it's Richard Allen, but I need to see the proof. I need to see what makes it Richard Allen. Like, what evidence do you have? And to me, the cherry on top was going to be in the confessions, and I felt like it hit the mark for me. That doesn't mean about the jury; it just means for me. And so, at the end of the day, what I want is this: I want Richard Allen to have a fair trial. I want the defense to provide whatever they're allowed to bring in, guns blazing. They're going to shoot whatever sticks, like I said, I'm glad that the judge didn't let the Odinism shit in. I think that they would have actually embarrassed themselves, to be
Yeah, but the
honest with
fact
that.
that they weren't allowed to bring the pictures of him in 2017, that to me is bad.
Which, oh, you mean you're talking about the sketches?
Yeah.
Or
No. His pictures, like the jury won't see what Richard Allen looked in
why
2017
not?
because they said no. The goal said no. They're not allowed
He's
to introduce.
terrible. I have never seen a judge.
Frank Girl can honestly go fly out, take a
I was
short
shocked
walk.
because you would need to see it visually. That way, is that the person that you see in the bridge?
Well, I guess if you're looking at it like that, if she's looking about, well, you can't really compare it to the video because you can't really make out the face, and you can't bring in the sketches to show that he was okay. So I get it. I get why not.
But the body type, with the everything.
They
But-
should show what
but
he
the
looked
bo-
like going
You're right. Body
to
type.
prison, and then what he was like as he deteriorated. That
Mhm.
would have
Yeah,
been-
because now he looks completely different. His
I-
hair, everything.
I want to know, Alexa, as a profiler, what are your thoughts that Brittany, his daughter, has not? We haven't heard anything. He doesn't talk about her in anything that we have heard on the phone calls.
Uh-huh.
Nothing. What are
I
your?
always said to Sunny, and I never wanted to go there, but I think there's something there. And I always told Sunny, I feel there is a story there. I never wanted to really talk about it out of respect for her because I think that's her
Oh, the
story.
daughter. Yeah.
But if you know what I mean and if you understand me, I think there's something there. And the fact, and I always thought about it, and I always told Sunny, I said this to you guys before. The fact that she hasn't shown up, that she hasn't said anything, it's questioning. And I'm like, why? His only daughter? Why is she not so okay? I understand. Okay, maybe not support all the time, but not even when he got arrested. It's almost like she disappeared. And yesterday I was talking to my husband exactly about that, and my husband goes to me, "But maybe the mother wanted to protect her." And I said, "She's an ass grown woman. She's almost 30, so it's not like she's a little kid." So that theory doesn't cut it.
I wonder if her job said, "Keep yourself out of the light," because she's
Maybe
a
she's just trying to keep herself out of the limelight.
That's
because of
what
it.
I thought too, but they still will know that who she is. It's the
That's
last
the
name,
case
and they
here.
would still know. Hey, it's a small town. Your dad got arrested. Isn't he that guy? So,
I think they're in a different part of Indiana. So I'm
and I
wondering.
know she has a different last name, but I mean, still, somebody would have found her. Believe me.
Somebody, yeah. But I
Now-
wonder if that was my thought, because I know that like
I
that's
always
what I would
wondered-
tell my employee, probably, like, but you can't tell them they have to do that. That's their family. There's
Mhm.
something, I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know. I
I
would
always found that story weird, and the fact that now he's talking about maybe getting, when he was a child. I'm always wondering, did that happen to her?
Mhm.
Yep. He said
Yeah.
it did, but that was during all that craziness.
I was gonna say, you guys, I need to wrap it up. My husband's
Oh
saying,
gosh, I'm sorry. Oh my
No,
God, it's
no,
3:00 in the morning.
because I asked my husband earlier, like about an hour ago. I said, "You good still, baby?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then I asked him now. I said, "Are you okay, baby?" And he's like, "Bed now, LOL." So it's only because he worked all day and was up for 4 o'clock or whatever, 4:30. But the thing is that no. I love it. Thank you, Deb. Thank you,
Thank
Alexa. Thank you, Steffa.
Stefan, thank you for all the info. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you, Ivy, in chat as well, because Ivy's on here as
Everybody.
well.
I mean, thank you
You
for
know,
that.
yeah.
It's been
Again-
a great night, a great live. Thank you guys
Yeah.
so much.
Like, you don't think you guys don't give me for me, like I said, looking at it from both sides. So it's not like you guys don't give me food for thought, right? About things, about certain things. But then it just comes back to, just like yourself or Alexa or whoever, Ivy, depending on how you're looking at the case, right? From, again, you guys more so involved with the mental health issues because, like I said, all the experience in it. Same with, Ivy. I'm looking, for me, it's kind of more like, fuck the mental health shit, dude. Did you place yourself on the Brit? This, and did you do that? Did you do that? Did you do that? Did you do that? Right? And the confession. So I'm just looking at it as kind of like the skin and bones of it all, right? Because I've looked at thinking about this. Okay, could he possibly have? There's nothing in me that's buying someone that's confessing to a crime that he didn't commit unless he committed it. I'm seeing mental health issues, absolutely, but I'm not seeing somebody that would confess that. So that's where, again, listening to everything, I'm always willing to listen to everything and change my mind, but there's nothing that's changed my mind about Richard Allen that they've produced yet, Could there be something potentially? But I doubt it because of the whole Odinistic theory that they were going with. Since they weren't allowed to bring that in, now they got to, use other ways of trying to say it. So that's how I look at it. Just somebody that's trying to get their client off, that has surrounded himself with multiple things, phone, all that stuff, to say, hey, like, does a car that looks like his make sense? Does him saying twice that he's on the bridge at a certain time make sense? Does this make sense? Does the gun make sense? Does this make sense? And the confession. So it's kind of like, for me, there's just too much for me of him admitting to the fact he was there and was wearing clothes and confessing to the wife.
I get it. I totally get that. And I feel that way.
Yeah.
I just am seeing things. But let me just say, I saw people in here say they have depression and anxiety. I just like to say that most people that suffer with mental illness don't hurt other people. They hurt themselves.
Right.
So I just want to put it out there. This was something totally different. This was, so I just want to make sure that people know that, no, please know that we don't think that at all.
Yeah, it's like being a psychopath. Not all psychopaths are killers, but all killers are psychopaths.
Most people do not escape anxiety or depression. Almost everyone could probably admit to that. Now, the levels of it could be different, but again, about the whole killing stuff and whatever like that, I'm not looking to kill anybody. If Steph was right, that it would be more internally. So I wasn't a depressing person, but I'm not going to get back into all that. Anyways, bottom line is, like everyone, I hadn't experienced depression until I actually went through it and stuff like that. If anything I wanted to do, I just wanted to be gone from the world. I just wanted to hurt I was being self-destructive to myself.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And
Anyways,
that's usually what it is.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, I was going to say good night, Steffa. Thank you so much. And next time we do a live and whatever, just feel free to come on if you have
I would
time.
love it. I could talk about Delphi for like hours and hours.
I know.
I have 5 hours and 30 minutes. 5 hours and 23 minutes. I cannot even.
Do you see Andrew Best? He says, I may be a psychopath, but at least I've got a path, right?
All right, Andrew. I like the way you think.
Andrew, pleasure seeing you guys. All the mods, thank you guys so much. Anyone that's following this, again, thank you guys for joining us tonight. Appreciate that. Appreciate any new subscribers. Again, opinions are welcome always in this chat. Just keep it respectful. Don't be on the attack. And especially do not to be attacking no family, though. That's a must. No one, the family has nothing to do with this whatsoever besides love and prayers and that. And Halloween was Libby's favorite holiday, but we don't put up with attacking of the family at all in this channel either. So it's just be respectful. Other than that, if you think RA did it, go right ahead. Don't care.
And even Kathy and his family. Like,
her heart is broken, and I believe that.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I know. I mean, honestly, as I'm reading and as Hidden True Crime is reading, my heart was just breaking for her. Okay. You guys can think Kathy Allen had something to do with it. I don't. She is a wife that is hearing stuff that she never would have dreamt she would hear. And she has her husband confessing that he did this. And she's like, what are you talking about, dear? No, you didn't. So they're playing with your mind, because that's what a typical probably wife would say, unless he was a really jerk off husband. But Kathy Allen comes off as a very nice, sweet person to me. And honestly, she's just like, husband, like, what are you talking about? And my heart just breaks for her, because it just went from she had to lose her job and everything like that, because no matter what, when there's someone that's being attacked or being put as the person that did a crime, the person, their wife, you wish she had to know. She definitely had to know.
And I see it in chats all the time, and I'm like, all I know is that when I saw her on October 19th in 2023, that woman mourned. I felt guilty because I was mourning with her, watching her, and then I had Becky and the family on the other side, and I'm like, oh, I feel guilty. But I think Becky is probably watching her too mourn.
But I do think deep down, at night she might see red flags. I don't think she knew, but she could attest and see red flags.
I
think that's
I'm
something
sure.
that I always believed. I don't think
No.
she knew, but I think deep down when she goes to sleep, she probably checks and says,
yeah.
"This is a
And
red flag."
well, I was gonna say, I bet you after all of this has come out to her, oh, you can bet your bottom dollar that she's revisiting
Mhm.
everything in
Yep.
her head for sure. And even if she won't admit it publicly, right, meaning that husband, maybe, type of thing.
Distance.
It's hard. You can't turn off. Even if a person did this, it's not like people can just turn off their feelings because it's almost like a separate thing. But you're my husband. We've been together for this long. I love you. There's no way you did this. You can't just. It's hard when you're in the mix of it to literally put yourself outside of it and look at it. And in a case like such as this, just like Richard Allen, if they're showing his picture, he's looking at it as if he sees himself clearly versus what other people are saying. But so Kathy will have that blind spot for sure about it. Like, but she'll after all this testimonies come out, she's definitely, but she's not going to admit to it. She's not going to be like, hey, Richard,
They're years.
fucker,
They
But
gotta-
anyway, you
Okay.
guys gotta get going. Love you guys. Thank you so
Love
much.
you. Love and light.
Bye-bye.
Love and
Bye-bye.
light. Love and light. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. Have a good one. And thank you, Get to Gaming and Sleuthing, for helping Aspen Connor out, save his seat and stuff like that. Appreciate. All right, here it comes.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. We